Joan Tarziante. Where's Patsy?
Kasmona the Jewess. We don't have a record of her in Jewish sources whatsoever. We get her only through this Muslim medium. And he says a very beautiful story at the very beginning, that Kasmona's father was a very educated man. We'll have some opinions as to who he might have been. And he would teach her this particular Arabic poetic style of rhyming, not exactly rhyming couplets, but he would start a poem from her, and then she would have to finish it. Anyway, so the first quotation that we have, her father said to her, I have a friend whose woman has repaid good with evil, considering lawful that which is forbidden to her. It's kind of a complicated sentence. He says to this young daughter, I have a friend who has repaid good with evil, done something bad to her husband, boyfriend, whatever, considering that lawful that which is forbidden to her. And she's taking advantage of that relationship. Kasmuna then replied, just like the sun from which the moon derives its light, always, yet afterwards eclipses the body of the sun. Beautiful astronomical metaphor that fits with the first idea of the poem. And as the Arabic author of the collection of poems writes, her father embraced her and said, my daughter, by the 10 Commandments, very typical Jewish thing to say, you are a greater poet than I. So this is our first kind of introduction to Kasmuna. You have this beautiful idea of a relationship with her father, a very literary relationship, and one which she demonstrates wit and sensitivity, and to a certain degree asserts her kind of unique femininity in an unusual way, which we will explore in the course of this lecture. So that's our first introduction to Kasmuna. Any questions so far? Okay, so since we are one, I actually had a different talking dog joke to start, and I would like to tell that joke because it was in my brain when I started. So if you don't mind, Joseph, you're still awake, right? So I can tell you this joke. So the joke goes like this. The joke I was going to start with. It's Erev Yom Kippur, and the synagogue is full of Jews, and they're all thinking about atonement in the year to come, and they're waiting for the chazan to show up, the cantor to show up. And he's not coming, and finally someone bursts in and says, the chazan, he took another job. He's over in Peoria right now. He's going to lead the services over there. We don't have a chazan. Everyone's saying, oh my gosh, it's almost Yom Kippur. We have a few minutes. How are we going to possibly daven the Yom Kippur Kol Nidre service? And they're asking, does anyone know how to daven? Does anyone know how to do this? Finally, one guy steps forward, sheepishly goes up to the rabbi and says, Rabbi, I know a chazan that knows Kol Nidre. And he said, okay, bring him here. He says, well, it's not so easy. You see, he's a dog. And the rabbi says, a dog? He says, yeah, he's a dog, but he's a beautiful Yom Kippur, really. It's a Kol Nidre. The rabbi says, well, I don't know what to do. Just bring him in here. Bring the dog in. It's a boxer with white, working as a receptionist, by the way, in a firm that just got the job. And the congregation is skeptical. What does it mean? So they put a talus on him anyways. He goes up to the Aron and he puts his front two paws on the Aron. And then he kind of gathers himself, sort of clears his throat, he purses his lips, and then he begins, Kol Nidre. And the room is silent. Everyone is overwhelmed with the emotion and the sensitivity and the technical precision with which he enunciates all the prayers. And people by the end of the service are weeping. They're overwhelmed. What a tremendous commentary. They've never heard such a thing. So the rabbi says, can we do chakras? Says, sure, chakras, most of the whole thing. Goes through everything, goes through the Hila, finishes the davening. The congregation is transformed. They've all done tshuva. They're going to be tremendously good Jews for coming here. And the committee of the board members come up and they say to the owner of the dog, listen, we love this Yom Kippur service, and we'd like to offer your dog a full-time position as chazan. And the guy says, I'm sorry, that's not going to be possible. And they say, well, why not? He says, well, he really has his heart set on medical school. So that one's more Jewish, but I think I like Dr. Singer's joke anyways. Okay, so back to Kasmuna. Here we go. Now, the style of her poetry is a very highly technical Arabic style called, I'll try this once, Muwashshashaha. My Arabic is terrible. It's just a little bit worse than my Urdu, and my Swahili. But this is considered, as I've read in the literature, an extremely complicated type of poetic style that the cognoscenti really enjoy, with detailed, rhyme and meter and so on. And we can only assume that it is as great as the poets and the scholars say. Now, the way that this poetess is described is, as I said, Kasmona the Jewess, and she is named as Bint Ismail. Sorry, it's Bint Ismail ibn Magdala. I might have a typo on this here. The daughter of Ismail of Baghdad. And one particular scholar named Bellamy argues that, in fact, when you look more closely at the literary evidence, it's quite possible that Bagdala was actually a misprint, and it was none other than Shmuel Hanakid, which is Samuel ibn Nagrela. An absolutely fascinating proposition, because Shmuel Hanagid, that's his Hebrew name as opposed to the Arabic, was one of the most famous Jews of the Spanish Golden Age, a tremendously towering figure of phenomenal importance. And if this was in fact his daughter, it opened up a whole new venue into what we know about the world of Iberian Jewry and about Jewish women in the Spanish lands. As we shall see, there's a lot of controversy over that particular assertion. It's far from clear that this is in fact her father, but it certainly does place her life within a royal context, a long rabbinic context, and in fact, a royal context. So before we go into it, let's just talk a little bit on why we know so little about her. The unfortunate reality is that women basically drop off the radar screen for almost all of Jewish history. We have some exceptional women who stand out in the biblical period. Of course, the foremothers, women like Zipporah, Moses' wife, and so on, with very few exceptions, like let's say Gloria, with very few exceptions, they always tend to be, living in the shadow of a male. Either their husband, their father, sometimes their sons, but they rarely stand out on their own. And the historiography, literature that we have, basically ignores women's history. And there are a lot of reasons for this. It's hard to believe that Jewish women were not so exceptional, since we know how exceptional they are even today. And I said that even when my wife left the room. She actually walked out of the room for a second there. But the fact is, Jewish women are so phenomenally powerful in the structure of Jewish life, particularly traditionally observant Jewish life. It's hard to imagine that their influence and leadership was not felt more dramatically throughout the ages. Why do we have such a small record of their activity? Part of this is because of the tropism of historiography, meaning the way that historiography works. Most of Western Jewish historiography, which follows non-Jewish historiography, tends to focus on leaders who stand out in the public eye. Judaism as a culture has always emphasized this idea of kol kvuda bas melech pnima. All the glory of the princess is within. This concept called tzniut, or hiddenness, which is considered a very positive value in Judaism, but does not translate very well into Western non-Jewish culture. There is this idea that in Judaism, the more valuable a thing it is, the more it should be withheld, the more that it should be closed off, modest. Like the classic example the rabbis often bring is the Torah scroll, which is not left out on display, open for everyone. It's closed up inside a mantle, behind a curtain, with a chain, inside a box, and it's only brought out at very special occasions of communal importance in which everyone has to show the correct level of deference to it. So Judaism as a culture has valued that level of selflessness, of voluntarism on the part of women, which often does not make it to the top of the charts when it comes to recording the historical events of the Jewish people. There's also some very strong patriarchal elements to Jewish culture, which tends to devalue women's activities in general and consider them second class. So one can really approach this with an apologetic, emphasizing the value of tzniut, the value of hiddenness, One can also point to the patriarchal structures which tend to, suppress women's activity. But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, we have very few women who have the kind of historical data describing their life from men. Looking specifically at the Iberian Peninsula at this period, women do figure in poetry. We'll look at a few female poets, but looking at women in poetry, they tend to occupy certain very classical roles or tropes, if you will. There's the trope of the coquette, the woman who is a tease, the woman who is leading men on, very libidinous and so on. And then there is the trope of the shrew, the overly talkative wife, the nagging wife, those kinds of things. And so you see those very prominently in the body of Arabic literature that appears from the Spanish Middle Ages. And as we shall see, actually, Casmuda's poems, even though we only have 2.5 of them, we just saw the first half, they really do stand out as being quite different. So part of the reason for this as well, according to Goitain, who was one of the greatest scholars of this period, is that women were largely excluded from the discourse, not only because of cultural norms, but because of linguistic norms. Judaism as a culture basically values Hebrew, with very few exceptions, considering perhaps Maimonides writing in Judeo-Arabic, or Samson Raphael Hirsch writing in German in the 19th century. Almost everything that's written in non-Jewish languages, non-Hebrew, tends to disappear. The Talmud may be another very big exception to that rule, written basically in Aramaic. But if you don't write in Hebrew, you're not writing in the lingua franca of the Jewish people. And you may find that Judeo-Persian or Yiddish or Ladino is really popular with a large population at a given point in time. But after a couple of hundred years, I'm thinking about the long arc of Jewish history, it will disappear. Unless it gets into a Hebrew translation, which is exactly what happened with Maimonides, for example. Nobody studies Maimonides in the original Judeo-Arabic nowadays. Only like really sophisticated scholars. Everyone else studies translations of Maimonides, because that's the language that we use forever. So women were largely excluded from formal education in Hebrew, particularly beyond, let's say, primary level, to be able to read the Siddur, for example, maybe Chumash. After that, they weren't given advanced rabbinic training. And so, therefore, their fluency in Hebrew was statistically quite a bit less than men. They didn't leave behind that kind of record, and they disappeared. But luckily, we have women like Carol Shapiro, who you may remember her from the lecture on Tabata. I was truly preparing for this lecture. I was kind of rushed. I was in New York a little while ago, and I saw Carol at the Touro College Library, and I said, "Listen, I got to give a lecture next week. I know a little bit about this person, but I really don't know much." I just wrote down the word Kasmona on a piece of paper, a little slip of paper. I said, "Could you please get me some information?" And she sent me like 20 articles. Amazing. So we have women like Ms. Shapiro, who is really helping us out today. Okay, now what's so special about Spanish Jewry? There is this golden age of Spanish Jewry, which scholars differ about the exact chronological parameters, but let's say basically from the 9th century to the 13th century, you have this tremendous effervescence, an explosion really, of Jewish culture in Spain. This is what creates Sepharad. This is what creates a cultural movement that persists 1,000 years later. There are people who call themselves Sephardic, even after they've been exiled for 500 years. It's primarily because of the activity that occurred in the Golden Age. It was the principal sociological reason for this tremendous explosion of Jewish activity, which is, by the way, kind of like the explosion of Jewish activity and creativity at the turn of the 20th century in Europe. When you looked at how does that joke go? When you look at the great minds of the turn of the 20th century who changed our nature, our understanding of society, like, for example, take the 4 top minds, right? You have Freud, Sigmund Freud, who changed the way we think about the unconscious, changed the way we think about ourselves. You have Albert Einstein, changed the way we think about reality, time, space, all that. Karl Marx changed the way we think about politics, distribution of wealth. And then you have, of course, Charles Darwin, who changed the way we think about the very origin of our human species. And as the joke goes, 3 of them are Jewish and 1 of them was wrong. Can't get away with these things. But I have 10 years, so I can say things like that. Okay, so what was special about Spanish Jewry? It was, first and foremost, a triangular culture, which is something that Jews did not experience for the vast majority of history. What do I mean by that? With the exception of the period when the Jews lived in their land, in the biblical period, Jews are always a minority in every other land. And they're almost always a minority in that binary relationship, meaning there is a massive population of, let's say, Christians, and then there's a Jewish minority. And there's a tiny little minority of, like, maybe non-sectarian Christians, things like that, but basically it's one big population and the Jews. Or in Muslim lands, one big population of Muslims and the Jews. The Jews constitute a single minority, and they don't have the plurality of the population to be able to assert themselves effectively in that environment. The Jews are always negotiating with a state power that's far larger than they are. And so Jewish culture, for most of these centuries we're talking about, tended to develop in an insular fashion, inward looking, developing mystical thought and internal Jewish ideas and so on. Spain, however, was quite different because Spain is a more or less 3-way split of 3 distinct populations: the Muslims, the Christians, and the Jews. And of course, for much of the really 600 years of history, they were contesting with each other for control of the peninsula. And as a result, because the Jews were not the only minority, and they could play themselves culturally and politically and even militarily against 2 other populations, they found they had a unique power base from which to express themselves in all of these various endeavors of human activity. And this is why in Spain, for example, you have tremendous Jewish statesmen. You have Jews who are generals of armies, as Jews, completely observant Jews, who are nevertheless leading armies. That hardly happens anywhere. The only place where you can see things like that is, let's say, in communist Russia with Leon Trotsky, and he's not exactly an observant Jew who ends up leading an army, but here you have traditionalist Jews very much at home in the Jewish community and also taking massive leadership positions in the culture as a whole. You have Jews who are very, very comfortable in the outside culture and in Hebrew culture simultaneously. You might think perhaps in America where there's something like that here, it's very difficult because we have, of course, democracy, which changes everything. But we also have this idea of, although this is largely a Christian country, we have very large minorities of non-Christians and of multiple types of Christians as well. So Jews have a unique amount of power in this country as well. But I'm going to say, you have the real Joseph model of leadership in Spain, just as we have in biblical Egypt, where the Jews can come in, and because of the conflict between Muslims and Christians, they can occupy a role that allows them to exercise leadership, typically in a viceroy fashion, that is unprecedented for most of Jewish history. So that's really when you have this flowering of Jewish culture. The most important of all of them is the man who is thought to possibly be Kasmuna's father, the famous Shmuel Hanagid, who lived from 993 to 1055. There's a lot of beautiful stories about his origins and his rise to power. Basically, that he was a small merchant, a spice merchant, who had tremendous literary prowess, and he was noticed by a serving girl for the king, and he was eventually promoted to become none other than the viceroy and the leader of the armies of Granada. It's a really fascinating story. I gave a lecture on it a couple of years ago if you look it up on the web. But what's interesting about him in our context, we know that he had 3 sons and an unnamed daughter, so it's not impossible that the daughter was Hasmuna. But he's also a tremendous poet, leaving behind nearly 2,000 poems to this day. So again, it reinforces the idea that he would have taught Kasmuna how to be a poetess. And he's also a rabbinic scholar, writing an introduction to the Talmud that is still published in Talmudic tractates today, called Hamavo, the Introduction, which is a masterful piece of research describing how the Talmud works on the document. If this is really Kasmuna's father, then we understand so much more about where she could have gotten these unusual talents and what it meant about Jewish leadership in the literary as well as politically. Anyways, let's go to her poems themselves. Okay, there's only 3 of them, 2 and a half, so I should certainly read them to you. We know that she lived in Granada in the 11th and the 12th century. That's again from this Arabic author who gives us this anthology. Her poems are written in Arabic. They're not written in Hebrew. The story that the brief descriptions in this Arabic anthology say that her poetry was so beautiful that it especially motivated her father to find a husband for her. That will actually be a fact of tremendous significance in trying to identify Kasmuna, whether or not he succeeded or whether or not he even tried, as we shall see. It appears that she never married. She may have died young. Let's look at the poems now and you'll get a sense for yourself. So here is the little introduction by the Al-Siyuti, who was the anthologist, writes, she looked in the mirror one day, right, Kasmuna. She looked in the mirror one day, seeing that she was beautiful and had reached the time of marriage, but that she was not getting married. She said, and here is her poem, I'll read it out loud. A garden whose harvest time has come. No harvester can be seen to extend a hand to you. Alas, youth passes and is wasted. She said, and is wasted, and you know for sure she's true. While one remains, I will not name him, who is alone. Now, what's troublesome about this poem, especially the last part? Someone else, right? What's going on? Who's this? I will not name him. So I found out in doing my research that apparently in Iberian Arabic poetry, it was very common for women to refer to themselves in the third person singular masculine. So when you read it with this weird convention you would never think of unless you read this strange article on Kasmuna, that I will not name myself who is alone. Right? Like, so here she is, she's describing herself like, you know, a garden in flower, ready to be harvested, ready to like start a married life, and yet no, where's the guy, where's my Bashert? He's not here, I am alone. So you can see a kind of a melancholy there, a beautiful kind of metaphor of the garden that's waiting for the gardener. So, and it's a very pretty poem. I'll show you another translation. This is a translation by a scholar named Nichols. Here's a translation by a woman named Gallego. Actually, I like this one better. I see a garden with ripe fruit, yet the gardener, it seems, will not stretch out his hands to it. How pitiful! Youth fleets by and is lost, and something I will not name remains lonely. So Gallego managed to kind of fudge the third-person masculine part, but again, it's expressing the desire to do what, you know, a typical Yiddish Mädler wants when she's in that stage of life. She wants to find her Bashert. She wants to, you know, like American girls have 1.1 children, which is basically like a child and a poodle. That's American. That was not very funny, but thank you for laughing anyways. But the idea here is that, so this is a sense of, let me show you the other poem that we have. So far we're 2/3 through her opus. This one, according to Al-Sayudi, is something that she thought of when she happened to see a deer in the woods. She saw a deer, and it inspired her to write this poem. Oh dear, you who graze constantly in the meadow, I resemble you in wildness and in blackness of the eye. Most of us are alone without a friend, and we heap blame always on the decree of fate. Another interesting, thought-provoking poem. Let's look at it a second. Obviously, the deer who's out in the meadows, she says that he resembles the deer both in wildness and being untamed, undomesticated, not being attached to a mate, and in blackness of the eye. What could that blackness of the eye possibly mean? I'm sorry? The surroundings, interesting. This is surprising. Very good. This is something that's super. Oh, Raphael, go ahead. Oh, that's pretty good. She's quite bright, isn't she? Yes, absolutely. This is something. This is why, for all of you watching on the internet, this is why you really have to learn foreign languages, because when in English we have certain words to say things that don't exist in other languages, but there are concepts that we don't even know exist because we have not found a word for them. So I had to figure this out. There's this word in Arabic called khawar. Khawar is considered a very beautiful characteristic which refers to the contrast between the dark iris and the white of the eye. Like when we only say in English, oh, he has beautiful eyes. Well, we can't say much more than that. But they have a unique word, khawar, and again, you think about Spanish Jewish women with dark eyes, presumably. The contrast between the dark iris and the white, the clear white eye, the outside of it, that's considered very beautiful. So she used khawar here to say, like the deer, which has a very black iris and a white eye. So I'm like you in this beautiful way. I found this fascinating. This is worth the whole lecture for me. Everybody can go home now. The second part here, this is Gallego's translation, the other scholar. O gazelle, which always grazes in a garden, I am comparable to you in loneliness and despair. We are both alone, without companion, but let us wait patiently for the decision of the Almighty Providence. So all of a sudden, this translation you can see is quite different. First of all, she skips over that whole khawar thing, which I think is so beautiful. I would keep that, but I'm not a translator. And look at the ending here. Let us wait patiently for the decision of Almighty Providence. Compare that to the other translation. We heap blame always in a decree of fate. Right? I mean, go ahead. So there is a famous commentary, I believe it's by the Rabbi, who says in Hebrew, show me a translator and I will show you a liar. Translations are always going to be, I mean, like the word here, I'm guessing, I don't know Arabic, but keep blame is the same as assign responsibility. So does assign responsibility mean keep blame, or does it mean wait patiently for the decision? I don't know. Still, because unfortunately I don't know Arabic, I'm relying on the scholarly translations that exist. These are two that I found. We nevertheless get a couple of things that are called. First of all, she has some belief in either Almighty Providence or in fate, right? Like it's something that happens in the stars or with Hashem, something like that. And we also see that kind of melancholy sadness coming through as well. She's waiting, no, where's my Bashir? And there's my Bashir with a question at the back. Oh, I should the guy who wants the voiceless fricative. We need that guy over here to tell us exactly what's next. Let me show you where I think you really see her personality emerge. When you compare her to, as Gallego did, to typical poetry of Arabic women of the period. This is hang on a second, I'll just show you these poems and I'll come back to you. So here we go. So James Manfred Nichols, who actually provided some of the translation, he says that there is this whole genre of women's poetry in Arabic, because then again, that was the vernacular. They were speaking Arabic. It was not so difficult for them to write Arabic, unlike Hebrew. And there's a lot of essentially love poems. And by the way, Shmuel HaNagid also wrote a tremendous amount of love poetry. Some of it is really quite heated, really erotic poetry. You can visit that lecture, you'll see I quote a couple of them there, and the ones that I didn't even include on the internet are even worse. But really, very hot poems. And her poetry is characterized, as he put it, by its delicacy and its melancholy. Lots of metaphors, not too graphic, and again evokes that kind of sadness, that tristesse, to use the French word, rather than some kind of more graphic. Also, the very common genre, which we find strange reading about in the 21st century, but the Iberian poets had a whole genre called ghost poetry, in which actually it's not so weird. It's like rap is like that, You ever listen to rap music? where it's all about, I'm so tough and I did this and I got that, I got into jail and I got out. So it's all like, you know, I know Rabbi's laughing. That's so they had that kind of genre of boast poetry. I beat that enemy of mine and he was so embarrassed and stuff like that. And Jews wrote that poetry too. Jews love that stuff. So it doesn't have the kind of narcissism that you see in a lot of the genres of poetry. And it does not have that coquettishness. She's not like, flaunting her youthful beauty and the effects it has on her male admirers. Check out these examples. So here's a poetess, a female poet named Walada, who wrote, "Worthy am I, by God, of the highest, and proudly I walk with head aloft. My cheek I give to my lover, and to those who wish them, I yield my kisses." Right? So that's like, it's very strong, very graphic, very sexual. But you won't see that in the few poems we have, because Muda was comparing herself to a deer, a loon, a garden, things like that. I mean, they're metaphors for relationships and for sexuality and for love, but they're very much more serious. Another example, Najshon from the 12th century. "I paid a poem with another. Tell me, by my soul, who is the better poet? If woman be my nature, my man is my poetry." Right? If woman be my nature, man is my poetry. And the Arabs as a culture, I mean, going all the way from Spain to Malaysia, worship Arabic as the ultimate language. Just like Jews with Hebrew, Arabic, even if your native language is, I don't know, Urdu, or, well, actually, Swahili is a good example. Your native language is East African dialects, you're going to try to imitate Arabic, and that turns into Swahili. I'm not sure if that's even close to true, but it's time for the talking dog joke, okay? The last talking dog joke. So let's do your question first. Talking dog joke. Okay, 3 talking dog jokes. Joseph, you're still awake. You're really awake. So it goes like this. There's an ad in the paper, dog for sale, $50. So a guy wants a dog, so he goes and he goes, finds a classified ad and goes to the door, knocks on the door. Dog answers the door. Boxer with a white patch in his eye. Dog says, "Can I help you?" He says, "What?" And he says, "Can I help you? Are you here about the ad for Talking Dog?" And the guy says, "I can't believe it. You talk. How do you talk?" He says, "Yeah, I know. It's a long story, but basically, before the fall of the Soviet Union, the CIA had a secret project where they genetically modified dogs and gave us special training, and the plan was to paratroop us in behind the Iron Curtain, befriend high Soviet leaders, and then once we learned state secrets, we would, run away and get across the border undetected, report to our handlers, and we'd be debriefed on everything." And what happened was, Reagan and Gorbachev and Glasnost, and all fell apart, and I was out of a job. And the guy says, "That's amazing. Where's your master? I want to buy you." He says, "He's in the back room." So he goes to the back room and sees the master. And he says, "I want to buy your dog." And the guy says, "Oh, great. Thank you." He says, "Okay, great. I have $50. He says, $50? No, let's just take him. You don't have to pay him. Don't have to pay him for anything. What are you talking about? He's an amazing dog. Why do you want to get rid of him?" He says, "Well, for one thing, he's a tremendous liar. Did he tell you that story about the CIA?" Okay, let's go on. So, okay, question, I'm sorry. Other than the last 50 years or so, do you think of any Jewish women who have been influenced in the world, in the arts? Are you kidding? We only have 15 minutes left, and I don't in politics. Gloria Steinem jumps ahead, Betty Friedan. I've done language for the last 50 years. Well, there are some very significant women. If we go back just in the headers of the lectures that I've given, there's a lot of early 20th century leaders. There's women like the founders of Hadassah, Henrietta Sold. There's the poetess who wrote the Colossus, Emma Goldman. There, give me your tire. There's of course the great Rosa Luxemburg, phenomenal socialist leader, very radical socialist leader. It's much easier to find people in the 19th century onward because of the impact of feminism. So if you take me back to the 17th century, then we have a hard time. Then we only dig up maybe half a dozen before we were really having a hard time. But 19th century, definitely tremendous amount of Jewish female leaders.
I was a leader on middle school. There was not one girl in that class. I don't know whether it was really my kids to go to the
I will recommend one book to you, and I'll take us back because I'm worried my jokes took us too much time. There's a brilliant book out there called The Breath of Life, Feminism in the American Jewish Community by Sylvia Barrett Fishman. She's one of the greatest scholars of American feminism. And she has written really quite persuasively about the impact of education on Jewish women in the last 100 years. Since, for example, Sarah Schinnerer, who founded the Beis Yaakov movement of schools for women. And she says that, most Jewish girls leaving at 12th grade Orthodox education, meaning they're 17, 18 years old, they have superior knowledge rabbis 50 years ago. And that's just typical graduates. There are two of them in this room right now who have, skills in Hebrew translation, tremendous amount of textual knowledge, tremendous amount of contextual historical knowledge, ritual knowledge that's literary, that they can write about and they can speak about and they can teach about. So we're living in very revolutionary times in which we have fundamentally altered the tectonic plates upon which our society rests by giving women that level of education. And now we're really in trouble. Okay, let's go right there. Okay, now, the connection to Shmuel ibn Agrela is problematic. The last argument for it, besides that possible misspelling of the name, is that Shmuel Hanagid lost a daughter, and he composed a poem as a eulogy. But it's somewhat problematic poem. According to what we know about his life, because he was, again, a very famous Jew of the period, his daughter died during a smallpox epidemic in 1044. And Shmuel Hanagid wrote a poem to his favorite son, Yehoseph, to whom he dedicated, maybe 500 of his poems or 300 of his poems, consoling him, his eldest son, on the death of his younger sister. It was not actually a eulogy for the sister. It was a poem consoling his son at the loss of his sister. And that's a little weird. Shmuel Hanagid, based on his poetic record, was not exactly the kind of person you would expect to give his daughter an advanced education. For example, in one of his poems, he writes, "My son," this is hard to believe, but part of this is within the genre. He says, "My son, beat your wife every day, lest you become a wife to your wife." So that's not exactly dripping with 20th century feminist ideology. That's kind of a nasty statement. And when you put together these two little bits, that he writes a poem to his son, consoling him on the loss of his sister, and he has these other poems that are definitely, decidedly not proto-feminist, it doesn't exactly fit the mold that we saw at the beginning of the father who's, playfully teaching his daughter how to write poetry. It's kind of like he's almost ignoring her. So you add that to a lot of the circumstantial evidence, the misspelling of the name, the problem with the dates, because the 15th century author believed that she lived a little bit later. It's not as plausible that she actually was Ibn Agrela's daughter. We also have a problem over whether or not he got her a husband. If you recall, that was the primary concern of her poems. The daughter of Shmuel Hanagid died apparently too young to marry, whereas the Kasmuna described in the Arabic anthology got a husband because she was such a great poetess. So to try and connect these two together, say, here's a moderately famous Jewish poet, and here's a famous Jewish political leader, it must be related. It's a bit of a historical stretch, and although it's appealing, it may not be possible to make that. So when we look at the legacy of this woman, and again, we spent the last 50 minutes really talking about 12 lines of poetry, all we know about her, and kind of little tidbits that were written 500 years after she died may not at all be true. It's not possible to say without doubt that she was the daughter of Shmuel Hamagid. Bellamy wrote an article saying, yes, she was. Gallego, we've seen her translations, say absolutely no. Another scholar, Garula, says maybe a descendant, because perhaps, the wealth and the power of that family might have carried on. But ultimately, if we can abandon that whole discussion, my question is, does it really matter? Here we have a tremendous literary treasure, a moment of the expression of a Jewish woman living sometime in the 11th century. She tells us what's important to her. She shows us how her approach to life is distinctive from other Arabic poets, women, Muslim women of the period. And all these things together just give us a tiny glimpse into the reality of life for women in the Iberian Peninsula, the Golden Age. So with that, I'm going to conclude. I want to thank you all for your endurance and your attention, and I look forward to seeing you next week when we talk about the Rashba. Now, thunderous applause, please, so that I don't have to add it to the track. Thank you very much. Okay, I hope you're all doing well. It's great to see you again. I hope you had a fantastic holiday with Yom Tov. I especially love those 3-day Yom Tovs. I mean, I wish we could have them one after another. I really do. They're fantastic. It's the fourth day when you have to come back to the real world that's very difficult. But otherwise, if I were to make my own religion, the only thing I would do is I would just make the holidays a little longer. At any rate, today's, by the way, I was able to do so much reading on Yehuda Levi. Not enough for this presentation, but nevertheless a lot that I really enjoyed. And I will, regale you with a lot of his poetry. And of course, we have to start tonight with the most famous, perhaps, of all pieces of medieval verse in Hebrew. We certainly have this famous poem. It's only a few lines, but I'd like to begin with it. Of course, you know what it is. Libi b'mizrach. My heart is in the east. Let me try and read it with a Sephardic accent. You'll forgive me, please. Libi b'mizrach v'anochi b'sof ma'arav. Ech et ama et asher ochal ve'ech ya'arav. Echa ashalem nedarai v'asarai b'chol Sion b'chevel Edom v'ani b'chevel Arav. Yakel be'enai azov choto Sfarad k'mo yakar be'enai ra'ot afrot bir nekarav. Now here's the English translation. My heart is in the east and I in the uttermost west. How can I find savor in food? How shall it be sweet to me? How shall I render my vows and my bonds while yet Zion lieth beneath the fetter of Edom and I in Arab chains? A light thing it would seem to me to leave all the good things of Spain, seeing how precious in mine eyes it is to behold the dust of the desolate sanctuary. But what he is expressing here, of course, is the famous lament, and he lived this in his own life. He's a person of tremendous fame and success in Spain, which was like the Brooklyn of the medieval world. I mean, it was like the center of the Jewish world, where all literature and all sophistication came there. Baghdad was already a distant dream, and now Spain was, Cordoba and Granada were places of great culture, and yet he longed for the backward, desolate sanctuary, the desert areas, the arid spaces of Jerusalem. And of course, as an older individual, he gave it all up, and he made his way to Jerusalem, where, according to new research that has come out of the Geniza Library. We know that he did actually make it to Eretz Israel, but he died within months of his arrival there. Nevertheless, this famous event, Nebim of Israel, Besop Maharav, my heart is in the east, meaning in Israel, and I am way out here in the far west, is the refrain that has through the last 800 years of all Jews who wish to make Aliyah to live properly in the land of Israel. So we're going to see how this is expressed in the great Yehuda Halevi's life over the next hour or so, and I hope you'll find this fascinating as I do. Let's begin, though, with some of our standard good and welfare for tonight. First of all, thank you to our sponsors. Once again, we are fortunate to have the generous sponsorship of Vic and Kathy Pressman, friends of mine, students of mine from Miami, who after Hurricane Irma sponsored 2 lectures, and thank them very much. We also got, I'm really excited because, we filled up all of the sponsorships for the fall semester, which is really nice, and people are still giving money. That's really amazing. You're getting these anonymous donations coming in, and I have the screen here, but I took this yesterday, and I got a couple more today, so we are right now at $9,998 for the scholarship fund. So would someone please give $2 just so we can get one more? Okay, good, thank you. We got $2. Can we have $2.50? No, that's great. Here it comes right now. Professor Levine, thank you. We have now made $10,000 with this donation. That's great. Okay, thank you. I will deposit it in the scholarship account after we're done. So, and I'll send an email to Rabbi Crook right away, the executive vice president, that we made $10,000 right here and now. But we can go further. Our goal is $100,000. Have at least a few weeks to make the other $90,000 up. Professor Levine, can I? Okay. So, anyways, that's really cool. Please do continue to give to our fund. Okay. Other really cool good and welfare thing. I'm very pleased that after an inordinate amount of time doing research and writing, my new book has finally appeared. Thank you very much. This is an advanced copy. We're going to have a book launch right here in this room on the 30th. You're all invited, of course. We'll have a regular lecture beforehand, and we'll have some, food and drink and things like that as well to celebrate the appearance of this book, which I hope will be useful for the scholarly world. It's a study of the Holocaust writings of a Hasidic rabbi named Koronis Thomas Shapiro, known as the Eish Kodesh, the Holy Fire, after the title of his work. And basically what I've done is I've taken his work and placed it in the immediate micro-history of the Warsaw Ghetto, which I believe sheds tremendous light on what he exactly said in his weekly sermons in the ghetto. I'll pass this around if you're curious to look at it. We'll have copies for sale, of course, at the book launch, and there are copies available on Amazon. There's a 20% discount for the pre-orders now, not on Amazon, but on CreateSpace. Yep, go to the website, you'll find all that. Okay, let's go to Yehuda Halevi then. Okay, so our major source for today, I read a ridiculous number of books for tonight's lecture, and sometimes when I read so many books, it always comes out in quite as fluid a lecture. Sometimes better when I kind of make it up as I go along, but nevertheless, I had a lot of fun. I especially enjoyed Hillel Halkin's excellent biography. Hillel Halkin, of course, is one of the great men of Israeli letters. He wrote fantastic biographies of Vladimir Jabotinsky, which we relied on last year, and his biography of Halevi is really a work of great poetry. I'd like to point out, he has a tremendous sense of humor. Let me show you the table of contents. Now, here it is. Contents, Yehuda Halevi, page 3. Appendices, page 315. Right? So it's really useful if you want to look up a particular chapter in his life. It's all in that first 300 pages. And then you have the appendices, which are useful reading. Then you have chronology at the end. But it's really well worth reading. There's a lot more material than I could possibly present in the scope of one lecture. I also like to point out this really interesting book, which has a certain amount of material on Yehuda Halevi's life, but it really is an interesting take on the entire period that we have been studying since the beginning of the semester. The Ornament of the World, which was a term used to describe Granada at its highest point. The subtitle is How Muslims, Jews, and Christians Created a Culture of Tolerance in Medieval Spain by Maria Rosa Menocal. She wrote and published this book in the summer of 2001, and it was in press when 9/11 occurred. And so she managed to squeeze in a little postscript at the end, a couple of pages, wondering if maybe she was being a little bit too, wearing too rose-tinted a lens when she was talking about the period that we're studying. And she has been, I think, she's been heavily criticized. I mean, just the subtitle, How Muslims, Jews, and Christians Created a Culture of Tolerance in Medieval Spain. It's hard to say all those words together after 9/11. I think the criticism directed her was I don't feel very good about that criticism, but I can see how she was sort of pushing a particular kind of image of the period. It's definitely a wonderful book to read. It may not really be top-end history as I study history and in my own personal approach, but it is a beautiful work of literature of how it ought to have been. And for that alone, just for the sigh, it's worth reading, and I really got a lot out of it. I enjoyed it tremendously. Basically, she gives about a 30, 40-page historical overview, and then she dives in with very vivid portraits of key individuals, many of whom we've studied, Shmuel Hanagid, for example, Yehuda Halevi, and others. So it's really worthwhile. Okay, very strong, by the way, on the role of Jews and Muslims in transmitting Greek wisdom to the Christian North, which we'll discuss later. Okay, that's enough good and welfare. Let's go straight to the material. One of the great dichotomies in medieval thought, as understood by most scholars of the 20th century, beginning with Rothschild at Harvard, was this concept that somehow Maimonides and Halevi were polar opposites. And as Hillel Hawken puts it, you can either be a Maimonidean or you can be a Halevian, but you can't really be both. You have to choose one or the other. So what is the difference? Maimonides, who we've studied in this room in the past, the great rationalist, the great, in some ways, ecumenicalist, because he believed that it's all about reason, it's all about contemplation, it's all about making the logical inferences one to the other, and theoretically, the possibility of human perfection is accessible to all human beings. Anyone who's willing to take the path of the philosopher, to reason and to move through the vagaries of logical deduction will eventually come to this great spiritual perfection. That's kind of a little bit of a caricature, but nevertheless a generally correct Maimonidean approach. Halevi, on the other hand, is the poet. Maimonides, to my knowledge, did not write any poetry. Halevi, although he is classified as a philosopher, we will, toward the end of this lecture, think about whether or not that's an appropriate term. Halevi was ultimately a poet, a professional poet, and he approached life poetically. He approached life as an artist. He approached the concept of human perfection as an art, something which is perhaps innate, essential, in the sense of being at the core of a person's identity, not necessarily related to the life of the mind alone, and perhaps not readily accessible to people who are not initiated prior to the pursuit of such perfection. So they're very different in their approaches. On the one hand, you have the thinker who is, kind of a generalist who is open to everyone, and on the other hand, you have a Levi who is like thinking about there are only certain people, Yechidei Segula, to use a Hebrew term, who are especially well positioned to take advantage of the breadth of human wisdom. So we will explore this question throughout today's lecture. Nevertheless, they're rough contemporaries. It's not at all impossible that Halevi may even have held the young Maimonides on his knee, because they did overlap very slightly in years. It's not that big a community. Halevi, of course, was already at the peak of his career, but Maimonides was from also quite a distinguished family, so it's not impossible that, at a bris or a simcha or something, he may have actually tweaked his cheek at one point, but nevertheless, they led very different lives afterwards. Okay, so let us do a little bit of the geopolitical context. What's going on in Spain at this time? You recall that we began the series in the Visigothic period of incredible persecution against the Jews, ends rather dramatically with the invasion of Spain from the Muslims in 711, and shortly thereafter, Spain is consolidated under an Umayyad rule, which is led by Abd al-Rahman I, the only surviving member of the Umayyads from Baghdad, who has gone as a refugee to Spain. And under his vision and his direction, really, he brings Spain up to a particular level of sophistication that is fantastic for Jews in particular. Unfortunately, Abd al-Rahman's kind of vision eventually declines in the 10th century, and we begin to see the seams of that culture of tolerance begin to fray. We spoke about it 10 years after the death of Shmuel Hanagid, the great pogrom that occurred in Granada. It was really a pogrom on a kind of a modern sense, with a popular uprising against Jews as a class, as a social caste. And we see more and more of this kind of violence, which of course would ultimately be expressed in the intolerance of the Inquisition and the expulsion. But the political nature of Spain at this point was beginning to fall apart. And it is in this chaos, as Muslim Spain is beginning to collapse, that the Jews find their voice, particularly people like Yuda Levi. This is known as the Taifa period, when the single Muslim rule that was evidenced by Abd al-Rahman falls apart, and there are many little kind of city-states. Granada becomes its own city-state, Cordoba is another city-state, and so on, and they are competing with each other. This is unfortunately followed by the darkest period, the invasion of the Berbers. They come in two flavors. I'm not exactly sure about the detailed differences between the Almoravids and the Almohads, but the basic idea to both of these Muslim invasions from North Africa, you recall we spoke about the Shmuel Hanagid. These are not Arabs, these are Africans who had converted to Islam, and they did not come with the kind of cultural sophistication and cosmopolitan ideologies of the Baghdadi image, or the Syrian image of a cosmopolitan Islam. They came with a much more rigid definition of Islam, and one of the things that puzzled them tremendously was the degree of tolerance that the Umayyads in Spain had shown for non-Muslims. As we discussed, non-Muslims are protected under Muslim law, particularly Jews and Christians, in some cases Zoroastrians, as dhimma, as people of the book. And they are granted special protections. They're allowed to observe their religion, certain symbolic discrimination, wearing certain colored clothing, and building their synagogues higher than mosques, things like that. But in general, they're granted a tremendous degree of toleration. Sometimes that it's surprising even for me when you read that. Like, for example, the degree to which Jews and Muslims and Christians would drink alcohol together. Alcohol, of course, being forbidden to Muslims. And nevertheless, drinking parties was perfectly accepted sort of cultural activity that was engaged in by multiple religious groups simultaneously in the Umayyad influenced Spain. The Almohads were saying, what is going on? These people are just like, they're out of control. So they opposed a far more rigid definition of the tolerance or intolerance of non-Muslims that eventually caused people like the Maimon family to flee and to try and find shelter elsewhere. In the case of Maimonides, of course, he made it to Fustat outside of Cairo, where he launched his career. Halevi and others managed to eke out an existence despite the new restrictions imposed by the Almohads, but eventually they too felt pressure, and the emigration was a concern. Here is a map that shows you some of the breakdowns of the various sites. It's hard to really pick any map for the period because the boundaries were shifted quite significantly. But in general, you have a Christian north and a Muslim south, and there's a lot of shifting boundaries in between. Over the period that we'll be studying, till the end of the semester, the Christians, of course, will push their way down, and eventually they will drive out the Muslims from the great citadel of Granada and the red fort known as the Alhambra, the foundations of which were laid by Shmuel Hanagid's son, Yosef. Now, let's just keep in mind how diverse the Spain is at this point. We have several different groups. We have what I just made up this term, old Muslims. These are the fans of the Umayyads. Remember, the Umayyads are like the Baghdadi Arab Muslims who think of Islam as this, cosmopolitan, tolerant kind of society and culture. You have the Berber Muslims. These are the Africans who are far less tolerant, coming out from the south. You have straightforward Christians and straightforward Jews. And then just to make it a little more complicated, you have the so-called Mozarabs, and these are Christians who have become thoroughly Arabicized, meaning they speak Arabic, they're comfortable in Arabic culture, but they are worshiping Christian values and so on, identifying as Christians. And you have the Muhaddar, who are Muslims in the north, who are Latinized, who understand Christian culture and live as minorities in Christian lands. And they're all kind of like sort of trying to eke out their existence, living alongside each other, sometimes quite difficult. Later, you will have the so-called, and these are derogatory terms, Moriscos and Marranos. Those are people who have outwardly disavowed their faith. Because the Moriscos, those are Muslims who pretend to become Christians, and Marranos, those are Jews who are pretending to become Christians, known more appropriately as crypto-Jews or conversos, and we'll talk about that in the next few weeks. So we're talking about a period of history in which there are many different ethnic identities, national identities, religious identities, quite fluid in the period. And the last thing that we have to recall is, of course, in 1095, everything becomes much more serious with the First Crusade. And this is, we'll speak about it in a second set of slides, but
What up, Happy?
Christian.
That's good. Happy, how'd you find out about me? Yeah. Come on, man. Who gave you the link? Happy, how's your day going? Happy. Yeah. I don't remember. Dog, who gave you the link to get me? Huh?
Attack on Islamic Israel, and Israel at that time was under the Muslims, you have really a geopolitical conflict that shakes the entire Mediterranean basin, and everyone feels threatened by the new level of hostility. So it's a period of tremendous change in the 12th century that we're talking about right now. Okay, so taken all together, is it possible to think about the book that we mentioned earlier, The Warning of the World, to speak of what's called convivencia, the coexistence, the period of living together? Menacolo was criticized for being a little bit too rosy about it. I think there's some value to that criticism, but perhaps it's overstated with the hindsight we have living in the current period we do. But we definitely have elements like, for example, here's the tomb of Ferdinand III, a Christian king who died in the 13th century, and his tomb is famously in four languages: in Latin, in Romance Castilian, in Arabic, and in Hebrew. And they're not simply transliterations of each other; they actually say different things. Like, for example, the Hebrew transcription actually uses the Hebrew names of the months, not the Christian names of the months, the Hebrew date, and so on, things like that. So it is, I think you still can make an argument for a period of tolerance among these cultures. The fact that the king himself would decorate his tomb with this multicultural statement is quite significant. Okay. enough background. Let us now look at Yehuda Levi's life. So he came from the north, possibly Toledo, but more likely the Christian town known as Tudela, which is in the Pyrenees region. Tudela is perhaps most famous for another medieval individual named Benjamin, one of the great medieval travelers who made it all the way out to the what would be today Russia, and he wrote about it quite a bit. So we have the travels of Benjamin of Tudela, not too much far away from this period of time. But he was a literate individual, well educated in Jewish subjects as well as secular subjects, and he made his way to the culture itself, to, as I mentioned earlier, the Brooklyn of the Iberian Peninsula, because that was where everything was happening. I'll smile about it again. And he hoped to attract the attention of some of the great poets living there. He succeeded. He especially made a splash on the Jewish scene when he engaged in a little bit of wordplay with the great poet Moses ibn Ezra. No relation to Abraham ibn Ezra that we'll speak about next week, but the senior poet of his era. And in a series of missives that were sent back and forth between some of these drinking parties, Halevi, in public, on the spot, composed some extremely clever verse that would take too long to explain exactly why it's clever in this audience, but by making word plays and numerical plays on how young he was and how he was seeking to find the patronage and shelter of the great poet Moses ibn Ezra, he was eventually charmed the elder scholar and was invited to his home. And in fact, I just had so many poems to choose from, but I thought I was not going to read this one. I decided I really should because it was so much fun. Let's see if I can find it right now. Maybe I will not make it. I will just. I have to be better prepared for these lectures. Okay, here it is. Yes, there it is. Years after this back and forth between Yehuda Levi and the senior poet, eventually Moses ibn Ezra writes to him, and Hillel Halkin rhymes it for us. Have him make haste, meaning he writes back to Yehuda Levi, who's in the drinking party. Have him make haste, no time to waste, to the grounds of my estate. There where flowers scent the bowers, he can rest and rusticate. Any good things, love's offerings at no expense, till satiate, and live within my spacious inn, no matter who else shuts the gate. Beautiful. Yeah, Moses ibn Ezra was a very significant poet, and Hillel Halkin is a translator of some skill as well. So he ended up, making his way into the center of literary society in Spain, in Jewish Spain, and he became a poet for hire. He wrote all kinds of poems, particularly for money and also for the art of it. You see, he's written, for example, a significant amount of what are called tribute poems. Like, for example, here's an epitaph, something that's written on a tombstone. Possibly he didn't even know for whom it was written, but he was hired to write this. This is a society that loves poetry, a society that values poetry, not like our society. This is where it's like, if you can imagine, calling up Brad Pitt and say, okay, I need something for the bar mitzvah. Could you please make a movie for me? We'll show it at the bar mitzvah. That would be the closest possible thing. Even that is crazy. Okay, here's the epitaph on a tombstone. Does the tear know whose cheek it runs down, or the heart by whom it is turned? It turns to its light that is now in the ground, and the ground knows not who has returned. Returned is a dear that town, who feared God and was upright and learned. And of course, it rhymes beautifully in the Hebrew. Here's another one. This is a wedding poem, right? Someone's making a big chasana. Call up the poet laureate of Spain. Come on by. Please recite a poem, and we'll give you who knows how many thousands of dollars. Leave what was, and this is at a wedding, okay? Leave what was and what will be, stick to what you plainly see. Every lad must hunt his lion, and each lass should keep her eye on for a young man. One look can bag him, and a single word may snag him. Yet when to a gem engaged is, God joins them in a rock of ages, whose bright rays light up the dark, and of this waste make heathens part. By two such souls we now stand blessed, as though by Levite and by priest. Yeah, beautiful. I mean, if you're not in love at that point, it's all over now. I'm sorry? It's for a chasana, for the actual wedding. You could say that before too. It would cost a little less, I think. But that's the idea. He's also, but that stuff is all really cool and we enjoy it. But what he's really known for, besides the emotional poems which we'll go to, is the influence of this amazing work by a Muslim known as Ibn Hazm, who is a philosopher who wrote a lot of books on a lot of really cool subjects, but the most famous of which, without doubt, is the neck ring of the dove. It's translated in different titles, but it makes it, always doves sometimes have a little neck ring, like it's slightly different color around the neck. And these are poems of love, very moving, powerful poems of love. And Ibn Hazm's work is seen very strongly in Yehud HaLevi's very intense love poetry. Here's one that I especially like. It's short, and I want to analyze it a little bit more with you. It's called Oprah. Yes, Oprah. They translate it as Oprah, but it's the same person. And who knows, she could be our next president. So we'll read that at the inauguration, right? Here we go. Now, I'll read it in English first, and then the Hebrew, and let's just look at the meter, because the meter is so clever. Oprah washes her garments in the waters of my tears, and spreadeth them out in the sunshine of her radiance. She demandeth no water of the fountains, having my two eyes, and no other sunshine than her beauty. Again, what's going on here? He's saying that he, as the unrequited lover, we don't know who Oprah is. Though Malcolm suggested it may have been a slave girl, an interesting kind of thought, but he's so taken with her, she is not interested. She says, my mom said, never marry a poet, look for a doctor. He became a doctor later, of course, but he says that, she doesn't have to wash her clothes because I cry over her so much that she can just use my tears. And drying her clothes, no worries. She is like the sun, and her radiance will dry them to beautiful metaphor. Now listen to the meter, which is just gorgeous. What's really beautiful about it is that the rhyme occurs in the first word of the following stanza. So you feel when you read it like you're just falling off and then caught, falling off and then caught. Listen to it. Ofra techapes et begadeha b'mei dim'i. ותשחטט לשמש צווארה, לא שאלה, ועינות עם שתי עיניים, ולא שמש יופי שערה. I wish I could express this better. The end of the line is b'mei, in the waters, and then the next line begins dim'i, of my tears. And the following line, it ends in shtei, with two, and the next line, the fourth line begins einai, with my eyes. So the rhyme is in the first word rather than in the last word, and it makes you feel like when you're in love and like you can't quite control what's happening to you, and you're like, everything seems like you're being carried along by forces greater than you can control, and you're just falling off into the arms of your beloved, so to speak. This is a religious college. We're going to be careful about how we talk about such things. Okay, but this is the feeling of Ibn Hazm translated into the Hebrew idiom and by a master of incredible proportions. So this is really the kind of work that he is doing. Ultimately, he ends up going into medicine like any good Jewish boy. The poetry, okay, he gets a lot of fame from it, but he's always schlepping from one symptom to another. What kind of a life is this? Medicine, you recall, at this point is not a very advanced science, basically just being literate is halfway there. This is doctors are generally not performing surgeries. They're more being kind of like lifestyle coaches. So they look at people's diet, they look at people's activities, and they prescribe, medicines, ground up herbs, and things like that. And so much of it is basically knowing herbology and knowing, what kind of herbs have what kind of impact on diet and things like that. So it's not the same kind of field that it would be later in the modern period, but nevertheless, that's what he ends up doing. So he ultimately makes more of a living as a doctor. He is an uninspired doctor. He feels badly about being involved in the profession at all. He feels like he's just kind of slid into it because, what else is a literate kid supposed to do? But he's not inspired by it. He's inspired by his poetry. He's inspired by ideas. He's inspired by the land of Israel. Those are the things that motivate him. Okay. We know a little bit about his family life. We don't know his name, and in fact, if you look very carefully at the schedule of lectures for this semester, there's one massive omission, and that is that we're not speaking about a single female character. I searched in vain to find any woman of significant stature that we could speak about her for any amount of time. There is one woman that I've spoken about in the past, a poet who is reputed to be the daughter of Shmuel Hanaki named Kasmuna. And I did not want to reprise that particular lecture because we only have about 8 lines of poetry that were attributed to her. So it's a really hard lecture to give. I'm proud of myself that I did give it. And I even got a Wikipedia article started on her that should be in Wikipedia, right? I mean, come on. How many medieval female Jewish poets do you know from the Spanish period? But it's hard to find a lot about women in this period. Similarly, Yehuda Halevi, we know he was married. It figured with some prominence in his later Aliyah to Israel. We don't know his wife. We know almost nothing about her. We know that he had at least one daughter that survived to adulthood and was married. But we know about her primarily through his son-in-law. We know that he had a son-in-law who married his daughter, but we don't know very much about her at all. We also know that she was a mother. Again, we know about that because we know about her son, Yehuda, who was the grandson of Yehuda Levi. By the way, the Sephardic custom allows children to be named after living relatives. The Ashkenazic tradition does not. We know that adult daughter married someone named Yitzhak ben Ezra, Ibn Ezra, who was a traveling companion, and most likely was the son of Abraham Ibn Ezra, who we'll speak about next week. There's some discussion about that in Earl Hopkins' book as well. It is possible as well that he lost one daughter in infancy. We read a poem translated by Earl Hopkins on that. You actually read a different translation. I think it was Peter Cole's translation. We know because Yehuda Levi wrote a funereal poem dedicated to a small female child, and it's written with such phenomenal pace and pathos that it's hard to imagine it's not written about his own child. Let's just have a quick look at that poem again. I'm only going to read it in Hebrew, in English, I'm sorry. We did last time when we looked at this in the context of an earlier lecture. We looked at the meter, but let's just hear the words of Yehuda Levi speaking about what appears to be his infant daughter who died at a young age. My child, had you forgotten the way to your own home, that your pallbearer strayed to the underworld's gloom, leaving me with, since you are not here to ask how you are, a grave's clods to kiss and your memory. Death has come between you and me. O daughter torn from her mother's wombs, what life have I left when, shake from my soul, she makes my tears flow like a spring from split stone? How can she be so changed, once white as the moon, and she now wears the earth as her bridal gown? It saw the sweets of her wedding feast. Bitter is my own misery, for death has come between you and me. Plucked like a flower before her time, she always will be before my eyes like a frontlet, like Tefillin. Were I to cry whole rivers for her, still she would lie a fallen star in the wormy pit, deep sepulchre, earth daunted. My child, there is no clemency, for death has come between you and me. Languishing, her mother's voice bereft I hear. Ah, let her be, she too breathes bitterly. Death scaled her walls and pierced her side, and drove her pride from its abode, and turned her joy into a dirge the day it ripped the vine she planted from her heart. What good, my child, does it cry to what good, my child, does it to cry your name? Your ears are deaf, and you are silenced utterly, for death has come between you and me. Alas, my child, you have laid me low. O mother, oh, you should not have had me if you meant to spurn me. And when my turn came to death's minion to wed me, and with dirt to wreathe me and cruelly leave me under doom's canopy, yet truly you did it not willingly, for death has come between you and me. You notice there, he switches the voice from himself as the father to the mother, and then to the child, the dead child, saying, you led me to death as my bridal canopy. And then finally, because this is Yehuda Levi, this is a great religious thinker, he adds, may he whose judgments none repeal, unseal your bonds and heal your sleep with angel song, and be not wroth with his own flock, and stop the plague that he sent forth, and comfort every heart for what it lost. And may you wake on the last day to light like dew, and rise in the arms of his mercy, for death has come between you and me. It's a very powerful and emotive poem, and you can feel the depth of his own sadness, the loss of his child. Okay. So, we will return to his family life momentarily. But to look at his thought now, because we've got a sense of what he was like as a poet, what we may be seeing happening here, and recall the kind of geopolitical context in which the Umayyad vision of a multicultural convivencia kind of environment begins to devolve into kind of cultural city-states in which people guard their ethnicities jealously and view other societies being fundamentally toxic. It seems that may be the trend that was happening in Yehuda Levi's thought as well. We see that most clearly in his most famous work, the Kuzari. You recall we discussed the Khazars with Chasta Ibn Shapir, which was clearly a major influence on Yehuda Levi in creating his great work, the Kuzari. Just as a very quick reminder, the Khazars were a well-known historical people who ruled in Eastern Europe, north of the Caspian Sea, for about 500 years. This is not a small or inconsequential civilization. The great Ukrainian historian Emelian Prinzak argues that Kiev itself was founded by Khazars. And if you go to Kiev, you'll see there is an area called the Jews' Gate, which is in the direction of Khazar regions. The Khazars appear as Jews in the Eastern European writings, the many other works. So there's no question that there was a big group of people there, very powerful, fought with the Russians, the Pechenegs, many other peoples, and then they kind of disappeared mysteriously sometime in the 13th century. They most likely assimilated into the large people of the region. They had some attachment to Judaism, which is a matter of extreme debate, really for the last 800 years. We don't know enough about how Jewish they were. We don't know if it was like a widespread, if it was only the top level society. There are some major scholars, such as Shaul Stampfer, that says that they weren't Jewish at all. It's just that we've been talking about it so long, we believe it because we've been talking about it for so long. So we're not going to solve any of those problems today. If you are curious, I do have a couple of lectures on the Chazars, standalone lectures. But for Yehuda Halevi, he saw the whole Chazar story as expressed in the Ibn Shaprut correspondence as a pretext for a much larger and more important discussion about Judaism and its place in the world. You recall that according to the letters exchanged between Chasdai ibn Shaprut and the purported king of the Chazars described their conversion to Judaism as a result of a multi-religious debate, where there were figures from various religious backgrounds who presented their case to the king, who ultimately decided to become Jewish. So Halevi took that starting point, and he describes in the Kuzari, which, by the way, the subtitle is significant, in defense of the despised faith. The word is psuya, which means insulted, derided, the looked down upon faith. So the king is troubled by this dream that he has frequently, in which God says to him in the dream that your intentions, your kavanah, is good, but your actions are not. Meaning, God is pleased that this King Joseph is well-meaning and wants to become pious and so on, but in reality, he's not doing the right thing in life. And Joseph is troubled by this, and so he reaches out to some other religions, and significantly a philosopher, really an Aristotelian, to ask him, what could this possibly mean? How is a person supposed to live his or her life? And he has these debates with these various characters, and most significantly, there is a Jewish figure, not a rabbi, a chaver. Chaver means like a learned individual, literally a friend, but in the Talmudic parlance, chaver means someone who is at a level of society that he is one of the collegium, he's one of the people who are really learned and part of society at the highest levels. And very early on in the Kuzari, the word, of course, Kuzari means the Chazarite, the person of Chazaria. The king says, that's it, well, I'm going to be Jewish. And then the rest of the book is all about aspects of Judaism as he explores them. Fascinating work in many ways. So there's so many different ways we can approach this. I'm just going to look at really two aspects of it. There's actually an entire book published by Adam Shear, Cambridge University Press, a big monster honker of a book, which is about how the Kuzari has been understood over the last 800 years. Not about what the Kuzari says, but about how it has been adapted for use by various political, religious ideologies for various ends, none of which may have actually corresponded to what Yehuda Halevi was personally intending. Anyway, one of the more controversial elements of it is where you see the contrast with Maimonides sharper than anywhere. Maimonides is all about the mind, and anybody who can think can climb the ladder of spiritual perfection. For Halevi, it's only really for Jews. Non-Jews can achieve great heights, but ultimately, this path to perfection for Yehuda Halevi is somehow in the blood, almost genetic. And many have championed this and have said, "Oh, he says it like it is. He's like he's talking about the chosen people without apologetics. He's speaking in a very forthright way to the king, saying, "Listen, king, you would do great to convert to Judaism, but in reality, it's going to take a few generations before you can really reach a high level. At your generation, not so much." And that's kind of shocking for us in the 21st century, especially when we read about his love poetry and things like that. We tend to think of these values kind of coming in a package, but they did not. Halevi is much more of an essentialist, much more of a saying that this is like an artist. An artist cannot be trained. An artist has the vision and inspiration within him or her, and then the craft is what allows him or her to develop it. But it's not something you can be trained. Here, be inspired. You can Picasso, be Michelangelo. It doesn't work like that. So this is a very sharp distinction between Maimonides and Halevi in particular. Secondly, very significantly, I mentioned that the hero protagonist is not a rabbi, but a chaver. So what exactly is the role of philosophy in Halevi's Kuzari? One of the most important figures early on in the book that is dealt with most significantly before he's finally pushed away is the Aristotelian. And that's really, that the Aristotelian is Maimonides' hero. He is very much enamored of Aristotle's thought. He refers to him as ha-philosoph, the philosopher. And for Halevi, that's his primary interlocutor, whom he has to demonstrate as being out of touch. To give one example, when the Chazar asks him, or the king asks the Chaver, like, who do you worship? And the expectation is that he would say, I worship the Almighty God, creator of heaven and earth, which is a very Aristotelian kind of thing to say, because it refers to God as the prime mover, God as the first origin of all existence. But instead he says, no, I worship the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, who took the Jews out of Egypt. A God of history, a God is particularly associated with the Jews, a God who intervenes in mundane affairs, not an Aristotelian God who walks away from creation, but a God who gets his hands dirty, so to speak, with creation. Very different kind of image of God that comes across here. It's quite likely that he originally wrote this book first as a polemic against the Karaites. We know from some of the Geniza correspondence that he had an earlier version that was circulating that he was faintly embarrassed about. But then in its maturity, some 10 years later, it's a much more well-developed work in which the other elements, a much broader approach is taken by the work as a whole. So we get a sense of, what exactly is the Kuzari? Is it a philosophical work? Is it a poetic cri de coeur? What kind of book is this? As I mentioned earlier, Adam Shear has written an entire book on how the Kuzari has been received. Very significant work. Naturally, just off the top of our heads and looking at the time, you could see how it would very much be appreciated by Zionists, not only because of his own life example in making Aliyah, but also because of the sort of integral vision, in sense of integral nationalist vision of the Jews having a unique destiny. Not one which is kind of like connected with the liberal values of tolerance and the expansion of a human civilization, but rather the unique destiny of the Jewish people as a body politic. So there's quite a bit to say about specifically how the Kuzari has been approached by scholars over generations. Let's go to the final chapter of his life. We mentioned earlier that crusades fundamentally altered the medieval world, and one may say, in fact, with a high degree of confidence that we're still living in a post-crusade era, that the hostility between Muslims and Christians, writ large, the Muslim civilization and Christian civilization, of which here in Brooklyn we are a part, we still feel the ramifications of this attack in the 11th.
Can you hear me? Yo, Joshua, how are you? Joshua, can you hear me? How was your day? What are your favorite things in the world? You like the Supremes? Yeah, well, fuck you. And the Supremes say fuck you too.
11th century. Basically, what was happening is that the Christianity is divided between two major groups. The Roman Catholics, over here in this kind of yellow color, the Orthodox, sometimes called Greek Orthodox, which are in this sort of like peachy color, and then of course Islam, Muslims, which are all across the southern part of the Mediterranean basin. The Roman Catholics and the Greek Orthodox don't get along. They have been fighting for quite some time, and after 1054 they have a major schism where they're really not getting along. But at the end of the century, the patriarch in Constantinople, which is the leader essentially of the Greek Orthodox Church, reaches out to Pope Urban II in Europe, the Roman Catholic leader, and says, we need some help because we're not getting free access for Orthodox Christians to visit the holy sites of Jerusalem, which are under Islam. This was a unique ecumenical moment where these two warring Christian factions got together.
How you living, man? How you? He was asking me a sex what's good in your neck of the woods, son? All right, do you feel like a man? I don't really care about that. I would rather just have the data remembered, like the time capsule of when it's created. I'm pretty sure I'll be remembered, but that's a great question. I don't necessarily do things to be remembered because it's up to the people who watch it whether they usually will remember me. I do it well. I do it from future families. I want them to remember me, but or at least how would I even put it? It's like before I even meet them, it's like a gift to them. So it's like more for people of the future who I've never met. Does that make sense? Excellent. Welcome, Mr. Queers. How are you? Taking eggs. How was your day? Anything? Are you ready for me? All right. Here we go. Sending you an invitation. Nice there. And what platform did you stream? I try to filter them to the Discord. I mean, I do get people to talk to me in the chat, but normally I can't see them because I have things on the screen. So I just say, but if I just go talk with them, they just
really want to talk to them, they do. It says it in the title of the stream where they can contact me, so I think that's pretty good. Thanks, Trevor. Okay, where do you do that? Okay, I put that, and I got people do that, especially with rock. Which is that? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Alright, Mr. Gray. Now, two. Reload. So, how much more human I'm 100% unified. Yeah, from north to Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as desert and a street from Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, and Disneyland. So she doesn't know what she's talking about. That's right. Heidi Bechtel. Right, she had a huge skin. That's right. Nice job, Mr. Aquarius. You and I win. All right, sweet dreams. That's switching to physical therapy tomorrow. There you go. Take care. For 4 years. Perhaps someday. Did you, when you did your stream, um, like a camping shoot, did you have issues with like connectivity or power or anything? Either. Yeah. Do you have Starlink? Does it work inside? Does it work inside? Okay. Does it work if it's cloudy? Sure. They wanted to approve my recommendation for the bankless volleyball. Okay, that's a great question. I would say, yeah, sure. I understand. I would start with the and Rambam is a personal favorite, so that's Maimonides. I'm a major learner, just in general. Uh, the Rishonim rabbis, so that's rabbis of like 100 years ago. So I would say that probably more modern ones who well, actually, I should say Rabbi Kiva as well. He was a sage of the Mishnah. Um, I would say that Yeah, so like Rambam, he in addition to being a rabbi was a philosopher, a legal codifier. So he wrote something called Mishnah Torah, which basically wanted to give people an easier way to understand the laws that are encoded in Torah. He was also a physician, so from a history perspective, I find him fascinating. He was born in Cordoba, Spain, and his mother died during uh, childbirth, died in childbirth. His father was a leading rabbi. The Muslims invaded Spain and basically kicked out all the Jews. So they moved to Morocco, then he moved to Egypt and was a physician there for like the caliphate, like basically not just Jewish people, but Muslim people as well. And I just find him to be fascinating because in addition to having all of those different hats anymore, he really gave us the 13 principles of faith, just like what it is to be Jew, everything from believing that God is one, or just really encoding that to believing in the revivification of the dead, believing in a messianic figure. These are all things that I just think that it was important of him to do in order to make things more codified and simpler for your average Jew. Moving into the modern period, Rabbi Samson Raphael Hirsch, he was a leader of modern Orthodoxy, integrating Torah with modern life. So basically, like Torah was like an ancient set of teachings, but around the Enlightenment, what we call in Judaism, the Halacha, we had the uh, issue that arose where we needed basic modernization, and so we helped to do that and create modern orthodoxy. I would say that some of the other modern rabbis who I respect, Rabbi Abraham Isaac Cook, he was the first rabbi of such Judea, uh, Samaria, and a philosopher of religious Zionism. Rabbi Joseph Soloveitchik is a key leader in modern Orthodoxy. And then moving into the modern age, there's Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, who was the Lubavitcher Rabbi, who died in 1994, so it's much more modern. But essentially, um, what these people would do is each in their generation be able to develop Judaism for the people of their time. So Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson set up a system where essentially emissaries would travel around the world in different cities and then towns of the world to set up essentially what are called kavahs and give Jews a way to be able to reconnect with their religion in an Orthodox manner. He also set up daily campaigns for the gun to fill in for maybe Jews who never put down to fill in or bring line, so to get into the practice. Rabbi Soloveitchik really used, I would say, media well and had modern interpretations of how we are to be Jews. And then even today, you can find rabbis on YouTube who I find interesting. Rabbi Joseph Mizrahi is one of them. He does a regular YouTube stream from wherever he's traveling in the world and answers questions. So basically, he answers questions from his community. So, like all of these men during their time had a certain goal, whether it was be to codify the law or whether it would be to modernize the law, or whether it would be to communicate letters with people, or eventually in the modern age where maybe they would do television or radio or even YouTube or social media. So I think each one of them in their own right has a role, and I find them all fascinating. 100%.
How are you, Tim? Oh, dude, yeah. Rick Sanchez, how'd you find out about me? Oh, hi. Okay, well, are you a fan of Haven? Okay. All right, very well. I don't memorize it. Everybody is kind of remember that. Okay, very well. How long have you been watching Haven, Rick Sanchez? Right. Very cool. So you've been a fan for a couple of years. In McDonald's. In McDonald's. If hey, if you wanna believe that, if yeah, in McDonald's specifically, if you want to believe that, look up Christine James. There's like a debate, a famous debate. I'm not very familiar with Rabbi Christine. I've heard this debate with some pastor, so I'll leave that up to other people's interpretation. That's not mainstream Jewish culture. Well, I'm not saying that it is. I've never been there. But if you actually, that's incorrect. I've known some Jews too, in the fast food um, franchises, but um, there are some questions that arise when this happens. We're not supposed to make money off things that are violations of Jewish law. So, like I knew a Jew who wasn't Orthodox who owned a um, franchise in McDonald's in Long Beach, but he wasn't Orthodox. So, if you're living an Orthodox life, you would not do that because they're mixing with nothing, and that's a prohibition. Everybody needs something. Rick Sanchez, what are your favorite things about I mean, David? Very well. Hey, did you find out about me from Twitch? Tight, tight. Okay, very well. Hey, how long have you been streaming on Twitch? No. For how long have you been streaming on Twitch? On Twitch. Pardon me. How long have you been on Twitch? Okay. And how frequently do you do it? Very well. What do you like so much about it? Okay, but what about it? What about it entertains you? Okay. Are you interested in streaming on Kick more often? Are you ever going to do YouTube? Why is that? That does happen. Yes, that does happen. Yeah, so that's common. So that's really around Pesach. So between essentially Purim, which is an early spring holiday, and Pesach, which is a spring holiday, we avoid having any kind of bread that would be leavened, and also included in this is anything that can be interpreted and pulled from an Ashkenazi perspective. So, Kiriya, and um, this would include things like corn, and because of that, with the corn syrup that's in modern Coca-Cola, we avoid drinking any kind of liquids that have or foods that have any kind of corn syrup in them. So around um, the spring, basically usually from March to April, the Coca-Cola company produces a type of Coca-Cola that is made with sugar cane, and you can finance the designated path. So that's the kind of Coca-Cola that we'll have at Passover. So, but for the remainder of the year, okay, I mean, you can buy, I mean, generally, all Coca-Cola is considered kosher. It's just the question of kosher for Pesach. You can buy it yourself, though. You don't have to be Jewish to buy the yellow cap Coca-Cola that's kosher for Pesach. So just anytime, just between basically March and April, go to the store and go buy yellow Coca-Cola, and you'll be able to have the same kind of Coca-Cola that any Orthodox Jew would. Well, it's something that's done. It's essentially pretty focused on Israel. Um, we have issues with many of the Christians have done to us. Blood Bible and there's the Inquisition, where Christians force Jews to convert to Christianity, and essentially we have to up that. And so um, we've been learning a lot of things, including um, poisoning wells and during the Black Plague and sacrificing children. And so we treat people, many times Christians, sometimes Muslim, um, we get that because of that. And let me just say this. In the same way, I get shit from Christians every single day. Well, they don't spit on me. Every day I get basically things to me. So basically, just the hatred that goes on in the world. If you're in New York, you get spit on as a Jew just for being Jews. So by Christians or just people all different. Uh, what's your next question? I know non-Jews. I've had good interaction with non-Jews. I wish that non-Jews sometimes would change their ways. But I understand it's the way in the world that there are Jews in that. I feel that they should change their ways. Yeah, sometimes. I mean, let's just take Christianity for instance. Like in my opinion, it doesn't make sense that they depends on your sect of Christianity, but they believe God died for 3 days. In my view, God doesn't die. I don't understand how you could live in a world where you think God would die. If God died, then I would live with God. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me. There's something in Christianity known as Catholicism known as the transubstantiation, where they believe that Jesus' body is the real body of the Eucharist, the Holy Wafer, and that his blood is the wine. And if you don't believe this, then you're not really believing the true tenets of Catholicism. That doesn't make sense to me. The idea that, like, even like 30 years ago, within the Roman Catholic Church, you like homosexuality was like wrong, and now like they've changed their opinions and they erased it. They're just like it's like not the same religion. It just keeps changing. And one of the things that I like about most aspects of Judaism is we do our best to maintain traditions and stay consistent. And what else? Uh, I mean, I really just wish that they would recognize that many people in Christianity would recognize the Trinity, would recognize that that's an aspect, maybe not exactly this, but close to polytheism. And I don't think that aspect of about it. I believe in one God. I don't even know what that is, but at least I'm fairly certain that it's not someone who died 2,000 years ago. Because if you can kill God, then it's really God. Then it's deicide. So those are some aspects that I don't like about it. I mean, there are some aspects that that we share commonly that we that I respect. That at least up until maybe like 50 years ago, having large family was important. Sanctity of life to some extent was important. Um, Aspects like loving were important for treating others the way that you would be treated. Those are all Jewish interpretations that have been either shared or borrowed by Christianity. So there are some things that I like about it, but there are other aspects that I don't. So I wish statutes that they create can be interpreted as either worship. Some issues with saints can be interpreted as either worship. And I think if they heard what I had to say, they'll just regenerate. They would say they would recognize that a lot of the aspects are perhaps moving away from what is a common or towards their beliefs, which is monotheism. Okay, I mean, cool story, bro. I mean, we all have our different interpretations, and that's me. I just don't think God could die. If God dies, then he did not die. And we don't consider them God. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we'll take both of them. To the Black Israelites, they're welcome to believe whatever they want to believe, just like everybody else. I embrace the idea of B'nai Israel, which are the Ethiopian Jews. I'm fascinated with them, as a Jews are, that they were able to have basically unchanged form of the Torah that was discovered in the 20th century, and that they essentially like very good chance that they were either one of the 12 tribes or were in exile after the destruction of the Second Temple around 70 I also find it very interesting as well that they had preserved the type of iconic system like the priesthood, and that their version, their Torah scrolls, were exactly the same as what we have in Sephardic Judaism and Judaism. Um, and I see them as other rabbis have interpreted as our cousins, basically, and welcome them back to Israel. And I know that there have been some issues with the blending of them in society or the assimilation of them within Israeli culture. But I really feel that we should embrace them. And I think it's really interesting as well. If you study colonialism of Africa, that the Ethiopians were one of the few countries that was never enslaved. And so basically they were able to preserve the Ethiopian Jews specifically were able to preserve their religiosity for 2,000 years. And while it's not exactly what we have in today's Judaism, it's very similar. And thus, like they're as welcome as any other Jew within society. You get them. Absolutely. while he's looking for those, to anybody watching this, either on live stream or if you are interested in learning more about Judaism, I highly recommend, I mentioned previously. Hey Winter, how you living, crap? What's going on, son? Oh, dog, you love it. You fucking love it. You're my biggest fucking fan, aren't you, dog? Yeah. Yeah, dude. Yo, Winter, you're my biggest fan, dog. Dog, you love it. You fucking love it, dog. You love my clips. Yo, dog, you love my clips. I'm going to tell you what, Winter, he's been talking about how big of a fan he is of mine and how much he loves my clips. That's not like reality. So I created these robots. That's how you found out about me. That clip people's gigs. And obviously Winter did not like that. And so we had to bark at each other like two, like 100%. Yeah. But I put in the title to follow me on YouTube and dream like this. So those are reasons. As I was saying though, anyone who's interested in learning more about Judaism, particularly Orthodox Judaism, should watch Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi's streams on YouTube. They're fascinating. I love them. I watch them as often as I can. And then also what I love and what I've been doing is watching Professor Abramson streams. So you can find this just under Professor Abramson's stream on YouTube. And I made a playlist of like 700 his YouTube lectures that he has. His name is Professor Henry Abramson. He is the head of history department at Touro College, now Touro University in New York, and also they have a branch in Florida. And he has fascinating lectures on everything from like daily kosher living to the history of Jews in Portugal, in Italy, and in the Levant, and in the New World, and just our histories of people. So that's what I like to watch in my free time. I've got it on right now. You can actually see it. That's what plays.
It totally energized you.
So I highly recommend those. If anybody wants to learn more about Judaism. And yeah, so thanks for that. Love it. Well, this is a good question. So it would just be rabbis, it should be all Jews. So we have a law that essentially we don't charge interest to other Jews. However, Christians have the same law that you don't charge interest to other Christians. So these are common within the religious bodies that they have. So how do we get around that? We have things like the Free Loan Society, which allows you to get the loan from an organization without interest. There's Interest-Free Loan Society. The reason why, one of the reasons why we've been kicked out of some of the countries is because we as Jews were able to make loans when Christians could not. And so we would charge certain tax rates, or certain interest rates, I should say. But then eventually the leaders of the country would not like that we were essentially creating debt, and they would kick us out of the country. So that would essentially eviscerate or eliminate all of the interest that was owed. That's one of the reasons why Jews have been hated so much for thousands of years. And I can tell you that I know many Jews who do pay interest to bodies that are not Jewish owned. But if it is Jewish owned, then there's an argument to be made that we do not charge interest to another Jew. Just as Christians are not supposed to charge interest to other Christians. The reason why Jews became money lenders in medieval society was because Christians could not loan them interest, so they had to find somebody else outside of their religion who could charge them. But this is not just something for rabbis, this is for all Jews. To follow up on that, but Christians can charge Jews interest and corporations can charge Jews interest. It's just if we are loaning to another Jew, we are not to charge interest. Excellent question.
Is there anything Jewish religion similar to Christian religion? Is there anything rejecting pursuit of money, pursuit of greed,
So, yeah, there certainly is. We see money as a way to separate themselves as people. Specifically, if you're a young person, there are teachings that there are three ways to essentially succeed in society. One is coming from a good family. Two would be to have a lot of money. And three is to be a forest master. And those are basically the three ways that traditionally have been able to become successful. Now, we see wealth as a blessing. So, especially in Torah, wealth is seen as a blessing. So, we see God as the being that gives us wealth, which gives us power. And we see our patriarchs, specifically like Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They were wealthy, but they didn't necessarily start off wealthy. They took time. And their stories and the basis of the stories are early accumulation of wealth. Now, there are dangers of making money as the ultimate goal. So, like, there's a saying, the more property that you have, the more money you have. There's the idea, I think, that hip hop, more money, more problems. It's kind of the same idea. And too much focus on possessions and consumer persons. And then we talk about like who's rich. In, at the culmination of your life, it's not how much money you necessarily have, it's who people is happy with what they have. And so those are aspects of wealth that tend to have or beliefs on aspects as well. when it comes to business dealings, it's really important that we're honest in business, particularly with our neighbors. So one of the things that we want to make sure that we do is conduct ourselves, especially in our business affairs, faithfully. And wealth that's pursued through dishonesty or exploitation, many times it's jumping the gun. It's really a balance, I would say, and at least in the teachings that I've had, somewhere in terms of livelihood, it's it's considered a command or a mitzvah because that allows a person to support their family. I would say as well, this balance is something that we shouldn't let overwhelm us. So we have other commandments, and those are, like, for instance, to pray, to act in kindness, have family life, study Torah. So Eddie, who's Muslim, knows the importance um, of Ishmael within um, Muslim teachings. So we as Jews take our ancestry with Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and Muslims take theirs through a descendant of Abraham, Ishmael. So basically, we're all sons of Abraham, and are a branch of Judaism that happened about 2,000 years ago. And so we all have the same father. We all are branches of it. So in the question of who do Jews like more Christian, we both see them as not practicing the correct religion. But I could say that amongst Jews as well. Jews don't consider Judaism or Judaism or other types of Judaism to be the correct way, so to speak. So I just would say that they at their heart, they're good in everyone. They just need their teachings changed slightly. And we are all the sons of Abraham. We have that commonality. And I personally, when I just talk to people, love people to recognize that we have so many things in common that to fret over these small differences in our religions isn't always that beneficial to us. That we all have the same types of desires. We all like to raise generally raise good families and have good meals, and we all like to at least give some type of thanks to whatever which we believe. And it doesn't have to be Hashem, it doesn't have to be Allah, it doesn't have to be whatever you want it to be. Even secular people have appreciation many times for the animals that give their life. They are perhaps an omnivore, but people are vegetarian and vegan have appreciation for the people who make the meals and being with people they love. Those are all commonalities that we have. I can get into why one group is better than the other. See, Christians and Muslims are brothers religiously. They may have strayed, and I'd like to see them back to mother religion. Whether they want to do that or not, that's up to them. But the reality as well, I can be challenged on my beliefs as any rabbi or any imam in Islam or any priest or pastor in Christianity. When we're asked, well, how do you know that you're better than everybody else or what your belief is right? We don't know. And in reality, there's some humility that we all must have. Nobody really knows. Nobody really knows anything. And I know that imams believe they're monotheists and Muslim, and there's Sunni or Shia Muslim. You can have Roman Catholic priests, Orthodox priests, or Protestant pastors. None of us know. And if anything, we're all agnostic. And we all recognize that. When I say agnostic, that just means that you don't know. Even people who are secular or atheists who say there is no God or God's not good, we don't know. You don't know. And if we recognize that, I think it would give us all a lot more humility. So to answer the question, I think of Christians and Muslims equally. I recognize, though, at the end of the day, nobody knows, so we're all kind of on the same place. I hope that answers the good question. Let me add one thing to this, though, actually, to that question. Believe it or not, we are, as Jews, permitted to pray in a mosque, but we are not permitted to enter any church. So, if anything, I would say probably the scale slides in favor of Islam slightly, at least in terms of where we can pray. And the reason behind that is generally Muslims don't have images of God. They don't have images, certainly of Muhammad. They don't have statues and types of arguably idols that you find in a Christian house of worship. So traditionally, as Jews, if we were, let's say, in a foreign land and we needed somewhere to pray, we're permitted to pray within a mosque, while we're not permitted to pray within a church. We even enter a church. So, if anything, I think that the majority of Orthodox Jews would probably say, at least from a practical standpoint, we would side more with Islam than we would Christianity. do this winter now. I bet they're here to tell me how much they like to cook something for them. What a winter food. Yeah. Winter, did you like the cook that I made for you? You want me to give you a chance to talk? Here we go, Winter. I'm going to give you a chance to talk. I want you to charge up. Give me everything you got. Tell me anything you want, big dog. But before I do so, I'm going to just read what your profile says. It says, now me gain up all those glory. The world is mine, the world cannot hit me, take it slowly. Happy days can come in and out, said so. Anyway, you that enough, the world and dogs stand around me. Here we go, Pimp. Everybody, it's the one, the only Winter. What's going on, Pimp?
That's good. Subscribe to Sabros, follow Sabros on Twitch. It's good.
Absolutely.
On my channel just to link to your streaming content.
No, you loved it. You love it. You love it, dog. There we go. Excellent, excellent person there. I hope he has a very successful stream. He's one of the biggest streamers of all time. All right, friends. Those are really great questions. I'm going to continue watching Jewish history. David, I hope you have a wonderful stream. And you guys have any other questions? What up, man?
None of your clips were actually any good. None of your clips make any fucking sense.
No, of course they don't. It's a bot that literally just puts random shit. You think I'm watching your shit? Fuck no, man. I'm here answering questions on Jesus. If anybody ever has any questions that I'm not here and not able to take them, I do have a section of my Discord that says Ask Rabbi Anything. Feel free to ask me whatever you want. I will answer your question in a timely fashion, usually within 24 to 48 hours or so. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak with the audience of Abrams and Rick Sanchez. Shout out to Rick Sanchez. Hope everybody's just having a really good night. Hope you guys all have a really great week ahead. Thank you for that. And again, if you ever want to watch Jewish history lectures, I highly recommend Professor Henry Abramson from Touro University. All you have to do is just look up his. He's henryabramson.com, but also just you can YouTube him, Henry Abramson. Find out his content. He does a lot of traveling in the world to many different locations, so that's fascinating. And then really for some really great content, check out Rabbi Yosef Mizrahi. His content is Yosef Mizrahi on YouTube, and it's a great website. Shout out to Winter. Winter, you got some really great content, dog. Everybody loves it. Everybody was just in there saying how much they love your content and how they all found out about you and how those clips I made. So shout out to you, man. It's amazing. You want to talk again? Winter, you want to talk again? You want to talk again, Winter? All right, Winter, here we go, big dog. Here's your chance.
The bot from my channel.
Yo, Pimp, what up, Pimp? What's going on?
Remove the bot from my channel. I don't want it on my channel.
Oh, I didn't know that. All right. In due time, son. In due time. Winter, truthfully, Winter, if I could, I will. But it literally doesn't discriminate and sends it to everybody. So there's nothing I can really do about that. But I hope you have a really wonderful day. I hope you enjoyed the clips that I made. And I just want you to know you're going to be famous someday. So just enjoy it. All right, here we go.
Because all of a sudden people could like unite under a single banner, follow the cross to Jerusalem, and rescue Jerusalem from the infidel. It was like a tremendously sticky message, to use the kind of metaphor that Mark marketers use. It just made sense. It was like, we use the word crusade today to refer to like great epic causes, missions, right? So it comes from this particular period. The word crusade, of course, comes from the word croix or cross in French. So we make their word down there, and there are two things that are important for us in our context today. One is that some of the one thing is that the attack on Muslims is incredibly brutal and bloody. Horrible massacres of Muslims in Israel and in Jerusalem, in particular, that were felt throughout the Muslim world, and slaughter of Jews as well, especially in areas like the Rhineland, the Ashkenazic territories, where some crusaders said, "Why should we schlep all the way to Jerusalem when we have infidels living here in our backyard?" So the period of tremendous violence directed against non-Christians as a whole. What am I missing here? All right, just a second. Sorry, I'm missing the words in the rest of it. Right. So what happens during this period of tremendous conflict between Muslims and Christians that's only getting worse over the course of the 11th century? And you'll recall, by the way, that this is only the first crusade. There were many, many crusades that extended over the next 200 years. They kept on getting wiped out of Israel, and then they'd come back again, and so it's a lot of back and forth. This is really a war that went on for centuries.
I know what they were going to say. They want to say, "Quit bonding you." And I want to say back to them, I don't have any control over you. It bonds in the street.
Rabbi, after considerable debate, says, "You know what? This is no place for me. I have to go to Israel." Of all the craziest places to go during the Crusades, to go and leave a safe, cosmopolitan, wealthy home in Spain and make your way to Israel was really mind-boggling. And nevertheless, it was the inevitable result of his thinking. I mean,
Everybody follow
the idea of Israel being a home up.
Everybody follow home winter.
It's capable of this thought. Look at some of these things that he's written. He would frequently dream of Israel. "Your dwellings, Lord, are places of love, and your nearness is clear as things seen, not guessed of. My dream took me to your temple's mount to sing. God's lovely worship behind my offering with their libations. And around me swirled thick smoke and ministrations, sweet to my ears, of Levites at their stations."
Oh, God.
Having those recurring dreams of making.
You will have to do this.
Some of which he realized was rather absurd. Like, for example, in this famous poem, I won't read the whole thing, but he says, "A man in your 50s, and you would still be young? Soon your life will have flown like a bird from a branch.
Everybody check out Old Winter Berry on Twitch.
And crave the service of men. And run after the many, and shun the one, from whom the multitudes of all things come. And laze about instead of setting out on your true way. And for a mess of pottage, sell your immortal part. Has your soul not had enough? Why then yield each day with lust? Leave its counsel for gods, put the 5 senses aside, and make amends to your Maker before your last days rush away. Don't pretend you have to seek to know His will or wait for all grace. Will, but to do it. Be bold as a panther, swift as a deer. Fear not the open sea. Though mountains of waves crest and crash, and hands shake like rags in a gale, and shipless speech carpenters quail, and crews leap to the task, and in dismay stagger back, trapped in an ocean where nowhere to flee, while the sails flap and crack, and the deck creaks and groans, and the wind whips the water into haystack-high bales. One day it towers like bricks, and the next it's flat as a field. I just go reading. I gotta stop though. He wrote quite a few poems, by the way, about his fear of the sea. He was greatly terrified of, traveling, which was a dangerous proposition.
There he is.
And it appears frequently in his poetry, almost as frequently as when he writes about.
I love you, Winter.
He's giving up.
I love you,
Spain
Winter.
To go to this backward, desolate, dry place full of violence. What ends up happening? He leaves.
I help everybody.
His son-in-law
Most of me, most of me.
and he
Anybody
leaves
who
behind
touched the
plus
Lord
his
is
wife.
free.
We don't know much about it. He leaves behind his daughter and his grandson Yehuda, And he makes his way across the Mediterranean basin where he lands in Alexandria in the month of May. And then he gets stuck there. And for 800 years, we didn't know what happened. We know he made it to Alexandria. We didn't know he made it to Jerusalem. We don't know what happened to him. There was a legend that he made it to Jerusalem.
Winter, are you ready?
He got there and he saw the Holy
Winter,
Temple,
what's
the
up,
ruins of
man?
the temple. He bowed down and kissed the stones of the ground. And as he was
we
bowed
love you,
down,
dog.
the
You're
hooves
the
of
man.
a mountain barrier.
We're gonna
Some
make you a
versions have it as an
trillionaire,
Arab,
dog. Shout
other
out to
versions have
Winter.
it as a
Everybody
Christian
follow
crusader.
Winter.
Trampled to death. He dies there until his beloved Jerusalem. But it was a legend. We don't know what happened.
You're the man.
Luckily,
Everybody
we have
loves
kind
you.
of
You're
amazingly in the last
You're an all-star,
40
dog.
odd years. We
Everybody
do know
loves
what
you.
happened, more or less.
Everybody's gonna love you.
In Cairo, Geniza
Everybody's gonna
preserved
love you.
several key
Everybody's
letters
gonna love you.
between Yehuda Levi and
You're a
his
pimp.
Spanish colleagues.
Everybody
And
loves
we
you.
know that he actually
You're
made
one
it
of
to
the
Jerusalem.
all-time
We know
best,
he ended
dog.
up stuck in Alexandria from May
Come on
until
back, man.
November.
When's we can play this game?
May to November.
After about a week, you might annoy me.
September, okay,
I could
spring.
do this all
He ended there far too long. Stayed there way too long.
Yo, dog.
Because he had phenomenal hospitality.
You're
Everybody in Alexandria loved his poetry. They wanted him to stay. And it was like the last bit of temptation because he was surrounded by people who respected him and respected his poetry, wanted to hear more of it. And he really had difficulty tearing himself away from these new patrons who viewed him as like this rare celebrity who come all the way from Spain to him. But eventually he tore himself away, possibly because he received a letter that his grandson Yehuda was coming after him. And he said, oh my gosh, I can't let, there's a lot of, what exactly was thinking? One idea was I can't let Yehuda make this dangerous trip, and I'm not going to be there. I'm going to be here in Alexandria. At any rate, he forced himself. He left, most likely alone, without his traveling companion, his son-in-law Yitzhak, and a close friend and servant. Also, not entirely sure why his servant is there with him, but it appears that Yitzhak had decided to leave Yehuda Levi's wife. And this bit of unfortunate shalom bias difficulty also was something that was dragging against Yehuda Levi because he's thinking, oh my gosh, my daughter has already given up her father, and she's given up her husband. She doesn't realize that her husband is not coming home, and if she has to give up her son as well, it will be crushing. So he says, I have to follow through. I can't die here in Alexandria. He makes his way to Jerusalem, and then 3 weeks later, a letter is sent from Alexandria, which refers to Yehuda Levi. 3 months later, with 3 key letters after his name: Zion Tzadi Lamed, Zecher Tzaddik Livracha, of blessed memory. So these 3 letters indicate that he died in Israel after he left. How exactly he died, we don't know. There have been sightings of his grave, but these sightings are not reliable, and medieval graves in general are hard to attribute nowadays. It could well have been the legend of being trampled under the hooves of a warrior's horse was in fact the end.
Winter, you can talk.
Fundamentally.
Winter, you can talk.
At any rate, I'm very grateful for the attention you've given this topic, and I thank you as always, and I look forward to seeing you next week. Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for watching this lecture. I hope you enjoyed it. I really have a lot of time.
Winter.
I just want to make a couple of last comments. First of all,
Winter.
our anytime leader,
Winter, you want to talk? Winter, go ahead. Winter, your Twitch channel. Yo, Winter, your Twitch channel isn't linked. What's your Twitch channel? What's your shout out to O Snow Bros. O Snow Bros. Yo, dog. Yo, can you spell that? Spell it. Spell it. Is it Snow Bros?
Tonight's presentation is, sorry, I'm so fascinated by Ibn Ezra.
How do you spell it?
It's amazing. I have given 3 lectures now on
Is
Ibn
it
Ezra.
Snow Bros?
Every time I do the research for a presentation on him, I say, oh my gosh, I'm missing so much. I go back and do more. And in fact, every time I go back and do more, I learn so much about this individual. He really is a phenomenal player in the intellectual history of the Jewish people. That is quite a complicated scene. So I'm hoping that you'll enjoy it as much as I will. But in response to some of the people on the internet who asked for a joke, I will tell you a joke now. It's possible that I may cut it out of the internet version. You can check later. I'll judge by how
Just
well
chill it, baby.
This is, I
Just
think,
chill it,
one of
baby.
those quintessential Jewish jokes that captures a certain
I'm
element
just
of unique Jewish
Doug,
culture
give me
that can't adequately be translated into other cultures.
Have you seen it on anybody
And
else's?
the punchline, you'll see what I mean. So the joke goes like this. It's a little bit of it's got some black humor to it. So
I'm trying to.
the older woman with
Oh,
her
Snow Bros.
grandchild, and
Oh,
they're visiting
Snow
Miami
Bros.
Beach. Walking along the seashore, and it's beautiful, and the sun is shining, and the waves are rolling in, and then there's somehow a heaviness in the air, and a silence,
find
and the
it?
birds fly away.
Ravens, did you
And all of
find
a
it?
sudden, the woman looks out and she sees that the water is rushing away from the shoreline. So she's never seen that before. And her young child, her young grandchild, was running far into where the riptide was, as it were, and standing quite far out. And all of a sudden, of course, the pretty route, Dr. Rabbi, it's a tsunami, and water comes rushing back and envelops the child, and God forbid, takes him out to sea. And the mother is left, the grandmother is left there, completely bereft, broken. And she falls to her knees and she raises her hands to heaven and says, you know, Shalom, you know what I have gone through in my life. You know what I have sacrificed. You know I've always kept your Torah and your intro to my way of life. And now this, will you sweep away my grandchild into the ocean? No, it cannot be. Protest. Bring this child back to me because you know I have been a loyal servant all my life. And there's a rumbling in the clouds, and there's lightning far off, and all of a sudden
it's
sea comes back, and the child flies out of the waves and deposited straight at her feet. And she picks him up and she looks him all over, and he's okay, he's fine. And she looks up to the stars and she says, "You had a hat." All right, there's something Jewish about that joke.
Is it?
Yeah, I don't know if I should tell this joke. Anyways, okay. Now, a lot of people also complain on the internet.
Yeah.
How come it takes you so long?
Winter, calm down. Calm down. Is it O, and then the letter S, N-O-W-B-R-O-S? Is it? No one can find it. No one can find your channel. No one can find your channel. We're trying to find it. We're trying to find it, son. We're trying to find it. Oh, dude. Shit. Winter. Is it O? O, Snow Bros? Dog, look what happens when I put in O, Snow Bros. Look at what happened. Nothing shows. O, Snow Bros? Is it O Snow Bros? Dog, is it O Snow Bros? I don't even think it's a dog. You're not even a streamer. That's what. And it's telling me it's doing its job. O Snow Bros. O Snow Bros. O. What? Is it the letter O? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I found it now. Wait, you were live yesterday? You have 18. Well, now I found it. Okay, no drama. Do not feed trolls and no toxicity. We're very Mary Jane. Dog, I love this shit. We're very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. That shit's tight. That's tight. If you know what I mean. Don't be a narc. Bullying, racist, homophobic, or derogatory comments. Be respectful and courteous. Respect the mods. If they tell you to stop, stop. If you disagree, it's beyond my power at that point. No trash talking, disrespecting other streamers. Learn to leave it in the game. No spamming. No political discussions. Please keep this a safe space for all. The Ghost enjoys gaming with you guys. They'll allow you to game once a week. No more chat spamming if you can join. You will be muted from chat. Have fun. Be your best self. Just try not to be Lil Gremlin. We stream every day, baby. Usually in the afternoon to midnight. That's in between the time frame of 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. New York and Jamaica Eastern Time. Yo, oh Snow, why does it say that you were live yesterday? Are you going to stream today? Dude, stream again and I'll click your shit. All right, we'll start streaming. I can't do it if you're not streaming, son. Just stream. Just stream. Good. That's what I want, dog. This is content, baby. This is gold. Winter, we love you, dog. Winter, you want to be friends? Let's be best friends. Winter, let's be best friends. I love all the shit that you love. I love Michael Jackson. I love Michael Jordan. What number did Michael Jordan wear? He wore 4 numbers, dog. He wore 4 numbers. What were the 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore? Dude, it's a Michael Jordan trivia. No, Michael Jordan wore the number 23. He wore the number 45. People don't know this. I like Michael Jordan, and I'm teaching you something about you. Hey, I'm teaching you about Michael Jordan. Okay, he wore. It's in your profile. Oh, Snow Bro, are you Oh Snow Bro? Hold on. Are you Oh Snow Bro? Is this you, Oh Snow Bro? Oh yeah, so that is you. So it says we're very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, and Michael Jordan friends. What are you talking about? You don't like Michael Jordan. It says in your profile, we're very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. What am I missing here? It says Michael Jordan friendly. Okay, so I'm asking you, what 4 numbers did Michael Jordan wear? What other Michael Jordan are you talking about in your profile? Dog, I'm reading You want me to read it again? Here we go. Rules. No drama. Do not be trolls and no toxicity. We're very Mary Jane, Michael Jordan, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. If you know what I mean. That you like Michael Jordan in the 1990s Bulls? What four numbers did Michael Jordan wear over the course of his career? Why does it say Michael Jordan in your profile? Okay, so Michael Jordan wore number 23. Now, do you want to hear why? Do you want to know why Michael Jordan wore the numbers he wore? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? Why don't you start streaming so I can clip you? It says that you stream every day, and you didn't stream today. It says last live yesterday. You have 18 followers. I'm gonna up that, baby. I'll get you 36 followers today. Just start streaming. All you need to do is start streaming, baby. Baby. All you need to do is start streaming. Baby. All you need to do is start streaming. Winter, are we best friends? Are we best friends? Dog, I love Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan. I love Michael Jordan, dog. Do you know what four numbers Michael Jordan wore? I can't do it, baby. I can't do it. I've been doing this for 3.5 years. You can't even stream today, son. You can't even stream today, son. Dog, all day long. I love this. You have no idea. This brings me joy. This brings me inner joy. Let's talk Michael Jordan. Let's talk Michael Jordan. I love this. Winter, you're one of my favorite people I've ever met on the internet, dog. I love you. I can't believe we're such good friends. Dog, I can't believe we're such good friends. Dog, I can't believe we're such good friends. Are we best friends now? Are we best friends? Do you like the Supremes? Are we best friends? Are we best friends? Dog, are we best friends? That's my question for you. Winter, that's my question for you. Winter, are we best friends? 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 Are we best friends? Winter, are we best friends? Are we best friends? Okay. That's absolutely true. Okay, we're best friends. We're best friends. Winter, are we best friends? Are we best friends? You obviously do. Doug, I'm looking right through your head. Winter, I'm looking right through your head, baby. Winter, red free, baby. Red free. Big dog. Red free, baby. Red free. Winter, are we best friends? 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 Winter, we're the best. Winter, I can't believe how much you love me. Winter, you love me so much. Winter, you love me. Winter, when are you gonna start streaming, son? When are you gonna start streaming? Winter, when are you gonna start streaming? Winter, we're waiting for you to stream. We're waiting for you to stream. Winter. Winter, are we best friends? When are you gonna start streaming? Winter, what? Winter, can you please start streaming so I can clip you? Winter, please start streaming so I can clip you. Winter, please start streaming so I can clip you. That's so funny. Oh, tight. You don't even have to be streaming to clip you. Dog, I'll just clip you all fucking day because I love you, Winter. Everybody loves you. Winter, you're the man. Winter, I can't believe we're such good friends. Like, truthfully, maybe.
Easy it is to report that shit.
Oh,
I'm just telling them to stop fucking doing the bullshit that you're doing on the small viewers, and it makes no fucking sense.
we're just trying to get you. We're just trying to get you some influence, dog.
I don't know if you're fucking influence, dog. I can hear it myself. I don't need help from you or any other chance we can hear.
Do you like Michael Jordan? Exactly. Winter, we're gonna make you a trillionaire. Winter, Winter, are we best friends now? Have you calmed down? Are we good friends now? Do you want to be Winter? Do you want to be Winter? Do you want to be pen pals?
No, not really.
Oh, but maybe
No.
Winter. I love you, man. I love you. I love your tenacity. I love everything about you. Winter, Winter. I love everything about you. Everything. I love your tenacity. I love your fortitude. I love your drive. Winter, Winter, you got that dog in you. I love it, dog. You're amazing. Winter, Winter, you're amazing. Winter, Winter, you're amazing. Winter. Thank you, dog. I heard you the first time. Thank you. Are we best friends now? Are we best friends? Did we just become best friends? Winter, did we just become best friends?
No, the fuck we did.
Why not?
Because you're a piece of shit. Some people love it. You said you're the first time. Why do you keep asking me dumb questions?
Do you want to know what four numbers Michael Jordan wore during his career?
That's what the fuck I want.
Why do you say you like Michael Jordan? Five.
I like weed. I smoke weed. I do drugs.
That's tight.
The only thing I'm talking about.
Okay.
Shut the fuck up about my Jordan.
It's in your profile.
I don't give a fuck what's in my profile. I already explained myself to you, and you're still being a fucking retard.
Okay, so let's get down to brass tacks. Are we best friends?
Fuck you, the best tax. I'm not your friend.
Okay, no, I didn't say friend. I said best friend.
I am not your best friend.
Why not? Why aren't we? Why are we best friends?
Just the fuck up. I am not your best friend.
Winter, did you like the clip?
No, I did not like the clip.
Why not?
And now we're sitting in front of trouble because we are even further and it's not really working. I can just remember the clip. It's so easy.
Winter.
I can also encourage you guys for doing this shit. It's so easy.
Okay, do it. You don't think I
So
did?
please continue.
Johnson's of a Counts band today. Winter, thank you so much for being such a good friend. Thank you so much for being such a good friend. Winter, thank you so much for being such a good friend. You want
I'm
to,
not your friend.
right? We're best friends.
We're not best friends.
You're the bestest of friends, dog. It's like I'm Michael Jackson, and you are like Michael Jordan. We are just fucking dominating the '90s. Winter, thank you so much for being best friends with me. Yeah, this is actually they teach you this the first day of joining the side. They teach you all these comebacks. Here's a good one. Cool story, bro. That's a great one. Here's another one. I know you are, but what am I? That's another good one. Some of my other favorite ones though are we're best friends. Winter, we're best friends. We are the bestest of friends. Winter, I'm wearing you down. I'm wearing you down to the point where we're gonna start doing dual streams together. We're best friends, man. We're best friends. Stop. Stop. Winter. Winter next stream. Winter next stream. I've been doing this for 3.5 years, dog. I'll do it for another 3.5 years. and have one more viewer than had previously. Winter, are we best friends? Winter, are we best friends? Winter, when did we become best friends? Like, at what moment did you know we were best friends? I'll wait. No, Doc, we're best friends. We're not just friends, we're best friends. What do you like about Michael Jackson? What do you like about Michael Jackson? Why not? I'm going to read your about to everybody once again. It says, rules, no drama, do not feed trolls, and no toxicity. That's what you're doing right now. You're feeding me. I'm eating that shit up like pudding. Here we go. We're very Mary Jane, Michael Jordan, very Mary Jane, Michael Jackson, Michael Jordan friendly. If you know what I mean. What do you mean by if you know what I mean? 100%. That's 100. No, you're 100% right. 1,000% right. Dog. But we just became best friends. And I want to know at what point during our conversation did you think that we became best friends? Because I'll tell you, it was when we were talking about Michael Jordan. And I was like, do you know, Doug, do you know the 4 numbers? Dog, do you know the 4 numbers that Michael Jordan wore on the course of his career? Dog, are we best friends? 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 Yes or no? Are we best friends? Yes or no? Are we best friends? 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 Black girls didn't make up clapping. Clapping's been around forever. Are we best friends? Are we best friends? Are we best friends? I love you too, dog. I love you. I love you, Winter. Winter, I can't wait till you stream. I'm gonna be. Can you mod me? Can you mod me? Winter, can you mod me? Winter, can you mod me? Winter, you love me. You fucking love me. Dog, nobody else would give you this much time. No one else would give you this much time. You love me. Winter, you love me. You know it. You know it. Winter, you love me. You love me. Winter, you love me. You love me. You love me so much that you let me live rent free in your head. You let me live rent free in your head. And I appreciate that. Winter, thank you. Winter, what's your favorite Michael Jackson song? Winter, what's your favorite Michael Jackson song? Winter, I just asked you a question. What's your favorite Michael Jackson song? That's cool, dog. I want everybody out there to know that I'm amazing. You can follow me on YouTube and on Discord and everywhere else. Dog. Also, Winter and I are best friends. I want everybody to know that Winter and I are best friends. Winter, at what point will you at least send me the Winter? Will you at least send me the video that you're gonna post? Because I'm a pimp with a big dick. Winter, at what point did you decide that we were best friends? I'll wait. No, I'm asking you a question and I'm waiting for an answer. At what point during our conversation did you decide that we were best friends? At what point, John? At what point? I can hear you loudly and clearly, baby. At what point during our conversation? I know, we're best friends. That's the key. We're not just friends, we're best friends. Winter. They love me, you love me. We're best friends, baby. Winter, we're best friends. Winter, we're best friends. Winter, we're best friends. At what point did you decide that we were best friends? That's all I want to know. I know, we're best friends. We went from not knowing each other straight to best friends. It's very rare. Dog, I got time too, baby. I'm going to do this for another time. Yeah. I stop it every 12 hours, but I stay in the Discord 24 hours. Oh, that's what we want, man. More people hear you, especially if they're my best friend. Winter, you do all this because somebody clipped your stream? You wild, son. How many times have I ever clipped your stream? How many times have I ever clipped your stream? I'm asking you a question. How many times have I ever clipped your stream? Are we best friends? I think we are. Now, at what point during that conversation did we become? I'm going to clip it even harder. I'm going to sit there all fucking day and just clip. Yo, Doug, do you like Michael Jackson? 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 Are we best friends? Do you like Michael Jackson? 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 Dog, do you like Michael Jackson? Because let me just point you this way. You're Michael Jackson, and I'm Bubbles, the chimpanzee. Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? Do you know who Bubbles? You know who Bubbles the chimpanzee? Do you know who Bubbles the chimpanzee is? 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 You're Michael Jackson, Bubbles the chimpanzee. This is the concept. You bought me an extra seat. This is wonderful. Winter, I love you, man. I love you. I love your tenacity. Doug, you're amazing. You're amazing. You're amazing. Everybody loves you. Winter, everybody loves you. You love me. You just said I love you. These words just came out of your mouth. I love you. You just said, I love you. I just heard 3 words come out of your mouth. I love you. I love you. Doug, this is the best content I've ever had. This is fire content, Doug. Winter, do you know what 4 numbers Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? Dog, do you know what numbers Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? Dog, do you know what numbers Michael Jordan wore over the course of his career? This is fire content, dog. I've never had better content. This is the best, dog. This is the best. This is the best. I've never had better content. This is the best 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 content. We're best friends. Winter, Rabbi. We are best fucking friends, dog. Best friends. Best friends. Dog. We're best friends. We're best friends. Best friends. Not just friends. Best friends. We are best friends. Dog. We are best friends. We are best friends. Do you love me? Do you love me? Do you love me? Winter, do you love me? Do you love me? Winter, this is the best. I've never had a better time with anyone in my entire life. This is the best. This is the best. I love you. This is the best, most fire content anyone's ever had in the history of humankind. This is wonderful. I love it. You love it. Everybody loves it. I can't believe we're best friends. We are best friends. Dog. Thank you so much for being one of my best friends. Thanks, dog. Thanks. Thanks, baby. Thanks. I like it. I like this is the remix of Go Fuck Yourself. This is the remix. There you go. I like the remix more. But that's cool, dog. That's cool. So are we best friends now? Winter. Winter, are we best friends? Winter. Are we best friends? And if so, during what aspect of our discussion did you have the realization that we were best friends? Now, are we best friends? Are we best friends? Did you have to clear yourself because you had cum in it? Hey, dog, did you have to clear your throat because you had cum in it? Dog, are we best friends? Are we best friends, dog? Dog, here's my question. Here's my question. Are we best friends now? Winter, you love me. Winter, do you know what the mere exposure effect is? You're showing it right now, dog. I'm living rent free in your fucking head. Winter, mere exposure effect. Mere exposure effect. Mere exposure effect. Mere exposure effect. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Best friend. Winter and Rabbi are best friends. 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 Yo, what up, Haven? Winter, are we best friends now? Winter. Every day I want you in here. Winter, I never want you to leave. Is he? Winter, do you love me? Winter, do you love me? Winter, do you like the Supremes? Winter, do you like the Supremes? Winter, do you like the Supremes? 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 Are we best friends? Are we best friends? Are we best friends? Are we best friends? Oh, don't talk about that. Are we best friends? Are we best friends? No. Are we best friends? Are we best friends? Are we best friends? No, you don't. Okay. Are we best friends? 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 No, I don't let people say that I do that. It was all cool until you want to bring up untrue things, and that's not true. We can play all you want, but I'm not going to sit here and make a class. So keep talking all you want. I'm going to watch Professor Henry Gibson. Oh, it was good. It was very good. I love it. I love it.
It's hard to say what you did.
Exactly. All right. So we're going to let him do that until he wears himself out.
To get to the material. So the material tonight is about Avraham ibn Ezra, one of the most famous of the Andalusian poets, and a great commentary on the Bible, and also a phenomenal scientist, as we shall see. Tonight, the new stuff that I haven't done in the previous classes is going to be primarily on his astrology, which is absolutely fascinating. I was really spellbound by it. Let's just do a little bit more of the delay stuff, the good and welfare that we have to explain. What's going on? First of all, thank you to our sponsor. This is Phil Boded, Arkansas. You'll recall he's sponsored classes in the past. He's actually I believe he's a major in the U.S. Army, and he prefers to remain anonymous. He's a big fan of these lectures. He used the term Phil Boded, meaning like a Chayal Boded, a lone soldier, because in honor, obviously, of my son, who is a lone soldier in Israel. And he wishes us the best of Shana Tova for more online programs. Also important, good and welfare. Next week in this room, we have the book launch of my new book, which I'm really very proud of. It is a historical analysis of the Holocaust writings of Rabbi Colonist Kalman Shapiro, the Eish Kodesh, also known as the Piaseczna Rebbe. This is an absolutely amazing story of spiritual courage in the Holocaust, and I look forward very much to sharing it with you in this room. We will have some food, and we'll have some music, and we'll have an opportunity to speak about his tremendous heroism. And by the way, this week, around the world, it's amazing the surge of interest in this 20th century master. I went to an event on Saturday night. There's an event tomorrow night in Williamsburg. There's a major event in Heichal Shlomo Yerushalayim on Wednesday night. And of course, our event here next Monday night. These are all surrounding the Yortzeit, or the death anniversary of the Rebbe, which, based on German records of the massacres in the camp known as Travniki, and a few witnesses who claim to have seen him killed, he was either killed on tomorrow or tonight, really, either Dalet Cheshvan or Hey Cheshvan. But we don't know for absolutely sure which day he was killed, but it was at this time. It's the 74th year since his murder, and it's a great honor to be able to speak about him Monday night. Also kind of cool, we won't talk about it too much tonight, but the Sephardic lectures have actually been getting a tremendous amount of attention. I'm really pleased, and I've been asked to lead a tour to Spain and Portugal this summer. So we're going to go, see, here's mine, I put a big arrow with the word yay over here. It's on the Douro River. We're going to sail from Lisbon into mainland Spain, and to take a lot of stops along the way, and it's going to be a really fantastic deluxe trip. I'll send you more stuff on the internet about what it is, but I think it'll be a really amazing opportunity to learn about this history in situ, as opposed to here in the holy city of Brooklyn. Okay. Let's go over one more detail about tonight's lecture. Thank you to Dr. Shlomo Sella, who is my major source for today, my major news source beyond what I've used in previous lectures. Some amazing monographic studies of Ibn Ezra's science, which is way above my head. Even though it's like 800 years old, it's still science that's hard for me to understand. But it is fascinating, especially the unique nexus of the Hebraic content of his science and the history of Jews in the transmission of Greek and Arabic culture into the Western European world. Most of the new material in this class really comes from his amazing work. I highly recommend his studies. They're absolutely fascinating. Okay, so let's begin with what we know about Avraham ibn Ezra. He is a very close contemporary of Yehuda HaLevi, we spoke about last week, and in fact, they were related by marriage. Beautiful Hebrew term, I'm sure most of you are familiar with this term, mechutan, or Mechudi, which means the one with which I am related through marriage. From Chatuna is marriage. In Hebrew, Chassan is groom. And we don't have this word in English, like people like the parents of my sons-in-law are my mechutanim. I have a relationship with them, even though there's no blood relationship. So he was mechuti to Yehuda Halevi. Ibn Ezra's son married Yehuda Halevi's daughter. We saw last week how poorly that ended when Yitzchak ben Abraham, Ibn Ezra, decided to leave his wife and stay in Egypt rather than go back to Spain. It ended even worse, as we shall see shortly. He eventually ended up converting to Islam, which was, to use the Arabic word ashanda at the time. But we'll speak about that in due time. But Abraham, the father, was, like Yehuda Levi, came from the Christian north, most likely from Tudela, the same town as Yehuda Levi. And then he made his way to southern Spain, to Cordova and possibly Granada as well. He was then driven out of the region in the 1140s with the Almohad invasion. You recall we spoke about these two groups of Berber Muslims who come up from the south, and they impose an altogether more rigid Orthodox interpretation of Islam upon the much more cosmopolitan and tolerant Andalusian Muslim culture. When I say Orthodox in this sense, I mean not the Jewish Orthodox, which in Brooklyn is of course synonymous with very good, superlative, excellent, things like that. So in this sense, Orthodox in the sense of orthos, doxos, one way, meaning my way, or the highway. So they were very, very strict. They did not agree with the Andalusian tolerance of drinking alcohol, which is itself forbidden to Muslims, but also drinking alcohol with Christians and Jews, tolerance of Jews in high positions of authority, like we used to look at Shmuel Hanagid and other factor figures like that. And so there was a period of intense persecution where the Jews who had enjoyed up until this point, until the 1140s, a relatively secure existence. They were driven out of southern Spain. A large number went to the Christian
One
north,
thing I did not understand
over the
was
Pyrenees into what was France. Others, like the Maimon family, with their son Moses, moved their way across North Africa and to Egypt. And in the case of Ezra, he made his way to Italy, and then to France, and then ultimately to England, where he most likely passed away.
I'm going to watch his
Ironically, although he was a very gifted poet, and I would like to read you some of his poetry momentarily, and that's kind of like the way in which so many of these Andalusian Jews made their fame. He really came into his own in his 50s when he was in exile, when he was forced to stop communicating in an Arabic cultural environment and had to translate much of his knowledge into a Jewish environment in Europe where they did not have access to Arabic learning. And he had to begin to express himself much more extensively in Hebrew, which turned out to be, ironically, the very linguistic fact that saved much of his knowledge. So let's get a sense of his poetic sense, of his poetic sensibility, because that's where he started from intellectually. And you'll also get a feel for his unique personality, quite acerbic. Actually, it's ironic I should tell you that joke about the tsunami, because it really is like an Ezra-esque kind of joke. That's a great word, Ezra-esque. I just have to say it faster so it sounds like I didn't plan and make it up. Ibn Ezra-esque. Ibn Ezra-esque. All right, okay, here we go. Here is a poem that is really exemplary of his poetry of exile, describing his feelings after having been exiled from Spain. Lament for Andalusian Jewry. This is, by the way, the brilliant translations of Peter Cole. Calamity came upon Spain from the skies, and my eyes poured forth their streams of tears. I am known like an owl for the town of Lucena, where exile dwelled, guiltless and strong, for 1,070 years unchanged, because the Andalusian Jews believed that they had originally come with the exiles from Jerusalem. So 1,070 years means, since the exile from the destruction of the temple in the first century. Until the day that she was expelled, leaving her like a widow, forlorn, deprived of the scriptures and the books of the law, and as the house of prayer took folly in. Some men murdered, and others sought shelter. For this I weep and mourning wail, if only my head were a fountain of water. I shaved my head and bitterly keen for Seville's martyrs and sons who were taken, as daughters were forced into strangeness of faith. Cordoba's ruined like the desolate sea, its nobles and sages have perished among it. There are no Jews left in Jaén, Mallorca, Malaga, and Almeria. All traces of life are gone, and those who survived were beaten down. For this I wail in my grief and mourn, for they have melted away like water. For, this is a hard one, for Sidi Massa, I groan in distress. City of sages, whose light barred darkness, its pillar of Talmud was toppled and broken. Its Mishnah was trampled, cursed, and crushed. The upright were slaughtered, and no one was spared. Fez was raised, and its brethren butchered. Telmes and splendor shines no more. For Meknes and Creta, my cry is bitter. For Dera, I put on sackcloth and mourn. Their blood on the Sabbath.
Yo, Pip, what's up, baby?
What
How
could
you
I
live in
hope
winter?
for, or possibly
Okay, so he's gonna say that. That's a big thing. Word, dog. Debate me. Don't make false accusations. 100%. That was fun, though. I wonder how long he's gonna take to give up. Did he just give up? Oh, there he is. There he is. What up, Cam? All this because I clipped his stream. This is a little extra. I didn't even do it, dog. It was a bot. It was a bot. Weird, dog. I like that he, knew that I clipped his stream. Though it shows that my clip bot works. Yo, dog. What up? Free publicity. I like it. I like it. Winter, I like it. I like it. Winter, I like it. Winter, do you want to talk? I might have to get him talk. Winter, you want to talk because? Just don't say mean things, and I'll let you talk. What up, Kim? You can talk, dog.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck if it's a bot.
Okay. How's your day going? How's your day going? How's your day going, Winter? Winter, when are you going to stream? When are you going to stream?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to fucking do this bullshit.
Okay, well, when are you going to stream?
Well, look, I don't want to do this bullshit. It's not easy.
Okay, there's
Okay.
no bot on you. No, there's no bot on you. There's no.
That's a shit. You tell Mr.
Calm down. Calm down. And there's not really a way to defend yourself against that. Fun.
please say, when this is the work of my own hand? From God this calamity has come upon me, and now within me my heart's aflame, for my soul which is strayed from longed-for lands, and silently believes in her trouble and shame. She hopes for mercy from her rock and strength, for refuge beneath his wing's shadow. Whenever she thinks of his name, she revives, though she'll face the hail of her handmaid's arrows, till the Lord with compassion looks down from the sky.
This motherfucker is
You
off
see, in
the
the very end,
chain.
there's a little bit of a bitter note. It was my own fault. This happened referring to the concept in Jewish theology of mitnei chata'enu, because of our many sins, this has happened to us. We've been in exile and we're forced to suffer these things. So that's on the darker side of his poetry. Quite often, though, his poems are tempered with a bit of black humor. So here, let's hear some shorter poems that give you a sense of his worldview. Now, let us recall, by the way, I should tell you that when he was exiled, he became tremendously inconvenienced because
We're
he
gonna walk
made
through
his
the
living,
desert
like so
for 40
many
years
of
if we
these
have to.
Andalusian poets.
Yo,
He made
winter,
his
I
living
love it.
with his Arabic
Winter.
pen by writing poems.
Winter. Yo, Winter, you want to speak? I'll let you speak. Winter. Winter. Winter, you can talk, baby. Winter, you can talk. You can talk. When are you going to stream, Winter? Winter, when are you going to stream? When are you going to stream? Is he coming back? Winter. Come on, baby. Talk.
Poems for
We
hire,
can play this
tribute
song
poems, marriage poems, epitaphs,
I really
all
thought we were
kinds of
starting
things
to
like
bond
this.
there.
And when he
We were
was
definitely
exiled
becoming best
from
friends.
the Arabian,
much
from the Iberian Peninsula, he didn't have any more customer base. So what could he do? He was
I
extremely
cannot believe he's so
broke.
pissed off
And
over
so
one
he has a
clip.
few poems that
It's
really speak to his penury. This is one of my favorites. The heavenly spheres and fortune stars veered off course the day I was born. If I were a seller of candles, the sun would never go down. I struggle to manage and even succeed, but I'm thwarted by the stars in the sky. If I were a dealer in shrouds, no one, as long as I lived, would die. If I had a scheme to profit from arms and going to war, all the foes in the world would be friends and fight no more. Meaning that everything goes wrong in his life. If he made candles, the sun would stop setting. If he made funeral shrouds, people would stop dying. If he made, he sold guns, people would stop fighting.
You want to talk?
He just can't win.
Winter, you want to talk? Don't make false accusations. I'll let you talk. What up, Pam? How you living? Winter, how you living? Are we best friends? Are we best friends?
Can you at least keep it with me?
Yeah, 100%.
You know, it wasn't just one clip.
How many clips were
I want to be acting this way. I would do this about 10 road. And it's staying on 3 months.
Well, that's pretty good.
It wasn't just one clip. No, it's not. None of the clips were doing anything for my channel. You look at the clips, it's just me doing nothing. It's just me playing my game and running around. If you want to make actual clips, how about go to my channel and make those clips? These bots don't do shit for me.
Okay,
But they do something for you, and that's the fucked up part.
do you want to see my
You
bot?
use the smaller channels and you don't give a fuck.
Do you want to see my bot?
I don't care about your bot. I want it removed.
I know, but let me show it to you. Just one moment, Pam. I'll show you. All right, so I've got 5 of them here. 1, 2, 3, 4. And
I just want to say, I do respect the grind. I respect the hustle, but if you're just shitting on smaller channels, what's the point?
no, in fact, I shit on much bigger channels most of the time. You just happen to get in the crossfire.
Do you think that's okay?
Yeah, it's free promotion.
That's not okay. You're actually a piece of shit.
You love it.
I see why you fucking
Dude, calm down with that. Okay, so
see exactly how you fucking
quit with those accusations. Calm down, dog. Dog, I don't do anything like that. If you knew anything about my streams, you would know that I like milk. Straight up, big bimbo milk. Well, I like how we were almost friends there for a second. That was really sweet. We were being real with each other, and over the course of the past 3 months, we had like 8 clips. That's incredible.
That's kind of an Ibn Ezra-esque sort of sentiment. It's also especially noteworthy. Let's recall this when we talk about his astrology. So much of this has to do the stars
That's right.
veered off course. Things were
That's
set in stone by the celestial heavens and so on. Here's another one that describes his experience trying to put together, a few rubles from his poetry. I get up and head to the patron's house, right? Because wealthy people would pay for these poems. I get up and head to the patron's house. I arrive and they tell me he's gone. And then they tell me he's sleeping in the evening when I return. Either he's out on his horse, or else he already turned in. Pity the poor creature born under the sign of
He said he
misfortune.
respects the grind.
Wants to confirm to himself,
Thanks, baby.
my
You're
fortune, my
amazing.
stars have put me in this case. Here's one last one. I'm sorry, I really enjoy these poems. There's two more here. I won't read both, too many. One of them here, he talks about how his cloak is so full of holes that if a fly were to land on it with its foot, it would collapse and all kinds of things like that. Here's one talking about his flies as well. Who can I turn to in my distress? The flies have plundered my home. They will not leave me a minute of peace, attacking me fiercely like foes. In my eyelids and eyes they race. In my ears they recite their poems. Like a pack of hungry wolves they devour my bread when I'm eating alone. And as though I'd ask them over like friends, they take what they want on their own. It seems they're only seeking their share when I offer them lamb and wine, but that, it turns out, isn't enough. They also covet what's mine. If I summon guests to come and dine, at the head of the table they swarm, and so I long for winter, lest I starve because of them. It's cold and rain will wipe them out. Thank God who dwells with the cool. Meaning he's so pleased that in the winter eventually will be done with these lice and other flies that torment him. Anyways, you get a sense from these poems, he's like extremely harried, he has no money, he's going from place to place hoping for wealthy patrons who will pay him for his Arabic style poetry, and he's just having trouble putting it together. And in fact, he was a person of tremendous brilliance, but he simply could not communicate the old way of life, meaning before he turned 50, into this new cultural environment, and he was forced to turn his attention to something else. And this attention to something else is, as I mentioned earlier, really what was the kernel of his success. I do not want to avoid the very obvious fact that he's a deeply religious individual. I mean, you have this sense of humor, you have this dark side. He wrote a few romantic poems, just like Yehuda Levi and Shmuel Hanagid, perhaps maybe not as R-rated as Shmuel Hanagid's, but nevertheless, romantic poems. But he also wrote quite a few beautiful religious poems. I will just read you one of them. Oh my gosh, I read way too much poetry for this class. I wish Americans would read more poetry in general, but here we go. This one's called To the Soul. Sent down from a luminous fountain of life, drawn from a sacred place and pure, created as one, though not with form, and greater by far than honor or wisdom. Why were you ushered into the world, and then in the dark of the body imprisoned? At first, its sleep seems sweet to you, but in the end, it's hard and bitter. Put the pleasures of time behind you, unless as exile you've always wandered. Consider your glory, for this is your good, to serve the living God in awe. Listen while living within this world, and be bound to the one to come with the Lord. Very deep philosophical religious musings about the plight of the soul coming into this body and so on. Now, we are going to leave his poetry altogether for the remainder of this class, but I have to take you to just two very difficult poems, one by him and one by his son. As I mentioned earlier, his son went, as they say, off the derech very significantly and eventually became a Muslim. The last story that we have of Yitzhak is that he refused to accompany Yehuda Halevi, his father-in-law, to Israel. They had made it all the way across to Egypt, and they had a falling out there. He says, I'm not going back to my wife in Spain, not going back to my son. I myself am a poet just like you, Schwer. He probably didn't say Schwer because that's a Yiddish word. He probably said father-in-law, whatever that is in Spanish. Abuelo, I don't know. He probably said, suelo, suegro. Sounds like Schwer. Very good. So suegro, I'm going to make it here big time in Alexandria with my Arabic poetry. It turned out he didn't do so well. He had to wander around as well. He was in Baghdad for a while, Syria, and ultimately he became a Muslim. There are some questions about exactly how that happened, when that happened, and one of these poems here is attributed by some specialists to Ibn Ezra writing about the conversion of his son to Islam.
It's just he's got to tell me at what point he knew we were
Other scholars say no, he's not writing about it in this metaphorical sense. He's actually writing about his son after his son died.
Exactly.
Apparently his son predeceased Ibn Ezra. And still other scholars say no, this is a poem for
I like
hire,
it.
as we've seen
I like it a
before.
lot.
It's just a poem that he wrote for someone who lost his son. But unlike some of the poetry we've seen before with Yehuda Levi, it does not have the same immediacy, but it definitely has more, to my mind, than someone who wrote about someone else's son. Anyways, come, Father, approach and mourn, for the Lord your God is distant from you. Your son, your one and only child, Isaac, whom you always love. You hear the sheepwoods there, right? The reference to the phrase, the son you love.
It tells me what I do first.
Quote, I am the man who has witnessed affliction and watched as joy was driven away. The fruit of my loins has been taken from me, words I'd never imagined I'd say. I'd always envisioned him offering comfort and being near me as I aged, but all my labor has been in vain, for I've given birth to my own dismay. And how can I rejoice again when Isaac has breathed his last and died? Moment by bitter moment I weep and send up a mournful cry and lament, thinking of how 3 years ago he died alone in a foreign land, after he wandered from place to place. And so my soul for his spirit moaned until I'd be able to bring him home. All night and day alone I grieved, what pain and suffering I knew then. And this is the story of Isaac, my son. Be kind to me now. Bear with me, friends. The comfort you offer adds to my grief. So do not speak of my heart's desire or even utter his name to me. Time has quenched my final ember. How could it do any worse to me, having decreed my ruin forever and taken from me the light of my life? Now my flesh and heart are failing, and Isaac's heart gave way when he died. Lord, in whose hands all is held, whose will extends to all creatures, speak to the heart of this grieving father who held your name in awe as a child. Break in the spirit of consolation and let it pass through a heart now broken. He taught with his wife his son to fear you. So would he follow on the path they do. While he was a boy, you set it before him for the sake of your servant, Isaac, their son. Very powerful poem. We also have in the corpus of poetry from Andalusia one of several of Isaac's poems, The Son, including this one. And this is the final poem for the evening. I apologize for so many. I just get overwhelmed with how great they are. It's the last one. This is a poem by Yitzchak Ezra, his son, entitled Conversion, which many scholars say represent his late in life regret over his conversion. So in other words, he became a Muslim and then became un-Muslimed. Whatever. They contend against me for having abandoned the Lord's covenant for godless injustice. But Amram's son in anger destroyed the law's tablets in his disgust, meaning Moses broke the tablets. And the lion, Yehuda, went to Tamar, and Amnon to his sister, a virgin. And David was tried by the Lord in air beside Bathsheba, like Delilah's Samson. It's referring to all these characters in the Bible who committed very grave I don't know what the right word is. They definitely transgressed in a very big way, and trying to figure out what that means. Some of the transgressions are hard to understand, and there's a lot of rabbinic commentary, but on the surface level, he's saying, why me? Everyone else has done these things. I never tasted impure food. I always thought it a rotting carcass. And if I tell you the prophet's mad, meaning Muhammad, but acknowledge him with every blessing, my mouth speaks, but my heart replies, you're lying again and bearing false witness. I've sought the shadow of the presence's wing and ask of you now, my Lord, forgiveness. Okay. Also really fantastic, fascinating stuff. I wish we had more to explore. But let us go back to where we are with Ibn Ezra. He referred to himself as always Abraham Hasfaradi, like Moses Maimonides referred to himself as Hasfaradi. This is perhaps, in many ways, the beginnings of the very well established, cemented Sephardi ideology. And we should bear in mind that unlike almost every other Jewish sub-ethnic group, it's only the Sephardim who really retained their specific identity as an ethnic group for so long in Jewish history. I mean, I'm a Litvak and a Lithuanian Jew, but I don't know if my grandchildren or great-grandchildren will really think of themselves as Litvaks. They may think of themselves as, I don't know, Canucks, because, a few generations in Canada. But will they really think of themselves as Litvaks? I don't know. But Sephardim really stick close to this idea. And you can see it early on that he first of all always has Hasfaradi, the Sephardic one, the Spaniard, because he spent, of course, most of his life in Europe. Okay, let's look at his biblical commentary, which is absolutely fascinating, astounding, and completely surprising. As you shall see here, he is one of the most important of the classical biblical commentaries. This is a copy or a page from a book called the Mikra Gedolot, the Great Scriptures, which is kind of like the standard, traditional, I won't say exactly critical edition, but the primary reference edition of the Bible that you'll find in scholarly Jewish homes. And there's a number of commentators that are always represented in Mikra Gedolot, regardless of whoever publishes it. You always have Rashi there. You always have Ramban, Nachmanides. There are a few that will definitely be there. And then depending on the printing, you may have a few others that are included or not included. Ibn Ezra is one of the commentaries that is always included. You can see here he is. Ibn Ezra is central to the traditional interpretation of the Bible, and he's included with the greatest of the greats in terms of their commentaries. This is extremely surprising in many ways because he differs so dramatically with his peers. Sometimes with tremendous disrespect, apparently, referring to his contemporaries as fools, as blockheads, as ignoramuses, speaking of them in very contemptuous terms, and dismissing their arguments in a manner that really wouldn't be tolerated in yeshivas today, in my humble opinion. And moreover, more significantly, he says a lot of really controversial things. So much so that in many yeshivas, even though he has pride of place in Mikra Gedolot, the systematic study of Ibn Ezra is discouraged. Because when you study Ibn Ezra, you will come up against some very difficult hashkafic, philosophical problems. Nevertheless, because of those philosophical problems, he actually inspired the composition of more than 36 super commentaries, meaning he's writing a commentary on the Bible, and more than 36 other rabbis have written commentaries on his commentary, trying to parse out why did he say this, and how do we solve this problem that he brought up, and so on. Very, very, perhaps more than any other of the traditional commentaries, including Rashi, including Ramban, Ibn Ezra is the one that inspired the most super commentary activity. That's just indicative of his provocative nature. Here is perhaps why he got such a big start in the modern era. This is Baruch Spinoza, the most challenging figures of the early modern age. He was a Jew who advanced a series of theological notions. He's actually a Sephardi as well, living in the Netherlands at the time, who challenged a lot of core theological notions. In his theological political tractatus, he praised Ibn Ezra, and said of him, Ibn Ezra, a man of enlightened intelligence and no small learning, was the first, so far as I know, to treat of this opinion. Now, what is this opinion that Spinoza is talking about and attributing it to Ibn Ezra, it's essentially the idea that there was human involvement in the composition of the Torah, that the Torah was influenced by historical factors. People other than Moses wrote the Torah, and this is like an earth-shattering idea that eventually would get into the Bellhausen school of biblical criticism and so on. But we'll look at one example of where he gets this. Many hold that Spinoza was way off base in terms of how he assessed Ibn Ezra, but I will leave it to you to judge that. Here is another figure who's perhaps not so much on the kosher v'yosher list of Orthodoxy, Abraham Geiger, widely considered the founder of the Reform movement. This is the beginning of the 19th century. It was more of a grassroots movement than a movement with a single leader who kind of directed which way it went. But nevertheless, Geiger wrote of Ibn Ezra, "Is it then any wonder that everywhere one readily takes him as a member of his own sect?" Which is true. If you go into an Orthodox synagogue and you say Ibn Ezra, people say, "Oh, Ibn Ezra, fascinating." You know, you can cite an Ibn Ezra in the greatest cities of Yerushalayim, of Lakewood, even here in Brooklyn. You can cite Ibn Ezra, and you can also go to Reform temples and you can talk about Ibn Ezra as if he was some kind of proto-Geiger figure several hundred years before the Reform movement was born. How is it possible that one person can be the genesis of such a diverse world of opinion? We have to agree with Geiger that he's surprised, like I am, that so many people claim Ibn Ezra as their intellectual ancestor. So let's look at one passage, this mysterious passage on Deuteronomy 34:1. This Deuteronomy 34:1, if you're familiar with the numbers there, you realize we're at the very end of the Torah. And it describes Moses, gives a last admonition to the Jewish people. He has a flight of poetry. And then there's a description of how he goes up to Mount Nebo and he looks out over the Holy Land, and then he dies and he is buried there. So Ibn Ezra just says flat out, what happened to the last 12 verses of the Torah, which describe after Moses' death? And Ibn Ezra says simply straight out, Joshua wrote them, not Moses. Someone else wrote them. Of course, all the other commentators and the super commentators go to town on Ibn Ezra, say, no, it can't be like that. Didn't you read Rashi? Rashi was before Ibn Ezra. Rashi writes, he's quoting the Gemara, it's not a secret. Is it possible that Moshe died and he wrote, and Moshe died? If he's dead, how can he write that Moshe died? Rather, up to this point, Moshe wrote, and afterward Joshua wrote. Rabbi Meir said another opinion. Like, in other words, this is essentially Ibn Ezra's opinion. Then Rabbi Meir says, Rabbi Meir is a Talmudic rabbi, is it possible the Torah should be missing anything? Meaning we call it Torah's Moshe, right? The Torah of Moshe. We believe that it is whole and complete and authoritative. So really what it means is, under Meir, rather the Blessed One spoke, telling Moshe what to write down, and Moshe wrote with tears. And Moshe did in fact, he did write what was dictated to him, and Moses died there and was buried and so on. No one knows where his grave is and so on. So we do have a traditional approach, but if you look at his passage on Deuteronomy 34:1, that's not the only passage he refers to. He says in that passage, if you know the secret of the 12, and he's referring to the last 12 verses of the Torah, and then he lists about 5 or 6 other places in the Torah where the text itself seems to imply a chronological gap, meaning there's a reference in the text that it doesn't seem it could have been written logically at the time that it said it would be written. In other words, and you can look at it yourself and you can puzzle over it if you. I don't want to take too much time with it. But he's pointing, according to Spinoza, he's pointing to the idea that the Torah was possibly written by other people at other times and put together. That seems like a big stretch for reading Ibn Ezra. But the very idea that the Torah may have had some kind of multiple stages in history, which is an anathema kind of concept to traditional Judaism, is nevertheless where a lot of the non-Orthodox movements look to Ibn Ezra as their intellectual parent. But there's, of course, 36 plus commentaries that will tell you it's not so in Ibn Ezra, but the fact that you need 36 plus commentaries says something about the degree of controversy that he inspired. And this is where Ibn Ezra really comes to his own. By the way, his biblical commentaries, he would not even have written them had he not been forced into exile. Because what happened is when he was living in the Iberian Peninsula, he was making his living with Arabic poetry. When he got into Christian lands and he hung out in the Jewish communities there, nobody was interested in those things. But he was an educated guy. He had literary skills. They wanted something, so he started writing Hebrew manuscripts, including his biblical commentary. Because he was so poor, he often sold those copies that he wrote, including the original copies that he kept for himself. And so we actually have multiple versions of many of these books, which he was forced to rewrite from memory over time. But included in this period of his life, when he's writing biblical commentary, he's also taking his scientific knowledge that he acquired in Andalus and is now transmitting it into a Jewish environment in Hebrew, making it possible for Jews to study the far more advanced civilization that the Arabs had. Their science could not be compared at all to the Christian science of the day. And so Ibn Ezra was this kind of cultural transmitter. And one of the most popular things he wrote, and it was like kind of the hot topic for much of the literature of a couple of hundred years before and after, was a manual on how to use an astrolabe. Here's a medieval Muslim astrolabe shown here. It's essentially a device that measures the inclination of the various stars and planets and the sun. It can be used in navigation. It can be used in measurement of vast distances. It's like essentially a pocket calculator when nothing like this had existed before. But as you can see, it's not a very simple looking instrument to use. So there were many manuals written on how to use astrolabes. Also, they had to be, because they deal with constellations, they had to be personalized for particular areas. If you had an astrolabe that was made for Baghdad, it would not be very useful in London because all of the various celestial positions changed when you moved that far west or east in latitude. So these manuals for astrolabes were written in many languages at the time. Even Chaucer wrote a manual on how to use an astrolabe. He didn't actually finish it, but there's one passage that's quoted in the source that I referred to earlier that says, "These true conclusions in English," and he's writing a manual in English for the astrolabe, "as well as sufficeth to these noble Greeks, these same conclusions in Greek, and to Arabians in Arabic, and to Jews in Hebrew, and to the Latin folk in Latin." Obviously, this was written before spell check, or maybe you say after spell check, like when you're typing on your iPhone. That would be a funny line. Chaucer wrote this whole passage on his iPhone. At any rate, what's interesting about this particular passage, which is why it's exciting, is because you can see in this, in microcosm, the transmission of scientific knowledge. First starts out with the Greeks, because the ancient Greeks, the Periclean period was absolutely over the top in terms of the mathematical and scientific advancement, and much of that information was then absorbed into the Roman world and the Arabic world. The Christian world lost it altogether. That's the Dark Ages. And from the Arabic world, it was the Jews in Hebrew, like Ibn Ezra, who then brought that knowledge out of Al-Andalus into European countries in Latin. And so Ibn Ezra also wrote in Latin, perhaps working with a team translating his ideas, but he wrote in Latin and he became extremely famous. Not quite as famous, perhaps, as this Jew. It's not a very good picture. Petrus Alphonsus, who was also a Jew from Spanish derivation, who went to France and converted to Christianity and essentially sold his knowledge. He was a great Jewish scholar who was letting the Christians know what kind of scientific advances they had in Arabic culture. By comparison to Ibn Ezra, however, Petrus Alphonsus, also known as Petrus Judaeus, was a complete ignoramus. And he had like basically a high school education, whereas Ibn Ezra was a tenured professor. And so Petrus Alphonsus was kind of making things up as wrong, lots of errors, very superficial and so on. But because the Arabic science was so advanced, he was the principal conduit for many to the use of Arabic wisdom. But Ibn Ezra's wisdom was just far more accurate, and so his scholarship really prevailed over people like Petrus Alphonsus. It is interesting, however, that the trope of the Jew who abandons Judaism in order to, become an agent of cultural change or cultural transmission in a foreign culture is one that goes way back to the ancient period and continues even to the present day. If you go to the local bookstores, and by the way, for those of you who were born after 1990, of course, it's kind of like a store where you can actually walk in and buy paper books. You can find lots of these popular books about Orthodox Jews who leave the fold and then explain orthodoxy to the secular world, usually with a kind of a negative bent associated with it. It's a long, long story in Jewish history, and maybe one day we should, kind of catalog these individuals and see what's psychologically similar about them. At any rate, let's focus in on one of his most famous scientific books, and you have to place this within the context of 12th century science. This is a period, of course, when people believe very deeply in astrology, the power of the stars to determine a person's fate. And we saw it in his Andalusian period in many of his poems, talking about how the stars determined his fate, that he should be poor, and so on. So he wrote many books, actually most of them within the space of one extremely productive year. He wrote many books on astronomy and astrology, one after another, and he made a huge amount of money with them. He actually sold them several times over, principally in France. Then one of those books we look at right now, because it's most fascinating, is called the Sefer HaMoladot, which literally means the book of things that will be born, or nativities. And because the astrolabe can be used with astronomical tables to determine things that will happen in the future, we have here the genesis of a scientific calculation of what could happen to a person's life, and in fact the entire world, over a period of time. Because you can figure out, well, Venus would be in this place, and the moon will be over here, and you'll predict an eclipse and all kinds of things. So he wrote a book on how to figure out what is going to happen in the future astronomically, and then what that means astrologically. And this is the foundation, essentially, of horoscopes, right? But it's tremendously more sophisticated than what you read in the newspaper. So in this section here, he writes about, this is true. This is the way it works, that everyone's life is determined by the stars. There is actually a huge discussion in the Talmud about it, question of whether or not Ein Mazal Israel, is there, we say in Hebrew, we say Mazel Tov, right? Which means literally good constellation, meaning the stars are aligned. If someone gets married, you say Mazel Tov, meaning, may this be an auspicious moment of the constellations for your marriage. Mazel Tov doesn't mean congratulations or good luck. It means auspicious astrological moment. As we say in Canada, we would add that with A, auspicious astrological moment, A. So the Talmud has this whole debate, Ein Mazal Yisrael or Yesh Mazal Yisrael. Does it apply to the Jewish people that they're bound by the stars like this? The Gemara concludes yes, but there are some exceptions. So in Ibn Ezra's Sefer HaMoladot, he goes through 8 exceptions to the rule. How it is that you can overcome your destiny. Okay, so I thought we should look at some of those. Okay, let's look at some of those. So first one is, he says, you got to understand that the stars give a destiny both to entire nations and to individuals. So it's possible that you may be born under an unfortunate constellation, but you will be swept along by the general positivity of your national horoscope. Meaning, and he uses the sense of nation, by the way, really more synonymous with religion or ethnicity than with what we would call nation. But he says, like, the Jewish people are destined to survive. Netzach Yisrael lo shaker, right? The eternity of Israel is not a lie. But individual Jews, chas v'shalom, may have a different horoscope because the stars predict an entire people as well as individuals. So even though in many ways, these are kind of like reasons why you should feel bad if you don't get the horoscope it says in the newspaper, because there are all these exceptional rules. But if you were really an expert, you would be able to figure them out. So the astrology refers to entire peoples as well as individuals, and sometimes they come into conflict, and you don't know which one is going to win. Borders and climates. This is another aspect which I didn't want us to take too much time on, but he was also very, very particular about vocabulary, and he was unusual in that he refused to adopt Arabic words to express Hebrew philosophical concepts, which made it sometimes very difficult to understand. People like Petrus Alphonsus would just borrow terms from Arabic and then would use them in Latin, and then people would say, okay, that's the word for it. Like the word for one of the most important Arabic mathematicians is algebra, and so that becomes algebra. Right? So many of these words just sort of transfer. Another one is the Arabic word klim, which refers to kind of like a region or a zone, which becomes aklim in Hebrew. I'm sorry, in I think klim was, I forget whether it was Hindu or perhaps, and that becomes aklim in Arabic, and then it becomes climate in English. But he refused to use that term. He used the term gvul, boundary, in Hebrew. And so he was really quite, what's the right word for it? Not ethnocentric, a stickler, but I'm trying to say something like this, like he was like national pride about this. The Hebrew language says everything. You don't need to borrow nothing from nobody. We take only Hebrew words. Like the famous word in Hebrew, you know what they call the rear axle of a car in Hebrew? The rear axle. Right? You know how you say the front axle? The rear axle kadmoni, right? The rear axle that's in the front. Right? So, yeah, the French are like that. They have an academy where they're very particularly, they don't accept words into French. They try not to borrow words from other languages, and they invent their own that are French origin. And in Hebrew too, especially in the 1950s, they had an institute that tried to keep Hebrew pure. Instead of using a word like economia, right, economy, they use the word kalkala, which is totally different origin. Anyways, off track. Borders and climates, how can this affect it? Well, as I mentioned, the astrolabe is like specifically associated with particular areas. So if you're living in one area and the stars are aligned for your horoscope in that particular area, what happens if you move to a significantly new place? Well, the stars are aligned differently for you over there. And in fact, anyone get the reference to this week's Parsha? I think you did, right? Mashana Mako, Mashana Mazal. Literally, change your place, change your mazal. And in this week's Parsha, Abraham is forced to go to a different land because the Gemara says, hey, where you live right now, you'll never have kids. You must go to Eretz Yisrael because over there, you'll have a different mazal, a different constellation that will apply to you. It's really cool stuff. Another thing that changed the world year, there's a whole cycle of years. It's not 364 and a quarter odd days. There's a whole cycle of years where the general position of the Earth with regards to other planets can change on like a 500-year horizon of change. And so even though you may have positive horoscopes individually, naturally, in terms of climates, it could be that the entire globe is in that particular period of world year that could change everything as well. And your socioeconomic background. This is fascinating stuff. You may have a mazal that says you're going to be a king, that you are going to be melech, that you have all of the qualities of a king. But let's say you're born into a slave household. Well, you become a big businessman instead. You'll end up, owning your own company. I'm just thinking of things I shouldn't say because it's going to offend somebody politically. But you'll end up, you'll go from, it's true, like if you were a slave and you had the mazal to be a king, you're not going to be a king. It's too far a leap. But you could go from being a slave to being a huge business owner. In other words, the general trajectory of your mazal will point in a certain direction, and the realities of where you live socioeconomically will dictate the starting point of that change. Also, forces of nature that, you may have the mazal, a person may have a mazal to live a long and healthy life. But if you decide that you want to be a skydiver and you want to, try hang gliding and all kinds of risky sports, and you want to challenge the law of gravity, our bets are off. He used the example of you want to go out to sea. You may have this great mazal, but if you put yourself into a position of danger, it could be that the forces of nature have a stronger mazal than you do. So they can't be overpowered. So you don't push your life, right? Exactly, which is a translation of Ein Mashkichin al Hanisim, right? We don't wait for miracles, which is a beautiful thing. In Muncie, New York, I lived there many years ago, and they have very few street lights, a lot of suburban streets. And it's a good thing the Hasidim there, they dress in very bright, vibrant colors, so at night it can be quite dangerous, right? Because people are driving in the Hasidim, they're all on the block, right? So the local Judaica store, he's still there, I think. Tuvias, he sold these fluorescent bands that had, it said on the Ein Mashkichin al Hanes, we do not rely on miracles. Right? It's a very beautiful thing. Anyways, so the forces of nature could overwhelm a person's mazal as well. And here's the last one. This is perhaps the most important one for us. The wise soul. Because he says that we do have this concept that I referred to earlier, Ein Mazal Yisrael, no sign for the Jewish people, meaning the Mazalot, the stars, do not have power over the Jewish people. He says when a Jew is occupied with Torah or mitzvos, with chesed, with kindness, then they remove themselves from the gravitational pull of the stars. When they're engaged in the study of Torah, that's possible to remove them altogether from the entire gravitational pull, and the mazalot during that time do not affect them, which gives rise perhaps to the concept that we have in the Talmud of shluchei mitzvot ein mizakin, right? A person who's involved in doing a mitzvah is not harmed at that time, nor on the way back, and so on. There's a lot more to say than we can in this brief period. But anyway, here is a quick selection of Ibn Ezra's thoughts. We see both the influence of astrology and also the influence of Jewish philosophy and Jewish texts very much involved in determining how astrology works. It's a book that's definitely really worth studying. I want to spend some more time with it. Anyways, let us go now to his legacy. And one of the more amazing things about Ibn Ezra is that he is the only medieval rabbi after whom a crater on the moon is named. There is actually a crater on the moon named Ibn Ezra. And the reason for it is because it looks a little bit like a matzah ball, as you can see. I thought that was funnier than it actually was. But no, his contribution to science, even though, we Jews tend to think of Ibn Ezra, we think of his commentary on the Chumash, the short commentary, the long commentary, we think of these things. But in the larger world, his introduction of Andalusian Arabic science to the Christian world was incredibly important. His description of how to use the astrolabe, his description of the way that you chart the stars was so significant that modern science is deeply indebted to his contributions. And so much so that when they mapped out the craters on the moon, he was a leading candidate for whom should be expressed gratitude. It is ironic that we know of him only in one smaller maybe aspect of his activity. It's closest to home, but nevertheless he was a figure that strode tall on the world scene. I
You
have
want to talk,
omitted
Don?
many-
You want to talk it out? You want to talk it out, Don? Don, you want to talk it out? Yo. Yo, Winter. Winter. It's howling. Winter, you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? Winter. Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter. Yeah, I'll let you talk. It's been a while. Wonder how you're doing. All right, here we go, my friend. Don't let you talk, son. Don't mess it up. Wow, your camera's on you. Look beautiful. How you living, Cam? Winter. You can talk, dog. You look beautiful. Hi. How are you? Are we best friends again? All right, well, you can continue listening to Jewish history lectures if you'd like.
I can listen to shit.
Are we friends again?
We were never friends.
Dog, I watched some of your streams. It was pretty good. So,
I don't care.
you like playing Marvel Rivals?
Yeah, what the fuck I'm doing?
Good for you, man. We're gonna be friends. Yes, you are.
Are you gonna stop?
Dog,
Sure.
I haven't clipped you in at least in at least 4 days.
It's just how much
You mean my clip mods and my spam mods?
yes.
Oh.
They go to-
Oh, for sure. Okay, fun. I'll be best friends again. Hilarious.
many other aspects of his work. He influenced
Shouldn't you like
poetry. Even there's a John Lennon song that is taken from some of his early poetry because he influenced a tremendous amount of Christian thought far beyond the much more narrow audience of Jews in Christian Europe that he appealed to. So with that, I'd like to conclude. I hope you found the life of Ibn Ezra as fascinating as I do. We will return, as I mentioned, next week with a very special program. I hope you're all going to come because it's going to be really great. Chance to celebrate. My family will be here, God willing, to celebrate with us. And I hope you have an excellent. And it occurred to me, I haven't really told you what is this book about. So the book, this is the very last plug for the book that I will put into this lecture series. Basically, the Ascension of Rabbi, very holy individual. Here's this iconic photograph of him. You see all the place, a very holy looking individual. Was a major Hasidic thinker in the 20th century. He already published a very important book called Chovas and Talmidim, The Obligation of Students, that was extremely popular in the 1930s. And he had this grand plan for reinvigorating world Jew more enthusiasm for their Jewish background. Unfortunately, it was interrupted by the Holocaust, and he found himself in the Warsaw Ghetto and ministering to his followers for the duration of the war. Even though he received many offers, even from the American Jewish Congress, the Joint Distribution Committee, and the Underground Resistance, he was offered many times to be taken out of the ghetto. He insisted on remaining with his followers throughout, administering them in a pastoral sense throughout the war. Luckily for our purposes, he recorded his weekly sermons, and when he realized that the ghetto was going to be destroyed, and he along with it, he gave them to the secret Oneg Shabbat Society, which was documenting the Jewish life in the ghetto, and they were buried in this tin milk container that I put on the cover of the book. They were discovered in 1950 by a Polish construction worker, and they were published under the title H. Kodesh, the Holy Fire. Fascinating story overall. Now, the small contribution that I've made to the research on H. Kodesh is, the way he describes his sermons. There's no reference whatsoever to Nazis or Germans. I mean, there's a lot of discussion of death and destruction and persecution and suffering, but if you didn't know the specific context, you might think this is just a really depressing 19th century Hasidic work. It's only from the context that we know he's talking about the Holocaust. However, since we know the dates when he delivered each of those sermons, what I did is I went back to the various journals and memoirs and newspapers and German documentation, and I found out what was happening in the ghetto that very week, street by street, on a micro-historical level, and then I compared it to what the Rabbi said on Shabbat, and I saw that in many, many cases, he was speaking directly to the concerns of his congregation. In other words, he was using his pulpit as a way to offer consolation and guidance and theological direction to assist specifically with the processing of the horribleness of the past week. And it's absolutely fascinating. It's a sustained work of spiritual heroism. And I believe that reading his drashot, his sermons, within the context of their historical setting is really the best way to appreciate the book, to appreciate his words. Because then you really see, to use a Yiddish, a Hebrew term, godless in his greatness. I'm very pleased that one of the premier students of Yid Session Hasidus is Rabbi Moshe Weinberger, who has a synagogue by the same name, H. Kodesh. And his letter called the Haskama, or a sort of an approbation letter, he writes that basically he has
big dog. Let me see that beautiful face here. Do you want to talk about Michael? Do you want to talk about Michael Jackson or Michael Jordan? You want to talk, baby? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out with us? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to talk it out? Winter, you want to hug it out, bitch? 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 Winter, are you in love with me? Oh, Winter, did I call you Winter because you're cold as ice, motherfucker? Winter, you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, do you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk, son?
H. Kodesh on his desk for 40 years, and so much of it was opaque to him until he read my book, which made me feel really great, and I'm telling as many people as I can. Anyways, we have the book launch on Monday night, the 30th. I really hope if you're in Brooklyn, you're able to join us and to celebrate the life and the work and the contribution to world culture through Hasidic thought that is representative of the session of Rabbi. Can't make it to Brooklyn? I would be very honored if you wanted to get a copy of the book. They're available, of course, on all the internet outlets, and you can certainly ask it in the local Jewish bookstore, which is even better because they can support a local business. And I guess that's about it for the plugs. I'm very proud of the work. I think it represents something useful for people, and I hope you like it too. Welcome everyone to the last class of the secular calendar. We will be continuing as normal, God willing, next Wednesday, January 7th. We will take one day off this month for the Shiva break, which is within the weeks of 26th. But otherwise, we're
you want to talk?
walking on through
Hey,
the
Doc. You want to talk, Big Dog? Dog. Yo, Pimp, if you want to talk, we can. If you want to talk, we can. Big Dog. You want to talk? All right, Big Dog. You want to talk? Big Dog, you want to talk? You want to talk? Victor, you want to talk? Now we can talk all the stories. Good time, the whole house. Take it slowly. Back to me. Call me now. Get slowly. Anyway, we just You want to talk? You want to talk? I'll let you talk. What's up, baby? You want to talk? Big Dog, you want to talk? Big Dog, you want to talk? You want to talk? You want to talk? What's up, Pimp? You can talk. Get that doggy son. I love it. Yo, dog, you want to talk? Did we? Did we? He's got that dog.
the custom section in here. And I hope you enjoy the extra and special foods that we have prepared. I'm not allowed to tell you that we have a special donor who wishes the donation to remain completely anonymous, even the fact that there's an anonymous donor who's supposed to be anonymous. They have to fight that entirely. But obviously, in honor of the auspicious occasion that this is the eve of the fast of the 10th of David, we have that special meal with champagne. But it's also, You know, life is tough. My father, our Mr. Money, always used to say, whenever we have a chance to get together and wish each other any happy occasion, we should definitely stop around and wish each other a happy new year, secular calendar wise, and let's hope that we should spare many centuries together in some coming year. Okay, so that's the welfare. The joke. Today we're talking about a Talmudic topic, a very important Talmudic figure. So I'd like to tell a Talmudic joke. It's been a while since I told this one. It happens to be one of the funniest jokes I know. Therefore, I repeat it quite often. So I hope you'll forgive me if you remember this joke. The joke centers around this halachic device that many communities use, including our own here in Surfside, the Arab. You remember the joke? The Arab is, oh, I don't remember the joke. Okay. The Arab is essentially it's a construction. Usually it's a wire, or it can use natural phenomena, or rivers, things like that, to create a single courtyard. So that all the Jews who live there are, as it were, living in a single entity. This has tremendous utility for the Sabbath. I have to make sure I do this occasionally. This has tremendous utility for the Sabbath because the Sabbath rules otherwise prohibit Jews from carrying on the Sabbath, using their pockets, things like that, or pushing strollers, things like that. So it's often filled with controversy. Quite often, people, because these are difficult things to construct, people not rely on them, especially people of a very high level of piety. They say, you know what, I'm not going to rely on the Arab, but I'm going to the Arab. There's also a lot of controversy because quite often when you build an Arab, that makes the neighborhood more attractive to Orthodox Jews. And if you don't happen to like Orthodox Jews and what they do for the property values, then you may oppose the Arab, as happens quite often here in the United States. So the joke goes like this. There are two members, two students, they're sitting in yeshiva learning together. And they're learning, studying the Talmud back and forth. And one day, Ruvain says to his friend Shimon, I have to confess something. We've been learning together for many years, and we've grown so much in our appreciation of Torah and so on. And I tell you, I've been hiding something from you, and I think it's time I actually fessed up and told you the truth. And Shimon says, what are you talking about? He says, well, the truth is I'm not Jewish. And Shimon says, well, what are you talking about? You are so careful with your kashrut. You're sitting here learning Talmud in yeshiva. Your Hebrew skills are amazing. Your Aramaic is great. You ask if you daven from the Alma. You do all these religious things. He says, no. The truth is, I'm not Jewish. It just happened like that. I was walking down the street in Jerusalem one day. I was traveling on my way to Saudi Arabia, and someone said, do you want to have a Shabbos meal? So I said, okay, why not? And one thing led to another, and I really enjoyed it. And here I am. Nobody ever really asked me if I was Jewish. They just shoved me a rhyme. So, and I'm not Jewish. And he says, well, not that. You live a completely Jewish lifestyle. I said, well, actually, the truth is, I violate the Sabbath every week. I don't tell people, but I violate the Sabbath every week because actually, the Talmudic law, non-Jews actually not allowed to observe the Sabbath in all details. I violate the Sabbath every week. Conformity with Talmudic law. So he says, I don't believe it. He says, yeah, it's true. Like, for example, I carry my keys on the Sabbath. He says, yeah, but Ruben, we have an arrow. And he says, I don't hold my Pull that one out a little bit. Okay, here we are. Let's go to the zero. That's what you came for now for the jokes. But I did get an email from someone in, I forgot where it was from, saying more jokes. So, okay, so tonight's topic is the Rashba. Very topic. It's a great honor for me to have the opportunity to speak about him because he, as a thinker, really had a big influence on my own Talmud decision. It's no question. He's overwhelmingly important figure in the yeshivas. You may not have heard of him. I meant to ask Denise Malcolm, my daughter, who's now doing the film, Mr. Rodriguez, is going on to take graduate courses on Wednesday night. So my daughter's name Malcolm. Okay, in your extensive education, have you ever heard of the Rashba? How about Raphael? You're in the back. Have you heard of the Rashba? Okay, so my daughters have to be exceptionally well educated. But I think outside of the Shiva, chances are you never hear the name of Rothschild because he's so deeply associated with the Talmud, which is not necessarily taught in women's seminaries. He was a tremendous leader of Spanish Greek in the 13th century, right towards the end of the Spanish Golden Age. And as we'll see, he was not only renowned for his incisive wits and his encyclopedic knowledge of traditional Jewish law, but also for his tremendous leadership qualities. In many ways, he is eclipsed only by figures like Nachmanides, his teacher, or like Maimonides, who comes from the same era. If we lived at this time in the late 12th century, we would have regarded Rashba as one of the shining stars of the Jewish constellation. And in fact, his light extends even to the present day, where we still live very much by his teachings. The name Rashba itself is an acronym, like so many of these rabbis had names that were made of parts of long. Rabbi Shlomo ben Abraham Adret, sometimes vowelized Aderet, but he's known as the Rashba. Rabbi Abraham Shlomo ben Abraham, the Rashba. And his years are 1235 to 1310. He's associated with Barcelona in particular. That's where his life was most active. So let's place him in the context of Jewish history. He is one of the most famous of the generation known as the Rishonim. So according to philosophy of time, there are sort of large chunks of generations that can be grouped together, primarily for theological reasons, but it also has implications for how Jews work in the Talmud as well. And the concept behind the grouping of these generations is the notion that the closer that Jews were to the revelation at Sinai, the greater the level of spiritual sensitivity, the greater the level of openness to Torah, to divine information. Not necessarily greater intelligence, not necessarily greater sophistication. Those things actually come later. You have the ability to access much more information than earlier generations. But the idea is that they were on a higher plane than the later generations. And the Jewish philosophy of time, we break them up into several groups, which is outlined in Pirkei Avot. The period that we're especially looking at right now is known as the Rishonim, or the first ones. A little bit of a misleading term because there were periods before the Rishonim, the Geonim, the Amoraim, the Tanaim, and so on. But the Rishonim is really the first major generation after the Talmud is completely good. The previous period, the Geonim, there were certain tractates of the Talmud were still under production. The Rishonim is the first generation of the Talmud is already canonized. So the first major commentaries on the Talmud in particular. Famous Rishonim that I'm sure you're familiar with. Rashi, who is exemplary of the Rishonim because one of the main tasks of these few hundred years of scholars was explaining the basic text. Rashi is famous for his very pithy, concise, and revealing commentary on the Talmud and the Torah in particular. You also have the Rishonim who engage in codifying law, meaning taking all of the complexities of Jewish law, which is scattered throughout a vast corpus of literature, and then bringing it down to an organized fashion where it's all set out more or less in Greek terms with chapters and sections and subsections, things like that. The Rambam, Maimonides, shown here in Staff Cordova, is perhaps the most famous of the Rishonim who engage in codes. We also have the so-called Bonei HaMitzvot, those who counted the mitzvot. As I think I mentioned just a couple weeks ago, but I'll repeat it why not. The Talmud says there are 613 commandments. The Talmud does not list them. So by the time you get the Rishonim, around the turn of the 10th century, several rabbis say, well, okay, let's put these down on paper. What are the 613 commandments? And of course, then they have a difference of opinion, which ones should be in, which ones should not be in, which ones are just customary or rabbinic and so on. But that's something that the Rishonim do, is they try to analyze and synthesize so that we have the Torah presented in a very different format than the earlier ones. So these are the kinds of things that the Rishonim engaged in very heavily, and the Rashba is firmly in that tradition. It's the most significant area of this work in terms terms of literature is his activity as the writer of responsa. The term responsa is Latin, and it is the plural of responsa, which is the same word as we have in English, response, answer. Basically, it would go like this. And by the way, this is the way it works even in the 21st century. A typical Jew would have a question in the observance of Jewish law. He would ask his wife what to do. She would tell him he would disagree, and so therefore he would be forced to go to the rabbi to find out that his wife was actually correct all along. Here's how it goes. A typical Jew has a problem. He goes to his rabbi. Rabbi, what do I do about this situation? I got involved in this business deal, and it didn't go well, and he says I owe him money. I tell him I don't owe him money. What do I do? The rabbi tries to answer to the best of his knowledge, but it turns out that if it's beyond his capability to answer, he'll pass it on to a higher rabbi. And this is all, by the way, decided by consensus, not by any sort of formal mechanism. Who's like a more well-learned rabbi, and that rabbi may pass it on to another rabbi until you have someone who's known informally as the Gadol Hador, the great one of the generation. Once again, it's not a formal designation and somehow be elected to become the Gadol Hador. It's just based on consensus where enough people agree that this person represents the apex of learning in our generation, and he becomes the person of the The Rosh, and by the way, because we're talking about Jews, it's rare in any generation that you'll have an absolute agreement on one person. There'll always be several, a dozen, that various groups regard as the Gadol Hador at the same time. We did like that about 40 years ago. There was a widespread consensus that Rabbi Moshe Feinstein was considered the Gadol Hador across all movements, but that's very rare and very brief and only episodic. It was the case in the era of the Rashba. He was clearly the Gadol Hador. To therefore address all of these very vexing and difficult questions, and he composed written responses to them all around the Mediterranean basin, in particular in Spain and also in Provençal and various parts of Central Europe. And communities would cherish these letters from the Rashba, and they would become, copied over and over again into their communal records and recirculated and so on. And later on, it may take several hundred years, they were eventually published. Over 3,500 of these letters, these responses in Jewish law, have been preserved and have been published and continue to be studied to this day. So it's extremely active. Maybe to put it in kind of a flip way, he was sort of like a Dear Abby, that's the name of the column, Dear Abby. He's kind of like Dear Abby, except for Jewish laws. People really pay attention to what he has. And by the way, as I mentioned a few minutes ago, responsive literature is still being created today. It's really quite fascinating to see all kinds of questions, which are usually initiated by technological innovations or social innovations. What is a microwave? There's a microwave oven, in which case you have to treat it with all the laws that pertain to an oven. So if you cook meat in it, and then you want to cook milk in it, you have to kosher it. How do you kosher it inside of a microwave oven? Not the way I did on one Passover, putting a cup of water in there for an hour. And that was the right way to do it. And in fact, I actually broke the glass plate, the metal buckle on the inside. Okay, so let's go on. His background came from a very well-to-do family, money lenders. We spoke about them a couple of weeks ago in the lecture of Lincoln, talking about the institution of money lending as a practice. And he was actually quite in his business acumen. Already at a very early age, he achieved tremendous success building on his family's wealth. And among the people who owed him money were, in fact, the king of Aragon. But even as a young man, he was already parlaying his wealth into tremendous resources. But he ended up leaving his wealth to become a communal rabbi. He retired by the age of 40. He took the position of Rabbi of Barcelona, which was one of the most important communities of Jews in that period. And this is really when the Rothschild becomes the man that will be renowned for many centuries. He was especially known for his impeccable integrity and his absolute unswavering dedication to the law as he saw it appropriately interpreted through Talmudic tradition. Early on in his, and was especially impervious to bribery. There was nothing that could shake him from his position, regardless of the forces arrayed against him. To give you just a couple of examples, in one case, early on in his career, he was called to adjudicate a case where an orphan who had a substantial estate was disputing with some wealthy Jewish aristocrats and their wealthy Christian nobles who were supporting Jewish aristocrats, arguing that they were unfairly encroaching upon his estate. And here's a young child without parents, and the Rashba staunchly defended early on in his career this young child against much greater powers that were arrayed against him. But on the other hand, another case that indicates how his integrity was sacrosanct for his activity. There was a case brought against a Jew who was accused of informing against the state. And the Rothschild did not want to hear the case. The secular state, Aragon, took him in and said, "We want you to review this case and tell us what you think about what we should do with this Jew." After an exhaustive review, and again, he tried to recuse himself, but the king demanded, so he participated. After an exhaustive review of the evidence, he ruled that the person was in fact a traitor and deserved death. This is a very, very grave ruling, particularly in Jewish law. The idea of putting someone to death, especially without a Sanhedrin of 71 judges, is considered a very, very difficult, almost impossible thing to do. But there are some rare exceptions where it would be permitted if it presented, for example, a threat to the community as a whole. The ticking time bomb, for example. So she ruled against the Jew in this case in order to be put to death. The family appealed, and the king agreed to forward the Rashba's decision to the great Maharam of Rothschild in central Germany. Very important figure. We spoke about it a few years ago. And the Maharam upheld the ruling of the Rashba, and in fact, the Jew was put to death. And you see, on the one hand, here he is defending the innocent orphan against tremendous money and wealth arrayed against him, and at the same time, we see him standing up for the rights of the state against the individual Jew who was accused of informing. He was so well regarded that King Pedro III actually called upon him quite often to adjudicate between Jewish communities. That the state regarded him as the Gadol Hador, kind of like Lord Sachs in England, that sort of thing. His moral authority was so great that it penetrated Jewish boundaries and went well into the non-Jewish world as well. He was regarded as, the Dalai Lama of the time, regarded him so well as a paragon of virtue and intelligence, and as someone who could not be swayed to render unfair judgments. He established a yeshiva and attracted some brilliant minds to him. I should mention, by the way, his background in terms of education is quite fascinating. He was educated at the feet of two of the greatest scholars of the era. One was Rabbi Zona of Verona. I think Verona is pronounced Verona, is that correct? Verona? Verona. Okay, actually, it's funny. There's a gas station called Chevron, Chevron. And my youngest son always pronounced it Chevron. It's like Abraham, birthplace, Chevron. So, Yonah is especially known for his glorious book, Shari Tshuva, The Gates of Repentance, which is one of the classics of literature, which is called The Gates of Repentance because it describes in tremendous detail how to repent for the wrongs of your past. Like, for example, in the section on regret, he lists 20 different forms of regret, different ways to express your regret, and 20 different sort of nuances of regret. And I think it's tremendously heavy tone of
They're
that
knocking
nature.
out the
Very,
front.
very good for introspective.
Big dog.
And the same,
Big dog, you want to talk it out? All right, I'll talk it out with you. Big dog, you want to talk? Do you want to talk? You got that dog in your son. I love it. You got that dog in your son. This is great.
same time, he was also educated by Nachmanides, Ramban, who was, the older scholar, the last fellow that knows before the Rothschild, who was extremely involved in all aspects of Torah study, including the Talmud and including the Kabbalah, which we're going to get to shortly. One of the acts most famously associated with the Rothschild activity. So he had really tremendous teachers behind him, the Rabbi Yonah and the Ramban in particular. And then when he established the yeshiva, he was able to commit these values to a later generation. And a few of his students included the famous Rabbi. Again, if you spend many time in yeshiva, you will study the works of the Rashba and the Ritva. These things go hand in hand all together, and they really did, because the Ritva was the Rashba's student. And also, related Makaya, who were a very famous interpretation of the Torah, commentary on the Torah, that is studied to this day. So again, we have to get the full picture of this man, very wealthy, and yet was well able his independence to be able to focus solely on Torah. Regarded as a fearless leader of sterling moral character that was respected by Jew and non-Jew alike, and very much involved in issues that spread throughout the Jewish world. Yeah, 3,500 correspondence. Work that out. If his career lasted about 40 years, let's see, how many is that? 3,500, but 80 or 90 letters a year. That's a huge amount. That's like 2 letters a week. And these are very learned letters that have tremendous amounts of knowledge packed in each one. Okay. Now, of course, since we are talking about Jews, there's going to be some dispute involved. I'd like to concentrate on 3 main areas in which the Rashba was involved in some very significant disputes, which persist in some way to the present day. As we have a teaching in Pirkei Avot, one of the great classics of ancient Jewish literature, any controversy that is for the sake of heaven, the controversy will endure. People are arguing really for the truth and for the betterment of the human race, and that controversy is not going to just solve. If the controversy is solved, maybe it wasn't so much for the side of truth. So we see that very much so with the Rashba, very over secular knowledge. So what's going on here now? One of the interesting things that's developed in the 13th century, Jewish, I think, is focusing this one first. Judaism as a body of thought was bifurcated. It was getting more complicated, and there were people who were specializing in certain avenues of research more than others. One of the last great scientists, there were 3 main bodies of thought from the 13th century about how to approach Torah. You had the allegorists of many highly rationalistic Jews, many of whom came from Arabic lands and also from Spain, who felt that Torah as a whole must be understood as a massive allegory, kind of like in a Bionic sense. Not everything in the Torah should be taken exactly as it is. It's all meant to mean something else. And of course, the danger inherent in that way of thinking is that all of the commandments then become debatable. Well, it might be debatable anyways. But there's no hard and fast rules. There's no horizon. There's no common denominator. If you want to say that, like for example, if you want to say that it's forbidden to let's say thou shalt not steal. Let's say, well, you're not actually stealing by photocopying this book and then I made out of this point. Right? And you can make all kinds of allegories. You can say when it says this kind of word really means something else, and so on. And so there was a trend in the Jewish world that was excessively rationalistic and taking the Torah away from its basic meaning. Then there was a group on the other side who were highly Kabbalistic, who were reading everything not as a rationalist allegory, but as a mystical allegory, and reading everything meaning something totally divorced from the simple text sense. And then finally, you had sort of a moderate camp that was trying to, distance themselves from both extremes. And Rashba found himself in the middle of this over this, and especially where it became most pointed is in the place of secular knowledge. What do you do with mathematics, physics, chemistry, astronomy, all of the sciences that were growing in this 13th century? What is their place in the Jewish curriculum? So as you might assume, the rationalists said, wow, it should be, deeply entrenched in the Jewish curriculum. There should be, lots of study of physics and of astronomy and so on. Jews should know tons of that stuff. The Kabbalists said, not at all. But all of this stuff is non-Jewish wisdom. It is mitame, defiles the Jewish law. Jews should just stick to the 4 cubits of the Talmud alone and not study any of the secular wisdom. And the moderate camp in the middle was really, there are arguments to be said for both in some ways, because the rationalists, when they study some of these things, there's worry that you'll be drawn away from basic faith and you'll be drawn into heresy, especially if you're studying, let's say, Greek philosophers with multiple gods and things like that. So they were concerned, how are they going to negotiate the two extremes here? Now, if I can jump ahead to the 21st century, debate rages in Jewish schools today how much Torah belongs in a Jewish school system. You have Torah, for example, only taught in the mornings when the kids are a little more fresh, and that way they get their best energies to learn for the Torah. And if you squeeze in secular subjects later in the day, that's a very expensive endeavor, especially if you hire full-time teachers and you can only employ them for a few hours a day. Or to say, no, we'll mix up Torah here and secular studies there, and you might end up coming home and do math first thing in the morning, and then when the teacher's free at the end of the day, then you learn a little bit of French. Do you say that the balance should be 50-50? That if you have an 8-hour school day, 4 hours is secular and 4 hours is Torah? Or do we say, no, you know what? It's just enough that they come here and they learn a little bit, so let's have 70% secular and 30% is Torah. And so the debate is still very much alive today. What exactly is Torah? What ended up happening is that Rothschild was the only figure who has the stature to be able to set down a ruling in the so-called Compromise of 1305.
What up?
They made a ruling which was
Okay, well, yeah, so it's my friend Winter. We just met tonight. He hates me. I made a clip of him on Kick, and now he's determined to annoy the shit out of me. And that's cool because I appreciate the attention. So he's doing his thing. There he is. You want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? Winter, you want to talk? You want to meet my friend? We'll let him talk. We'll let him talk. So long as he's respectful. If he's disrespectful, then it'll be weird. What up, Winter? How you doing? Yeah. He's got that dog in his. He loves to. He loves to. He's been doing this for like 2 or 3 hours. What up, Winter? How you looking? Yeah.
How you feeling, Mr. Burgers? It's crazy how you started out disrespectful, but you started out being disrespectful.
I love you, Winter.
Shut the fuck up.
Okay. So, Winter, what's new?
I'm talking to Mr. Curtis. How you feeling, Mr. Curtis? I am not okay. He knows exactly why I'm not okay. He can go for himself. Pretty shit. You know, I'm doing with this fuckhead. How's your day? Let's get good here.
Mr. Chris, I made a clip of you
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
5 days
You
ago.
fucking bitch. Shut the fuck up.
Five-
I know fucking that's your friend. Your friend is a piece of shit.
Oh, God, God.
He's a child with this piece of shit.
Oh, don't go make an application like that. I don't do that. I don't hurt children. In fact, I do have as protection. Exactly. Well, I enjoy his efforts. I want to see for how long he goes. How much energy does he have? He's really fine. I mean, he and I go back and forth and whatever. But when he starts making accusations like that are completely incorrect, then we have to do. If anything, I want to. Yeah, sure. Well, he's gonna keep doing it. I can kick him. I made a clip of him 5 days ago with a robot, and he got really upset that I did it. Technically, I guess I made 8 clips of him in the last 3 months, but I did it. And then he found me, and he was like really upset, like over the top upset. I had some other people who found me, and they've become my friends. But, and I think Winter and I will become friends. It's just a matter of time. I like talking with him. It's just when he makes accusations like that, I can't have a comment. But yeah, that's what I got. So they wouldn't let you sleep and socialize? You want to play a game? That's okay. I'll time them. I'll time them out. I, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. I time them. Okay, you can all untie him. I'll bring him back. There he is. There he is. That's right. Okay. Well, just turn the sound down and you get your sleep. Sweet dreams. Sweet dreams.
Basically held to the present day in many communities. Basically, he said
Winter, I love you.
nobody is allowed to
Thank you
study
for being my friend.
philosophy until they're 25 years old. You want to study philosophy earlier? No way. It's too dangerous. There's too many crazy ideas. There's too much Narishkeit in there. So young people who want to study philosophy, you've got to wait till you're 25. Presumably by the time you're 25, you'll be married, you'll have kids, you'll have had Chinese food many times, you're very secure and stable, and then you can handle the questions of philosophy. But before that, definitely not. This would later feed into a ban on the study of Kabbalah until you're 40 years old. However, he exempted many non-Jewish sciences from the ban. Mathematics, okay from the very beginning. Physics, okay from the very beginning. So certain hard sciences, as we call it today, that do not have any potentially ideologically risky components, were permitted from the youngest ages. But any kind of sciences, and again, at that time, the distinction between philosophy and mathematics were not that clear. But he was saying that anything that has an ideological tinge to it, it's all right, but only when you're older. Younger kids are not allowed to study them. And that compromise has basically directed Jewish education for the last 800 years. Okay. Questions or arguments this morning? Astronomy is fascinating because it involves a lot of the hard sciences of mathematics and things like that, but it also slides over into astrology and the zodiac and all kinds of things like that. So astronomy was one of those sciences that he banned until 25. Yeah, 25 to get that. A very important statement, and it essentially set to rest all of the disputes. Because it was a ban that was clear, it was easy to follow, it was not too strict that people couldn't abide by it and so on. There's also an interesting political dimension to this as well, because at this time, France in particular was beginning to centralize its government. And one of the issues that was of concern to the French community, I'm kind of rounding out France as a whole here, was that, is it possible that we have Jews living in our country who are ruled by our hated Spanish rivals? Here's a Jew in Barcelona who's telling our French Jews what to do. That's not okay. And so, the Rothschild was living in a time that these kinds of political disputes spilled over to Israel. That the Rothschild's ruling was an illustration of the Talmudic proverb, the Shonic proverb, "Ein simcha keheter haspekot." There's no happiness like the resolution of doubt. Like when you don't know what's going to be, yes, no, if it's going to work, not going to work. Once you know, that's a special kind of simcha. And so the Rashba, he resolved the doubt and he had the kind of shoulders that could say, this is what we're going to do and everyone agrees to it. Okay, so he also was very involved in defending Judaism, particularly from attacks from without. This is a period when it was very popular to host disputations, in which the church, usually with state support, would arrange for these debates in which Jews were forced to participate in a debate against a Christian interlocutor, usually a Jewish convert to Catholicism. Perhaps the most famous of them was the Barcelona dispute of 1263, in which Nachmanides, the Rothschild teacher, faced off against Pablo de Cristiani, a convert to Christianity. And Nachmanides, we have both the Hebrew and the Latin account of what happened. Both sides say they won. What we know is that the court ruled, or the judges, or all the Christian judges, ruled in favor of the Christian debater, but the king gave Nachmanides a huge amount of money and said, "You better get out of the country, because you're in trouble now." A very strong performance that you showed. Nachmanides was Spanish, he ended up in Israel. These disputations were very, very popular, and the Rothschild was very active in participating in them, and whatever he was called to. In particular, in writing, he wrote tracts that criticized books like the Cupio Fide, the Fighter of the Faith, by Raymond Martini, a church thinker who criticized Judaism heavily. And he also wrote tracts against Ahmad ibn Hazm, who was a Muslim thinker who was criticism of Judaism. So he was very much active in the literary scene, defending Judaism against its detractors from without. And then finally, he was involved in defending himself, not surprisingly. Besides his responsa literature, and besides his commentary on the Talmud, which we haven't had much time to discuss, he also wrote a few sort of halachic volumes that deal with particular topics. One of these topics dealt with the laws of keeping kosher, and it was called Torah Habayit, the teachings of the home, or the Torah of the home. And it was criticized within the realm of appropriate debate by another great thinker of the period, Aharon of Barcelona, who you may recognize his widely believed to be the anonymous author of the Sefer Hachim, shown here in a 5-volume Hebrew English translation. We have several copies at my house because they're very popular bar mitzvah gift. It is actually the first. It itself was a bar mitzvah gift. It's a rather amazing book. Let me take a second to tell you what the book is about. The book is written anonymously, so it's attributed to Aharon of Barcelona, but we're not positive. And basically, what he does is he wrote this book for his son on the occasion of his bar mitzvah. It is organized according to each of the sections of the Torah, the Parshiot of the Torah, and it goes through each of the 613 mitzvot in turn. And it says, a couple paragraphs about what the mitzvah is, how it is observed, and then most fascinatingly and very uncommonly, he says why the mitzvah exists, the reasons behind the mitzvah, which most of the commentaries do not treat. It says this is the mitzvah, the commandment, and most commentators just say that's what we're supposed to do. But the Chinuch actually provides reasons, which makes it an unusually fascinating. At any rate, Aharon criticized the Torah Tabayit. He wrote a book called Bedek Tabayit, which means the examination of the house. Like if the house is so good, it can stand up to a little bit of criticism here, in which he took the Rashba to task politely on some of his ideas. So the Rashba apparently was not pleased with the criticism, and he anonymously wrote a defense of his work, written in the third person, meaning as if it was some other person wishing to defend Rashba. To find out from a later responsa that the Rashba defended himself, and his was called Mishmeret Habayit, guard the house. So you have the laws of the house, the examination of guarding of the house, all of them kind of like tried out of works that I built with. So he was involved in defending his own ideas against criticism as well. So when we take all of his works as a whole, the Rashba has a phenomenal legacy. This, by the way, is 5 volumes that his commentary on the Talmud wrote. Separate from the responsible result. The Rashba was a communal figure of tremendous proportion. He was a astute leader and a profound Talmudic thinker, very, very active in protecting Jewish communities all around, both intellectually and in many ways on a leadership level. And perhaps the most lasting contribution to Jewish thought, besides his literary work, is his compromise of 1305, which laid out the boundaries for acceptable incorporation on Jewish wisdom as the Jewish educational curriculum. So that, I want to thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, as always. Next week, we're going to speak about Kalonimus, another scholar, who is especially involved in translating Arabic wisdom into European languages, and one of the principal reasons why it's a phenomenal contribution of the world. Thank you for your participation.
The next stop is Avenue J.
Tonight we're going to speak about Julio da Costa, also known as Julio Acosta. We are continuing our discussion of the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese Inquisition that followed for the next 100 years. And Acosta is one of those extremely tragic and moving figures in Jewish history. The story is a sad one. You will not leave here tonight feeling great about someone who heroically stood up against tremendous persecution. We're going to speak tonight about someone who, if anything, succumbed to persecution, albeit under incredibly difficult and unimaginable pressures. To give away the story at the end, at the beginning of the lecture, Costa was one of the victims of the Inquisition. He was several generations on Marano, so-called Marano, or a converso, a crypto Jew who had submerged his Jewish identity in the Catholic environment. He ultimately returned to Judaism, but his return was fraught with difficulties, primarily because the Judaism that he had anticipated returning to was no longer there. It was, in fact, a figment of his imagination. And the disconnect between his imagined Judaism, which he had largely constructed while he was living in Portugal, and the actual Judaism lived by Jews in Amsterdam was totally different. He was unable to find a place for himself and his Jewish identity, and ultimately he ended his life after composing a very brief autobiographical statement that will be our discussion tonight. So he is a tragic figure that illustrates the problematic nature of Marano identity and the perils of living in a kind of bifurcated existence. In my humble opinion, perhaps the reason why I'm so fascinated with the story of Rui Costa is because in many ways it reflects the phenomenon that we note at the turn of the 21st century, the so-called OTD phenomenon, which is an acronym for off-the-derech, sort of like an internal observant catchphrase from many Jews who were observant and who chose to not become and no longer remain observant. In Israel, they refer to OTD phenomenon as people who are choser l'she'elah. Just like there are those who are choser l'tshuva, those who return in repentance. They look at the pun on the word repentance, which means literally answer. They return to the answer. They say there are those who return to the question, those who go back to the ambiguity of a non-rooted existence. And this is exactly what happened to Acosta, because he is so desperately attempting to find his place in a religious, social, cultural milieu, and he is unable to do so. Now, the story that we're going to talk about also involves issues of most likely mental illness. And from internal literary evidence from his own writings, we can see that he had significant conflict with his family that was completely unrelated to his religious persuasions and his religious journeys. But nevertheless, just reading it at face value, we see that, as he would say later in his memoirs, he has suffered much as a result of religion. Religion was something that he was at the same time obsessed with and persecuted by simultaneously. It's also illustrative of phenomena that would occupy Jewish identity for the next 400 years, phenomena that we are still very much dealing with. That is the transition to modernity. I'll speak about this in greater detail in a few slides, but basically one of the things that happens between the 16th and the 18th century into the 19th century is the coercive control of central rabbinic authority wanes. It erodes under the political and social pressures that are associated with greater democratization of society, scientific discoveries, and a general skepticism toward religion in general. The society that we were all born in the 20th century was radically different than the society that Jews would have been born in the 15th century, primarily because the rabbis simply do not exert the same control. They don't have the same coercive powers that has a positive and a negative aspect. But the positive aspect, you might like to think, is that, after all, Jews have the sort of American voluntarism and freedom, and they can choose whatever they want to do. They can express themselves however they want. At the same time, this plethora of choice lends to a dissipation of the power of gravity of the Jewish center. And Jews, of course, are assimilating at alarming rates as a direct result of the greater freedoms that modernity has afforded. We begin to see the roots of this really emerging as a result of the Spanish Inquisition. It will become full-flowered in the French Revolution, and that, of course, will be things that we'll discuss in February, March, February. Okay, one last. So, anyways, the parallels of Acosta's life are very much present in today's society. A lot of the artwork that I'll show you here is ironically emerging from Eastern Europe for reasons that I think will become clear. The whole idea of the submerged identity that Acosta himself maintained under an oppressive, even totalitarian regime, very much like that of what he lived in Portugal, and then with the new freedoms of the collapse of communism, all of a sudden his ability to assert himself, as it were, as an Orthodox Jew, and finding out that Orthodox Jews were not all that cracked up to be, was about. The parallels are eerie. Now, the last thing I want to say here is there is this concept in halakha, in Jewish law, of the tinok shenishbo, the captured child. There is this concept that, there is mandatory observance, right? The Charlton Heston, Moses is on the mount and he gets the Ten Commandments and tells the Jews these are the things you have to do. And if you are not compliant, then of course you are a heretic and you are outside of the pale or off the path, so to speak. And then there are people who return, say, going back to the derech. Now, what about people who were kidnapped as children? For example, in an act of war, and very common in the ancient and medieval period, that Jewish children and Christian children, Muslim children would be stolen and put on the slave market. And then they would be raised as slaves in a totally foreign culture. And then at some point in adulthood, they're able to gain manumission, and they know they're Jewish. They return to the Jewish community, and they find that, wait a minute, I'm not allowed to eat that. I can't make a fire on Shabbos and on Saturday. What's the big deal? So, according to Jewish law, these so-called kidnapped children, even though they may return to Judaism as adults, and even though they're perfectly intellectually capable of understanding all the ramifications of traditional Jewish law, they are held non-culpable for their actions. They are considered, beyond the pale of culpability of being blamed, primarily because they did not receive the tradition while they were children. It was not, so to speak, mushrash. It was not rooted in their personality because they did not receive it as children. The great Israeli scholar, the Chazon Ish, once ruled that all of American Jewry, regardless of their parentage, are in the category of tinoko shenishbu, kidnapped children, which is an amazing statement, which says that our entire culture is one of Marano nature. We'll have to explore that. Let's talk about, first of all, his family background, the basic biographical data. He was born in 1583 in a small town of Portugal to a new Christian family. For those of you who were not here last week, we spoke a little bit more about the Spanish Inquisition. You recall that particularly Portugal in 1497, when there was this massive coerced conversion of all Portuguese Jews to Catholicism. Only any number of them actually fled Portugal. The others were tortured into submission and forced to become Catholics. Even though they were technically baptized and should have been accepted theologically completely into the fold and subsumed within the general category of conversion, there was, justifiably, a lingering suspicion that they were secretly, yearning to return to their Jewish roots, really wanted to be Jews and only had succumbed to the pressures to convert because of the torturous policies of King Manuel I. So this created a category known as the New Christian, as opposed to the Old Christians, who were never Jewish and converted to Catholicism. These were Jews who had become Christians, and therefore they were kind of like a second-class New Christian. And this designation of New Christian would persist for centuries, generation after generation, for people who were New Christians. There was a tremendous amount of persecution directed against New Christians. They were suspected, again correctly, of having Judaizing tendencies. and tremendous restrictions were placed on their travel, on their, in some cases, on their promotion in various fields, although they managed to get around that in many areas. And they themselves, and now we're talking about Jews who have converted to Catholicism, maintained a strong degree of endogamy, constantly marrying within each other's two Christian families, and a whole series of practices which were openly Judaizing in nature. And this persisted for centuries. So he was born to one of these families, putting it in terms of the time frame, you'll recall that the forced conversion is 1497. The Inquisition formally comes to Portugal in 1531. That means the Jews had about 3 decades where basically they could pretend they were a Christian only at a very, very thin level, and then later it became much more serious. And so he's born 50 years after the Inquisition has been active in Portugal. By his own testimony, he refers to his father as a very devout Catholic, and it's clear from internal literary evidence in his autobiography that he idolized his father somewhat, although other sources indicate that his father may not have been such a firm Catholic after all. He may have been just as much a crypto Jew as his mother was. Because his father died fairly young, our protagonist did not know much about this, but other evidence suggests that perhaps he was just keeping his own Jewish nature a secret from his son. One of the very common things in the so-called Marrano religion, I use that term with some difficulty because it is a term appropriate. It means pigs, although it is the most common term for these new Christians or these conversos or crypto Jews. By the way, in Hebrew, they're often called anusim, which means the forced ones, the ones who were forced to pretend that they were practitioners. It's most anusim did not find out they were Jewish until when they were too young. If parents were afraid that a child would banter in the playground could reveal their Jewish identity, and so therefore they led their children to believe they were in fact just as Catholic as the next neighbor. And then when they became adolescents, they let them in on the secret that in fact they were Jewish. And adolescence is a tough enough time as it is. Can you imagine finding out that you're actually Jewish, when all this time you thought you were Irish or something? It must be very difficult. So it's quite possible that his father was in fact a devout crypto Jew as his mother was, but he did not reveal that to his son. The mother we know much more about. She, of course, survived her husband, and she fled with Uriel and the rest of their family to Northern Europe. And we know that as soon as they landed in Amsterdam, they immediately began practicing Judaism again. He circumcised himself and his brothers, and were playing God. We also know that the Inquisition was remarkably detailed in its record keeping. We actually know of generations upon generations of extended family members of the Acosta family who were persecuted by the Inquisition and were burned at the multiple auto da fe, or the acts of faith that were held for Judaizers. The Inquisition was known, for example, to pursue cases over decades. One woman was sentenced for the 3rd time when she was 80 years old. She was acquitted after 2 earlier arrests, and she was arrested at the age of 80, and she finally died under torture in prison at the age of 85. The Inquisition simply did not let go. One of the great historians of the Holocaust, Raoul Hilger, compared the Nazi bureaucracy to the Spanish Inquisition, and in many ways I don't think he was very far off. So we know the tremendous data on his extended family, and it was definitely a family of very active crypto Jews. So-called underground rabbis were noted, meaning these are people who practice as religious leaders for the crypto Jewish community and so on. But there is evidence, as I mentioned earlier, that Acosta did not get along well with his brothers and his cousins, and in fact they were among those who denounced him to the Inquisition later on in life. Now, one of the terms that I have not introduced you to yet is the so-called Barak phenomenon. The conversos were also known as Barakos, a very strange kind of reference, which is borrowed from miraculous steed that Muhammad rode to heaven on his night journey, according to Islamic theology. Burak is a horse that was neither male nor female, donkey nor horse. We talk about horse, but it's not necessarily a horse. It was some kind of like miraculous animal that is often depicted as in this Persian representation here, with the face of a woman, although it had no gender. And the crypto Jews were called Barakos, Los Barakos, because they were neither Jewish nor Christian. They had no clear place either way. In the Christian church, they were always suspect for their secret practices. And in fact, one of the interesting phenomena that occurred in many Portuguese churches is that when a person was accused of Judaizing and they were forced to wear this humiliating tunic, I showed you a picture of it last week, the San Benito, they would then take this after the person was victimized and burned. They would take it and they would mount it in the church. It would be like a reminder in a public place for all generations of that family and all extended members of that family that in fact there was a member of the family who was so shamed. So they could never really completely buy into the church. They were not completely absorbed by any means whatsoever. And at the same time, they had nothing to go on Jewishly. And this I find absolutely fascinating. And what do you do with Judaism when you don't have any of the key propagators of the elements of the faith? When owning a Jewish book is a death sentence, you will recall that early on in the Inquisition, doctors were allowed to keep Hebrew books because they were known to have, doctors could have consult the Hebrew language medical textbooks, but after a decade or so, even that was revoked, and anyone who possessed a Hebrew book would immediately be accused of Judaizing. Let us not forget that the kinds of things that typically would get you into the clutches of the Inquisition was nothing so grand as like holding a prayer gathering or circumcising a child. That was obvious. But it would be like doing your laundry on a Friday, changing the sheets on a Friday. That would be sufficient. Or simply not eating pork with everyone else. And pork was a major part of the Portuguese diet. And to always be substituting this for other kinds of foods, that was absolutely inexcusable. Fasting on non-Christian days, feasting on non-Christian feast days, any of these little behaviors would immediately put you within the clutches of the Inquisition. So what do you do when you have no longer any books, you no longer have any rabbis, you don't have any, anything except tortured historical memory that you only began to pick up to your adolescence when your parents explained to you that you're actually Jewish? How do you persist in your Judaism for 100 years after that? So the Marranos developed, a way of observing Judaism that was deeply spiritual and meaningful for them, but bore less and less resemblance to actual Jewish practice. For example, prayers. The main text of prayers that they had accessible to them was the Book of Psalms, because that's part of the Bible. It's hard to make that forbidden, right? So they would literally memorize the entire Book of Psalms, and most of their prayer gatherings would consist of reciting psalms, because they knew that was authentically Jewish. On the other hand, many other things would slip in, like, for example, praying on their knees. Kneeling is completely forbidden to Jews, and except under very rare circumstances and very rare days, like prostrating on the Rosh Hashanah and Kippur and so on. But otherwise, completely forbidden. And they would pick it up from Catholic practice, and that was considered perfectly appropriate. It reminds me, if I can't tell you a short, funny story, it's such a depressing topic, so I'll tell you a very short, funny story. When I got my PhD at the University of Toronto, it's a very old-fashioned school based on the Oxford model, and they have this huge dararam, as my grandmother would say, and you have to go present yourself robed to the chancellor, and the chancellor will then take the hood off your left arm and put it over your head, and that's the official, conveying of the degree, conferring of the degree. So when they stood us up in the rehearsal, they showed how I'm supposed to walk up to the chancellor, sitting on a big throne-like thing, and I had to kneel before the chancellor. And I say, wait a second, I can't do that. I'm not allowed to kneel. I said, oh yeah, I forgot. We kick guys like you every year. Don't worry about it. All you have to do is don't climb up all the steps, because the chancellor was quite high up on the steps. So just climb up a few steps, you'll automatically be lower, and you'll do it. So they call me my name up, I walk up there, I stand a little lower, I have my hood, and the chancellor takes the hood and puts it over my head, and she says to me, Mazel Tov. We have to imagine young Oriel, who is growing up, and he is, up until this point in his late adolescence, he's totally into Catholicism. He actually achieves an order in the church. He actually takes an ecclesiastical position. He admits that he's a sensitive young man. He often breaks out into tears. I mentioned that mental health may be part of the whole story here, but he's quite a spiritual, emotional Catholic, and he learns that he is, in fact, he has some Jewish roots. And he begins to explore these roots while he is actually an officer of the church. And he starts reading more and more of the scriptures, and he decides, you know what? It can't be that Christianity is right. It must be that Judaism is right. He gives a few examples in his autobiography, like, for example, both Christians and Jews agree that the Old Testament is the Word of God, but only Christians agree that the Christian New Testament is the Word of God. Therefore, it must be the Old Testament. And then he talks about some arguments which were derived from Maimonides and otherwise. But anyways, he says, okay, that's it, I'm going to be Jewish. The thing is, he doesn't know exactly how he's going to be Jewish, what he's going to do about his roots. So he ultimately ends up fleeing with his family to Amsterdam. But before we do that, I just want to give you one sense of the mechanics of Inquisition, to give you a sense of the kind of threat that people lived under at that time. I'll read to you from the brilliant work of Cecil Roth in his Trade of Moranos, first published in the 1930s. And one thing is I have to find the actual page I was going to read it to you. Yes, here we go. So this is... I'm not going to torment you with the entire transcript. And these are examples of inquisitorial records, of which we have excellent examples. But just to give you a sense of what the incredibly twisted logic of the Inquisition was. This is from the Inquisition of Toledo in 1567, where there was a woman named Elvira del Campo. Her husband was a bride, and the Inquisition was already convinced of the guilt of its victims before they even began to interrogate them. The interrogation was solely for the purpose of revealing other people that could be drawn into the net. And therefore, the inquisitors were absolutely blessed and would not cease no matter what. It was very Kafkaesque. If you ever read the trials, very much like Franz Kafka's descriptions of what it was like to be a prisoner under these circumstances. So this particular woman received a fairly minor assessment of torture. She was to get one jug, which was a reference to how much waterboarding she would endure. As the waterboarding was used literally in the Spanish Inquisition. So this is the translation. She was carried to the torture chamber and told to tell the truth. When she said that she had nothing to say, but by the way, she was accused of not eating pork. That was her crime, not eating pork. She was ordered to be stripped and again admonished, but was silent. When stripped, she said, Senores, I've done all that is said of me, and I bear false witness against myself, for I do not want to see myself in such trouble. Please God, I have done. She was told not to bring false testimony against herself, but to tell the truth. The tying of the arms commenced. You'll recall that on the outside chance that perhaps a person was telling the truth and was actually a Christian, it was considered inappropriate to shed their blood. And so therefore, tortures that did not involve bloodshed, like waterboarding or stretching of the limbs or burning of the soles of the feet, considered much more religiously humane. One cord was applied to the arms and twisted, and she was admonished to tell the truth, but she said she had nothing to tell. Then she screamed and said, I have done all they say. Told to tell in detail what she had done, she replied, I have already told the truth. Then she screamed and said, tell me what you want, for I don't know what to say. She was told to tell what she had done, for she was tortured because she had not done so. Another turn of the cord was ordered. She cried, loosen me, senores, and tell me what I have to say. I do not know what I have done. O Lord, have mercy on me, a sinner. Another turn was given. She said, loosen me a little, that I may remember what I have to tell. I don't know what I have done. I did not eat pork, for it made me sick. I have done everything. Loosen me, and I will tell the truth. Another turn of the cord was ordered, and when she said, loosen me, and I will tell the truth, I don't know what I have to tell. Loosen me for the sake of God. Tell me what I have to say. I did it. I did it. They hurt me, senor. Loosen me. Loosen me, and I will tell it. She was told to tell it and said, I don't know what I have to tell. Senor, I did it. I have nothing to tell. Hold my arms. Release me, and I will tell it. She was asked to tell what she did and said, I don't know. I did not eat because I did not wish to. She was asked why she did not wish to and replied, loosen me, loosen me. Take me from here, and I will tell it when I take him away. I say that I did not eat it. She was told to speak and said, I did not eat it. I don't know why. Another term was ordered. She said, Senor, I did not eat it because I did not wish to. Release me, and I will tell it. She was told to tell what she had done contrary to our holy Catholic faith. She said, take me from here and tell me what I have to say. They hurt me. Oh, my arms, which repeated many times. I went on, I don't remember. Tell me what I have to say. Oh, wretched me, I will tell all that is wanted, Signore. They are breaking my arms. I did everything that was said of me. This goes on for 3 more pages of simply not knowing whether she should make something up, tell something, not tell something, and just searching desperately for the right answers. What exactly do they want from her to release her? Ultimately, she would betray several dozen other people that she could think of, and they would be brought into this net. The Inquisition would look for any tiny little aspect of what they might have done, and the process would continue. Absolutely torturous and something that would be unprecedented on human scale. Okay, so they get to Amsterdam, and they're so happy to finally be in a free state where Jews are allowed to exist the way Jews are allowed to observe their faith openly. As I mentioned, he circumcises himself and his entire family, his brothers and his mother, all convert to Judaism, and they're living there without too much difficulty. They later move on to Hamburg, Germany, which also has a very significant family or population of Portuguese Jews. By the way, Portuguese Jews for most of the 17th and 18th century is sort of shorthand for these refugees from the Inquisition who make their way through Europe. And there he begins to get into trouble because he begins to say, wait a second, why are you guys, why are you rabbis doing these things? I never heard of any of these things. In all of my detailed study of scripture, I have never seen, for example, the way you observe the Sabbath. And in fact, if you look in the Bible, you will see nothing of the extensive preparations and observance of the Sabbath that is common to Orthodox Jews. And this is one of the ironic sort of epiphenomena of the inquisitorial process, that the divorce from traditional Jewish teachings and Jewish texts meant that these are intensely religious people who would nevertheless have no access to the realities of how Judaism is practiced. And the disconnect is something that Acosta simply could not be alone. I just have to find one more document. It's hard to do this with one. Here we go. This document here. And so he was censured. He began to write a little bit. He had the intelligence that he eventually began to write and publish a little bit, and he got himself into some trouble. The leadership of Hamburg placed him under his first excommunication. He would ultimately be excommunicated 3 times in his lifetime. This is the first and mildest of them. Now, let me take a moment just to discuss what exactly is excommunication in Judaism. The term itself is actually Catholic. We borrow it from the Catholic faith. Hebrew actually has a fairly rich vocabulary for various types of excommunications. The most common one is known as cherem. You also have shamta, aru, and a few others that are referenced in Talmudic literature. but it's basically a form of social ostracism that is typically imposed on someone who refuses to submit to the decree of the court. It's kind of like contempt of court, I think, in legal terms. It is still very much practiced today, typically in cases where, let's say, there's a business dispute and the two parties agree to go to a baked-in or a rabbinic court.
This is very. I'm telling you if I'm not sure. I've never been married to my
what the court tells him he's supposed to pay, and therefore the court places him in a form of terror. If you read the Jewish press or any of these Jewish newspapers, and you look at the back, you'll often find these legal notices that says so and so is placed under a ban. There's a serial various terminologies for them. And let us understand this within the context on the kind of punishments. They can vary from fairly mild things like he's not allowed to be honored and sang on to no
And it
one's
was all
allowed to
because
be
it made
with them
clips at first. Not like it
or
did.
stand within 6 feet of him for amot of him. So it depends entirely on the nature of the crime and the discretion of the court.
I have an
Perhaps
appeal
the most
server. If you really want to go back, you can write an appeal.
Is that a word? That's Karen, a victim of a Karen is Baruch Spinoza, shown has a very significant connection to a concept that I'll explore a little later. This is the text of the ban placed on Baruch Spinoza some century later, which is probably similar to the kind of text that was used in the same town against Acosta. So let me read this paragraph to you and you'll get a sense of what this must have felt like. The lords of the Mahamad, referring to the village elders or the town elders, having long known of the evil opinions and acts of Baruch de Espinoza, have endeavored by various means and promises to turn him from his evil ways, but having failed to make him mend his wicked ways, and on the contrary, daily receiving more and more serious information about the abominable heresies which he practiced and taught, and about his monstrous deeds, and having for this numerous trustworthy witnesses who have deposed and borne witnesses to this effect in the presence of the said Espinoza, they became convinced of the truth of the matter, and after all of this has been investigated in the presence of the honorable Chachamim, the sages, they have decided with their consent that the said Espinoza should be excommunicated and expelled from the people of Israel. By the decree of the angels and by the command of the holy men, we excommunicate, expel, curse, and damn Baruch Espinoza with the consent of God, blessed be he, and with the consent of all the holy congregation in front of these holy scrolls with the 613 precepts which are written therein, with the excommunication with which Joshua banned Jericho, with the curse with which Elisha cursed the boys, and with all the curses that are written in the book of the law. Cursed be he by day, and cursed be he by night. Cursed be he when he lies down, and cursed be he when he rises up. Cursed be he when he goes out, and cursed be he when he comes in. The Lord will not spare him. The anger and wrath of the Lord will rage against this man, and bring upon him all the curses which are written in this book. And the Lord will blot out his name from under heaven, and the Lord will separate him to his injury from all the tribes of Israel with all the curses of the covenant, which are written in the book of the law. But you who cleave unto the Lord God are all lively stayed. We order that no one should communicate with him orally or in writing, or show him any favor, or sit on the same roof.
What's good, dog? I'm the dog. I'm the dog. How are you, Pam? What's good? Anything? Very cool. You were here. You know?
Or within 4 cubits of him, or read anything composed or written by him. Very strong, almost hyperbolic language, and all over the culture comes with ideas that the Acosta, and of course much more famously Spinoza, would later challenge the dominant thinking of the Jewish faith, and would, the Chachamim, the sages of the community, would bring the full weight of rabbinic authority down upon his head. Now, for us living centuries later, it seems, perhaps it's just me, but it seems like overkill. It seems like here's some possibly mentally ill individual who is criticizing how we observe the Sabbath, and yet you bring a whole ton of bricks on him like that. I think we have to try and place ourselves within the 17th century context where the boundaries of religious authority are rapidly eroding under the assault of these less educated Jews coming from Portugal who are skeptical and questioning the authority of the rabbis and dominant Jewish practice. Furthermore, they certainly have tremendous street creds for the persecution that they endured under the Inquisition. And for them to come and say, you really don't have to do all this Shabbos stuff. And, like what my mother, who is a really good Jewess, she only washed the meat. She never, soaked it with salt. She just washed it. That was good enough. And so the traditional boundaries are under attack from this strange kind of internal threat. And the decision of the sages of Amsterdam was just super harsh with them. We can think about whether or not that was an acceptable strategy and whether or not that is an appropriate strategy today, perhaps towards the end of this lecture. But it gets worse. That's my father, although shocking, always said, Henry, it always gets worse. So the second excommunication happened in Amsterdam. He fled from Hamburg, went back to Amsterdam, large Jewish population. He wasn't happy in Hamburg. He didn't speak German. He was having a very difficult time there. And he began to be much more aggressive in his critique of rabbinic Judaism. And remember, this is not a Catholic critique against rabbinic Judaism. This is a Jewish critique, an internal critique, where he says, I read the Bible very well, and it doesn't say any of this stuff. He specifically used a lot of Christian vocabulary in his critique, as in this book, for example, the examination of Pharisaic traditions. The Pharisees, that's actually a reference to rabbinic Jews. The Hebrew term is perushim, those who separate. You recall, we talked about this a little bit when we were talking about Appion. These are the progenitors of the rabbinic tradition, but in the Christian tradition, they are, the word Pharisee is essentially identical with hypocrite. So to use Pharisee in a literary context for anyone who's familiar with Christian thought, that's considered an insulting term. And so he's saying the rabbis are just like the Pharisees. He says this openly in his autobiography. They're full of lies, just like their ancestors who were very stubborn and stiff-necked. And he's saying that they're just making things up that aren't in the Bible. Some scholars of Acosta have opined that perhaps he was heavily influenced by Karaism, which is a movement that began in the 9th century that argued that the only authentically divine portion of rabbinic literature is in fact the Torah, and everything else is all completely fabricated. It's very hard to draw a straight line from Karaism to Acosta and Maimonides. He published this book. The rabbis knew that it was coming out, and they actually anticipated it. Before it even hit the press, it's not even much of a book, it's really a pamphlet. They published a counter pamphlet that accused him of all kinds of nasty things. The book, as soon as it appeared, was burned by the rabbis, and he was excommunicated a second time, and he fled to Utrecht. He originally wrote in Latin. Portuguese was his mother tongue, but he wrote quite excellently, actually, in Latin. Yes. I don't think there's a Karaite community in Utrecht or Amsterdam at this time. And also, he thinks he is a regular Jew. He thinks he's like mainstream. It happens that these crazy rabbis are off the derrick. So the Karaites, I've read just about everything here. He never even refers to Karaites. I don't think he's even aware of their existence. You would have more Karaite communities toward the east, but not in Western Europe. Okay, so he flees to Utrecht, and he lives there for several years. Then his mother passes away. He is married for some time. We don't know much about his first wife, but he apparently was very close with his mother who sheltered him through much of the worst of this. And he decides that, it's just too lonely to try and live in this excommunicated state, which he had endured for 7 years. No Jew was allowed to stand within 4 cubits of him. He felt absolutely terrible. So he decides, quote unquote, that he will become an ape among apes. Meaning, I don't believe any of this stuff, but who wants to live alone? So I'm going to go back to Amsterdam, and I'm going to pretend to do tshuva. I'm going to repent, and that way, at least I can live with human beings. I can live among other Jews. At least I can have some kind of society with me. So he goes back to Amsterdam, and he agrees to a rather humiliating ritual in the synagogue, which perhaps I will read to you right now, because I won't read to you in great detail, but I'll read you just one paragraph of what he endured with his son. Now, don't forget, he's already been excommunicated twice. It's not like he doesn't know what's coming here. This is not a first-time excommunication. He says, so he goes back and says, okay, I want to do tshuva, I want to accept it, and they agree, but they force him to go through this ritual humiliation. Then my sentence was read out of a little book. It declared that I must enter the synagogue dressed in the clothes of mourning, holding a black wax taper in my hand, and there to read distinctly before the whole congregation a form of recantation in which they described in blackest colors the magnitude of my crimes. Then I was to submit to a public whipping with a scourge made of leather thongs. And by the way, this was a mechanical device that the rabbis used right up until the French Revolution. That the rabbis had the authority, and many communities it was utilized to give a person lashes in order to ensure conformity to communal will. You'll recall in tonight's lecture, I talked a little bit about kind of like the positives and negatives of modernity. One of the aspects of pre-modernity for Jews is that the rabbis had the authority of corporal punishment. Rarely used, obviously. It was typically in things like where a husband refused to give his wife a get and things like that, but definitely utilized. Anyways, after that, I was to prostrate myself at the entrance to the synagogue that they might all pass for me. Moreover, I was to fast a certain number of days. Right? So his punishment was he had to read this public confession. He had to be whipped 39 times, and then he has to lay down the entrance of the synagogue, and everyone walks over me. He describes this with his how he endured this and how furious it made him, not surprising. But nevertheless, he goes through it. So then he is now, so to speak, he's done tshuva. He does mention, by the way, at the end, he says, now let nobody say that they not do me honor, for if they scourge me, yet they lamented over me and stroked my hand, meaning that they at least gave him some chesed, they gave him some kindness after he went through these very humiliating rituals. But again, trying to imagine what it must have been the heads of the rabbis in 17th century Amsterdam, they're trying to make sure this doesn't happen ever again. And they're sending a really strong message. It would, in my humble opinion, backfire, but ultimately that's really what they're trying to achieve. So, but he's not done yet, because Acosta now, after being ritually humiliated in this manner, begins to wonder about more than the specific practices of what he calls Pharisaic Judaism. He begins to say, well, what about the doctrine? What about the very basic elements of Judaism? I'm not talking now about how to make a cow kosher, and I'm not talking about how to observe Shabbos. What about life after death? And here he begins to contemplate that perhaps the entire superstructure of Judaism is false. And at this point, not only is he attacking Judaism, he's also attacking Christianity by saying, he ultimately comes out explicitly and says this, that he doesn't believe in any organized religion. This is a remarkably modern way of thinking. For the 16th century, to hear someone express in these terms, that's why he's considered in many ways an intellectual forebear of Spinoza, who also argued very similar. At this point, he is much more of a troublemaker. The flashpoint is when two Christians, like not new Christians, but like never before Jewish Christians, happen to come across him and they say they're kind of interested in becoming Jewish, and he convinces them not to become Jewish. And when this gets back to the community, this again is Acosta. It's explaining his own behavior. It's hard to believe it actually happened.
You sandbagging son of a bitch. How you live?
And
How have you been? All right. Are you ready to leave? Everything? How was your day, Lou?
Well, it's the truth. Did you know that you had an invitation? We're going. Maybe it's some better than others. Okay. That's all right. I like the consistency. I was outside today. We got groceries. Walmart. No, I have. Because it's free to have it delivered. I've been to Walmart actually, you know. I've both driven there and I've walked there. Sure. Okay. Yo, what up, Pim? Did you hear me?
Are you ready to lose?
Dude, are you gonna go? What up, Pim? Isn't it Woolworths? Right. Don't you have Woolworths? Don't you have Woolworths? I know, but don't you have? I know, don't you have Woolworths stuff? Did you know that you lost Big W? Dude, did you know that you lost Big W? No. I think they stopped. Yeah, they stopped like 7 years ago. Someone wanted to. They didn't like the backlash they were getting for to buy that. And I think it had to do actually with the. I think a lot of states you have to do a background check, maybe off. So you couldn't just go in there and buy it anymore. You had to wait. And Walmart's about selling, not having to wait for stuff. So they stopped doing it. But also, I heard they didn't like the negative press that they did because somebody would be like, you go in there and you buy a gun and go kill their family, whatever, and it's not something for what Walmart wants to do. But years ago, I guess like when Walmart first started, it was big to buy guns. Doug, do you know that you're getting your ass whooped? Just straight up whooped. Get it, dude. I mean, check out. Good move. Good move. Okay. Wait, we're gonna complete it? Are we gonna do a new one? Are you not gonna be a little bitch?
Okay, so then you have to stay here for 2 minutes while I go to the bathroom. So that I can play, okay? Yeah, it is, baby. Yeah, it is, baby. That's what I'm talking about, dude. right, big dogs. Let's do it.
Yep. Okay, you're up 1-0. You know I suck at it. Oh yes, I am. This is my worst game. Do you know what? Do you know what pocket pool is? It's another euphemism for masturbating. It's one of the worst shots I've ever seen. One of the worst shots I've ever seen. Do you want to see something? I mean, it's just funny. Look how sick this shot is. Did you see that, son? Word. Oh, that's sick as fuck. What a shot! That was the best shot I've ever had in this game. Did you see that? How was it, son? Does everybody speak English? Good shot, dude. That was a great shot. No way. No way. You just fucked up major. Who the fuck is David? Gotcha. Do they have that one guy with the speed skater? That would have been one of the best shots ever. hey, I hope you win this game. So go ahead and do it. I want to be down 0 games to 2. Dude, you missed the UFC because I like comebacks. Dude, you missed the UFC. Yeah, dog. Did you watch any of it? No. Why not? It was UFC. It was UFC 319, and it was amazing. Next month, September. They had in the final match, the guy who won landed more punches than in any other UFC match ever. But it actually was a really boring fight. And if you're like, how is it that he landed all these punches, but it was a boring fight? All he did was wrestle the guy to the ground and then just punch him like barely. And all those punches count as like real punches. Like two guys who hadn't lost. Dude, you are playing so unbelievably well. Hit this shot, dude. Win it. If you make the shot, you win. Dude, just spank it. I love it. That's what I'm talking about, son. I want to see the best shot. Dude, look at the best shot. It was so good. All right, why did you leave? Okay, that's fine. It was my shot. It was amazing. Never know, son. Okay. Have you tried iodine? It's an element. Increases intelligence. I think it has. It's in food like iodine salt. But you can also take iodine supplements. It's like I take it. It's like a dropper, and it tastes really bad. So a lot of times I'll put it in like grape juice or something. And if I recall, it needs to be a liquid form or in like salt. And it increases your health. I believe so. I, I would picture that's what makes your person really well. Do you have that thing on your arm? Okay, we'll go get it. Yeah, you told a group of people that you didn't know until you were 15 years old that you were circumcised because you've never seen a man's penis. Now, have you seen this master class? Okay. I showed Riser this thing. It's fucking amazing. It's gonna be a game changer for my stream. So I took I saw okay, so I was watching this Joe Rogan and I saw that there was this thing that summarized the whole show and I was like, oh that's really interesting. Like it gave timestamps and like a really nice summary and it was like this website. And so all you do is go to the website and it'll summarize any YouTube video for you. And so I put this 8-hour video of mine in there, and it summarized it so well. It talked about the Amazon rainforest and AI, and then this music concert that I did. It was like, and it was super accurate. And every single song that I sang, it had it in there, like like a playlist. Yeah, because it was up against the wall. It's got a bunch of glass in the way. And I just helped you. So if you win this game, you will be up video games 3 games 0. Are you gonna go though? What a beautiful shot. 7, not 10. Are you ready for this, dude? I think it was 10. I agree. Dude, slap yourself. Dude, slap yourself. Don't do don't do that. You run out of hair. Just flick your hands. Now that was dumb. Dude, you just made a noise. Click yourself. Are you proud of that shot?
Sure. Sure.
Click yourself too. Okay. Okay. Let's see. Yes. Really?
Let's try it.
Did it work? Dude, I've seen these people on TikTok. I need that surgery. Oh, baby. Ready for this food soup?
What's the severest?
This girl on TikTok, she like can't even talk without saying that. No, she says like the head word. She says like other language. No. Okay. People, yeah, people are still fucking yes. Dude, if you beat me here, oh, I won't ask it. So it's one game for two. You can beat me here, though. You have the lead, then you evolve.
Yeah.
Are you proud of your evolution? Think that was a good move? I do too.
Oh, that's very good.
That's good for you.
This trip sounds very fun. But how much time do I spend?
Yes, you did, son.
Did you know about that?
Nope, not at all. I did not help you at all. None of those are good notes. You're done. Oh, you helped me even more.
I thought myself, but I would think that instead of this, you have a
That's true. What do I do?
down.
I think so. You're up next. Dude, so my boss created a clip of a guy earlier today, or actually like 5 days ago, but he came into my Discord today and was just yelling and yelling and yelling for 3 hours. Listen here, and just kept leaving and coming back, leaving and coming back. And I was fine with it, but eventually it was a bunch of people, so I gave it. But he was so pissed off. By far the most pissed off person I've ever had in here. Ever, ever. Like, he was so pissed off. It was unbelievable. Oh, is that a good one? Oh, that was a good move, too. Very smart. Dude, it, the red ones do that. They take out a whole row.
That'll be fun, right? That'll be something. But that's what they'll do.
Are you sure? Are you sure? This is going to be good for you. This is going to be a heel
I should.
and
Go back to the
no. Oh, baby. What do I do? Like this. What's going to happen? Just give me green, but it doesn't do anything. Oh, that was a total waste. A giant waste. Dude, that was a giant waste. And you get an extra turn, extra move. Dog, you might win. Are you proud of this? know you are. I'm excited for you. Are you going to record it?
So
No, you just record it. You don't have to live stream it, just record it. What don't you understand about just recording? Yeah, you did. You fucked up majorly. Oh, but you got it. No, you didn't at all. That was baller. That's like this one, though. You're up, Zoo. You gonna go? Zoo, are you gonna record your stand-up? Are you sure? Okay. Sure, good luck. Are you sure that was the best move? Because then I'm allowed to make this move. Then I can do this move. Do you think that was a good move? Oh, that was really good. That was very good. He bears. You're up, Zoo. Whoa, 400 yards. That was baller, Zoo. Are you proud of that? Oh no, it made the green one disappear. Zoo, you're basically on the. Oh, what a move, Zoo. No, I can't. No, I can't. I have a call. What are you gonna do? What are you gonna do, Zoo? Look at this move, Zoo. Zoo, what are you gonna do? Are you proud of that move, Zoo? Zoo, you are one move away from losing. Look at those berries. Look at this move, Zoo. Zoo, kick yourself. Flick yourself, dude. Dude, did you flick yourself? Oh no. Dude. Dude, what are you gonna do, son? What are you gonna do? Dude, what are you gonna do, son? You're done. You're done, son. It's over for you. You too, son. Too, son. We got a ballet going, okay? We got a ballet going, okay? Are you sure? It was amazing. You killed yourself with the first shot. No. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna choose a guy, or are you just gonna keep jerking yourself off drugs? Did you know we're playing Neo City King? No. Did you know we're playing Neo City? No. Oh, what happened? Oh no. Yeah. What? Yo, Tim, you're done, son. I wonder if this in the background actually says everything in Japanese. Oh, what a great shot. Dude, yeah, beat me. need that help. Let me get that help. Oh, you got the help? Yes, you did. 2 to 3. Are you proud of that? Yeah, but you know you're taking it. You know that this is my game, and I'm better than everybody we've ever played with. You know I'm better than everybody we've ever played with. I want you to win, but you're not going to do it with a shit shot like that. That's a garbage shot. Garbage. Garbage shot. Doug, I don't know. All I know is that we've got a hole in one right here. Did you see that? So if you're done, I know. It's hard. What do you think of that shot, sir? Maybe. It depends where the hole is. Thank you. You helped me. I have a chance to make it in the hole. Oh, dog. You need one of the best shots in your entire career here. Get it. Oh, so you're 2 holes to none. I got you. Right where I want you. So I got you right where I want you. What are you going to do? So what are you going to do? Are you proud of this shot? Are you proud of this shot? Thank you, baby. I appreciate it. That's very sweet of you. Just make it. Make it. God, that was amazing. Yes, but not on this hole. As you know, I haven't lost on this hole to you or anybody in like 100 straight games. So I'm so good at this hole. It's over. It's 3 to 3, son. What's that greatest shot distance? Look how good a shot this is. Look at this shot, dude. I just made it look like a professional. You're done. It's 3-3, son. It's 3-3, son. Table soccer's next. Dude, are you ready? Dude, are you ready, Tim? Do you know what the dragon attack is? I'm going to try to score right here. You're up, Tim. No, you make this. There you go. It doesn't really fucking matter to me because I'm about to score. Oh, fuck. Dude, just do it. Just go. Just do it. Go. Go. Terrible shot. You got so fortunate. Last pass, son. Last pass, son. No way you scored. That was a big time goal, dog. All right, you ready for this? You're up, Tim. Look at this pass. Did you see that pass? Now you ready for this goal? What are you gonna do, sir? I'm gonna get this ball exactly where it needs to go. Ooh, you're up, dude. What a pass. Dude, look at this pass. Dude, did you see this? Dude, do you know what the dragon attack is? Dude, do you know what the dragon attack is? You're up, Tim. Are you proud of that shot? Dude, are you proud of that shot? No way. Dude, fuck you. That was garbage. You're up, Tim. Dude, it was a very high IQ movie. Now go. I'm going to show you why it was a high IQ movie. Right here. Dude, that's fun. What do you mean? I'm good, baby. Dude, watch this pass. Dude, are you ready for this? Do you know what the dragon attack is, son? Do you know what the dragon attack is, son? Yeah, that was dog shit. I've never seen a worse shot in my life. That's another, that's a bad shot. Really bad. Awful shot. Awful. Can you make it from there? Oh. Dude, you ready for this move? Dude, are you ready for this move? Look at this pass, dude. I'm going to bounce it off of the wall, off of your guy, and into the ball. Almost. But I've got a huge advantage on you. Maybe one of the greatest advantages in the history of humankind. Oh, Zoo. Oh, Zoo. Are you sure you want to do that, son? Look at the scoreboard, Zoo. Look at the scoreboard. Want to take a picture of it? No way you hit this. Zoo, look at this move. Did you see the pass? Zoo, are you ready for this goal? Are you going to go? Dude, you're done. You're done. You're not going to score. You're going to mess up. Big time. Big time. What a giant mess up. Now watch this move, Zoo. This is a pass for the ages. Zoo, do you know what the dragon attack is? Oh, Zoo. Zoo, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoo, do you know what the dragon attack is? Zoo. Zoo. Zoo, do you know what the dragon attack is? Okay. You just got it. Look at the score. Zoo, can you hear me?
Dude. 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 Oh no. No way, dude. Don't miss. You missed. I can't believe you missed. Alright, what is it? Who's winning?
So I got time or something.
Okay, ready? Everybody, I'm gonna make it 4-4. You never beat me about it. No, you haven't. First started. Thanks, Doug. You see, I Doug, what do you want me to do about it? Doug, what do you want me to do? You just got destroyed, son. It's over for you. How'd you fuck up? Dude, you're not gonna Cool story, dog. You like? I like it when you were telling me that story. I really liked it. Yeah, you got smoked, son. 4-4. It's bowling. And you suck at bowling. You go first, son. You're up. Go. Well, I think you're wrong. You know I'm gonna get this, son. You know I'm a pimp. Complicated. Usually 10 plus 10 for the first part of the next frame. Whoa, I almost got it. So if you're done, Sandra. No. So if you're done, 10 plus 10 for the next two shots.
So I think
Yes, sir. You need this. You got it. That was one of the biggest shots of your career. Too bad. Oh, Zoo.
I didn't play strikes.
No, you're doing really well. You get an automatic 10 points here. Zoo, Zoo, you could win. You just blew a huge opportunity. You won. Not necessarily. No, you said you were going to be here. You don't have to do shit. How long of a break do you need? Okay, I'll give you a 15-minute break, but you better be back in 15 minutes. Do you understand? Zoo, 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 do you hear me? Zoo, 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 do you hear me?
Dude. You need 10 more minutes? Are you ready to lose? So you're going to get your ass taken. Because you have a lot of them. Dude, are you ready to lose, son?
I don't really give a flying fuck about your battery so long as it continues to work. All I care about, about which I care, that you accept the invitation that I just sent you. Have you accepted it, or are you just going to jerk yourself off wrong? Okay. Yeah, I got it. I just looked you in the face and smashed. It's over for yourself. I know you know. But people like that show. Probably not. But I will watch the the paper, the new office. Where the first 4 episodes drop, I think next month. It's on Peacock, and it's called The Paper. It's about a paper, and the guy Oscar's going to be on it. The accountant. Dude, remember that time? What'd you say, Pimp? Okay, well, remember that time I sent you an invitation, and everybody was waiting on you to accept it? Do you remember that time? Do you remember that time? Doc, do you remember that time? That's true. Welcome, how you living, Pimp? Hello, how are you? Hope you're having a good day. They're trying to pull it down. great, man. I'm here to help people, baby. Hank, what? Hank,
It's Fred right.
dude, you just fucked
I don't know.
me. You just did, dude. Because anything that you make goes to my side. Okay, well now you do. I don't know. She was 10, wasn't she? Why do you want her to be 100? You found her at 100? Wow, you propelled her all the way up the floor? Are you a member of her OnlyFans? Why? Alright, so you're up 1, you're up 2. Hold on. 2-1, 2-2, 3-2, you're the 3, 4-3, 4-4, 5-4, 6-4, 7-4. Dude, 7-4. And not all 1,000 of those guys had OnlyFans accounts.
There was some.
Is, is she permanent fan? So how does she have a free OnlyFans?
I said, I was.
Oh, so she's totally done. Are you proud of her? Are you proud of her? Good for you, bro. Oh, what are you? Dude, are you done? Is it over for you? What are you gonna do, son? Son, what are you gonna do? Son, what are you gonna do? That's a terrible move. It's over. It's over. 8-4, son. 8-4. 8-4, but this is my worst game. Fuck you. Are you ready to? Like everything, dog. Don't roll the winner or six. There you go. There we go. Oh, so you're in trouble. So you're in giant trouble. So you're in giant amounts of trouble. So you know you're in trouble, right? And you got fortunate there. This game is worse. Better watch out. Oh, big time, sir. Big time, sir. Oh, big time, sir. What are you gonna do, sir? Oh, baby. Bye bye. Yo, Tim. I'm amazing, my dude. That was terrible. I don't know. do, son? Oh, fuck you, dude.
I sit there.
What are you gonna do? No way. What are you gonna do, son? What are you gonna do, son?
I'm just watching everything stuff. I'm good stuff.
Baby, you're done. Yo, Ken. Yep. Big dog. Big dog. Big dog. It's over. 9-4, son. Yes, sir. Normal. I mean, this is just a piece of shit. Look at my board. Can't you see it like the bottom? The ones that I have. Maybe it's good.
I'll see.
I haven't got to see it. Still, I haven't seen it. You have a giant eater. Still nothing, dude. Dude, I still don't have anything. Look at the lead you have on. Still nothing, dude. Dude, this has to be a record. For me to not have gotten anything. Come on. Fine. Dude, do you think you're gonna win? Dude, do you think you are going to win? You don't think you're gonna win? You have a giant lead. Son, you have a giant lead. Um, I want to fucking resign. I have nothing. Give me something. Zoo, give me something. Zoo, Zoo. Is it over? Are you gonna win? Zoo, are you gonna win?
I just said it.
Yeah, baby, I have a voice. I'm a pimp with a big dick. What do you want me to do about it? Okay, that's a great story. And that's a really great story.
But you have to.
You don't know. I think the card should be different so that we know what's not. Do you think we can?
Yeah.
But the cards can be different. Okay. Do you think you're gonna win? So do you think you're gonna win? Dude, I'm one away, baby. I'm one away. If I get I-21, it's over. And we might have the greatest comeback in the history of humankind in this bingo game, son. Perhaps the biggest comeback in the history of humankind. Do you understand what I'm saying? Dog, do you understand that you may be witnessing the greatest comeback in the history of bingo? B-I-N-G-O. 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 You might witness the greatest comeback of all time. Oh, God. There was a farmer had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Oh, B-I-N-G-O. 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 And Bingo was his name. Oh, there was a farmer had a dog, and Bingo was his name. Oh, B-I-N-G-O. Have you ever heard that song, too? Dude, have you ever heard the song Bingo? Dude, I just need a G60. There was a farmer had a dog. Bingo was his name. B-I-N-G-O. 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 And Bingo was his name. Oh, dude, you came so close to losing. Zoo, are you gonna win? There are 20 balls left, Zoo. This game is coming closer and closer for you to lose.
I tried to check, but
It's over, baby. It's over. It's over, son. 10-4. It's 10 to 4, son. It's 10 to 4, son. 10 to 4, son. I don't fucking know. I'm already done. 10 to 4, son. You just lost. You're up, dog. Everybody's waiting on you, son. Dog, are you gonna go? Dog, are you gonna go? Dude, you know that you have an invitation? Dude, are you gonna accept the invitation? Or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? That's what I said. What do you want me to do about it, son? Oh no. Is it over? You okay? Because I'm sexy with my kids. What are you gonna do about it? It'll happen, baby. It's over, baby. 11 wins to 4. And now it's archery. We're gonna play 5 rounds to give you the greatest opportunity to win. Dude, you have a chance to take the lead. What are you going to do? His first shot, folks, a huge miss. Giant miss. Got a 6 on the first round. Very unimpressive, dude. Get it. Get it. Oh, it's yeah, dude. And he got a 1 that time. And now, a 6. It's 22 to 13. All of those are pretty good. Look at this move, though. was terrible. But dude, look at the score. Look at the score. Get a bullseye. Yeah, man. I don't know if that was a good shot. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go? Hit cancel. Hit cancel and you let you do it again. It's in the upper left corner. You didn't even. It's my turn. The thing must have glitched. Word dog. All I know how is I'm still beating you, and I'm not just beating you. Oh, dude, whoops again. All right, so get 3 bullseyes. Alright, that sucks. Dude, just get a bullseye. So that sucks. Man, I'm unimpressed. All of that was bad. Dude, the thing glitched. What do you want me to do? But I got 29, which is very good. No, 30. Son. Oh, dude, you're not even coming close. You're not even coming remotely close. Not even close. I don't think so. I think you actually lost. I was one. Two of us. I know. That should have been a good shot. Dude, it's impossible for me to win. Essentially. Are you going to make this? If you get 3 bullseyes in a row, you still don't. If you get a triple bullseye here, get a bullseye. Alright, that makes 12 or something like that. Hold on. You won Ocho, you won Pool, I won Carol, I won Matchbox, you won Ball Bronze, I won Mini Golf, you won Table Soccer, and a couch full of word box, clock, disco, Ludo, bingo, that's 10 for Woods League, 11 for Archery's 12 Now ski ball, son. And we're gonna do it with multiply. Just for you. Word, son. That makes sense. I did not do all that. So you have a chance to do your stop motion. All right, well, get it, dog. You didn't get it. You didn't get it. Nope. Nope. I'm unimpressed. Oh, babe. Soon. Soon. Oh, yes, you are. All right, good dad. Here we go, Zoo. Here we go, Zoo. I'm watching. Oh, that was close. Oh, you got two going at once? Okay. Dude, it's over for you, son. It's over for you, son. Okay, but that's all right. It's over for you. You just lost your 10th straight game. It's 13 to 4, something like that. And now we've got 4 in a row. I beat you the last game you played. Are you going to accept the invitation? Or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? You're up, Ken. Everybody's waiting on you. Amazing, Doc. That's really cool. Okay, cool story, guys. I'm focused on Connect 4 right now, dog. Yeah, obviously you do. Dog, that's another win, son. That's another fucking win. That's 14 to 4. A dominoes, another one. So we're gonna say 20 points to win. 20 points. 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 20 points right, so Boneyard, 14, son. You're up. Everybody's waiting on you, dog. Everybody's waiting on you. Oh, hurts everybody. Slap yourself, Stella. You just said drugs for no reason. Slap yourself. Okay. So you did really know that now. Yeah. Don't you know that this is what it is? Oh, perfectly. All right, go. It's over for you, son. Oh, it's not. Now, are you sure about that, big dog? I'm about to play one of the greatest movies of all time. You're not. Plus 12, baby. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. No, you don't. No, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. It's over for you, sir. Oh, whoa. 53? All right, it's like 13 to 5. Back in this thing's no way. Not even close. Zoo, are you going to accept the invitation? Are you going to jerk yourself off? Yeah, go ahead. No one does. No one knows. How'd you like that bit of sun? No, that's a good multiple thing. How do you keep it double rolled? Give me a one. Why do you take so long? No one knows. What the fuck? Keep fucking it up. You're up, down. Fuck you. You're up, down. You're up, down. Yep. That's what happens when you suck, right?
You go.
Yeah, there you go. Good job. You know what's up. No way are you gonna find it. You just fucked me though. Because you just kicked me back. Just like that. Just like that. Okay. Oh, that's a big one, dude. Are you sure? Because that's good purchase of some. I don't know why you get that guy. You're up, like, oh, fuck you. Fuck you, man. Are you sure? Good. You don't even know how to come. Yo, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I mean that's a really cool story that you're telling, but no one gives a flying fuck to. No, this game sucks. Neither do you. What do you call the little triangle thing? No, Shut the fuck up. All right, dog. No one gives a shit. Okay, so you won. You won. That's two. I won. I won 2-2. If ball bocce won 3-2. Big dog won 3-3. Table soccer, you won. That's 4-3. Bounce I won 4-4. Bowling 5-4. Word box 6-4. Cock 7-4. Disco 8-4. Ludo 9-4. Bingo 10-4. Blitzing 11-4. Archery 12-4. Speedball 13-4. Quarter 14-4. Dominoes 14-5. Backgammon 14-6. Cribbage time, son. Are you ready for cribbage, son? Yo, pimp.
I hate this game. Just go 2 cards and put it. Now you can. No. Are you ready to go? Yeah. All right, well then go. I can't. How you gonna go? Yeah, no one knows. Oh, you didn't really know. I gotta run. Who's running? Okay. You're up, yeah. Are you gonna go? No one knows. And I just went. Okay, pair plus 2, run plus 3, run plus 3, 15 plus 2, pair plus 2, 15 plus 2. I have the lead on this, son, because I'm a 10 with a big hit. All right. You're up, Sue. Calm down with your thoughts on what I should do. Sue, you're up. Yeah. Okay. Yes, we hope. There you go. You don't know what that means. Pair, 2 points. Pair, 2 points. 15 plus 2 points. 15 plus 2 points. Pair, 2 points. 15 plus 2 points. 15 plus 2 points. You take pair plus 2 points. Run plus 2 points. Run plus 2 points. Run is the giant lead. Oh, no, Sue. see. Do I get any points for keeping hair plus 2? 15 plus 2. 1 plus 3. Hair plus 2. Hair plus 2. 15 plus 2. 15 plus 2. Plus 1. Hair plus 2. 15 plus 2. 15 plus 2. One down for 3. Yes, yeah. You don't. Oh no, that's quite a question. Hair plus 2. Oh no, you took the lead. You're gonna win. All right, it's like 15 to. I don't remember. Never made it to bank yet. So congratulations, one as big of a bitch as you were last time. Are you ready to lose? What up? Dude, you got a huge lead. Dude, are you ready for something? I guarantee you it in the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna get a 5. Dude, you got such a big lead. Dude, you just went around the board better than I've ever seen anybody do it. You got everything, dog. Dude, I told you. Okay, Ken. Riders are my best friends. It's over. It's fucking over. Oh, you can't buy that? You can't buy that? If you could have bought that, if you could have bought that, it's over. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Yo, Ken.
This is a fun thing.
Get a 2 or a 3. That's what I'm talking about. And I need a 2. I need a 2. You need a Yo, Pep, what should I say? I need a 5. Give me the 2. I need a 2. I need a 2 right here. 7. I need a 1.
I need a break. Six good. 6 good. Yeah, I'm the same.
And I have
This
make a decision. That is what I want. Dude, you went around the whole board. Yeah. Oh, that's the goal. Yo, that was great. Thank you. Yeah. I, yo, that I need to go.
Yes.
Oh, for sure. I can see sure that. I need a 6. Big roll. You need a 3 or 4. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, big time. Dude, this always happens. I need a 3. I get 3. If I get 3, you're done. Give me a 1 or you get a 1 or a 2. I'm down to 1 or 2. Dude. You need a 1 or a 2. Dude. Give me a 1. That's big time. That just fucks you. Oh,
You read them. Yeah. So, but, yes.
oh no. No.
That's
That's you too.
that's really good.
Okay. You need a 3 or a 4. Not yeah. You need a 2 or a 3. 2 or a 3. Big time. You're up, Cam.
Yeah, that's good. That's good.
Yo, but that's good. I guess. Yes, sir. 8 times. Rabbi. 8 times zero. 8 times 0. 0. 8 times. Yo, pimp. Yo, pimp. This is going to be dangerous because well, you got punch in it. Yo, pimp. So, yo, pimp. Let's see. Are you gonna go? Dude, we sold? That was big. Well, you're in trouble now, dude. Oh, it's over. Don't get together. No, man. You better start selling your shit. Dude, you better sell me yours. 360 dollars. I would sell all your shit except for $3. What's that, dude? Why wouldn't you sell better? Yo, man. you're in trouble. Once you get out, you're done. Once you get out, son, you might come done. Donezo. Donezo. Oh, what are you going to do? Here we go. This is big. A 6. You need holding. Dude, you got so fortunate. What a comeback. You might have the greatest comeback in the history of this game. No! Are you going to buy it back? Are you going to buy it back? Look at you. So sell something. What are you going to do? You sold? And he buys Paris. No, you think that's you bought it again? It's over. Yeah. Why didn't you sell? Why didn't you sell Delta? Are you going to go? It's over. I don't know, but you're about done with this thing. I don't know how you survive this next round. Why don't you sell Paris? It's over, baby. All right, guys. I know. What is? You don't know how to play. Shut the fuck up. You don't know. No way. No way. This has got to be huge. I think you have to roll once. So roll one of the sixes. No one has that place. I don't know how. Oh, I think we have to do it whatever round we're on. So I need threes now. I don't know. You got you've got three, and I got six. Okay. So that's how you split. So you want fours. You don't get it. you got? You got 156. Are you proud of that? You have no rolls left. No one knows. Time just roll. I don't know. Just roll. Okay, I got 1 5. Oh, yeah, the other one. Okay. 3 5. No more 60. No more 60. No more 60. Yeah, but that doesn't help you. I think you're only supposed to get 60. So, what is it? Whoa. This is a perfect hole. I think you went 3 at a time. Another, but I got 12 points there. Oh, dude, look at you. You need 4 in a row. Well, no, no. You need 4 the same. So get 2 threes. Oh, he's fucked up. Get remove the 2. You're done. Because you want 4 at a time. I don't get why there's a play button. So I've never been able to play. Oh! You're up. You got a full house. Now, Zoo, click the F8, and then hit play. Well, you need a small straight this time. So, oh, that. 5 Tyson's. Yeah. Yeah. Didn't I get it? 5. Okay, 5 and a 5 of the same. No, 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 no. Here we go. I got a chance. No. Okay, what's your chance? Any combination of types. You have 2 pairs. Oh, you got 3 of a kind. You got 4 of a kind. That's huge. Pick the thing. All right, here we go. 2 of a kind. Okay, I want that. I want that. Are you going to win this time? Okay. Here we go, big time. So you want to get any number of 1. You have 1. Then you've got another 1. You got 4 of 1. And then click the 1 and hit play. So, got 2 2s. Are you ready to go? All right, you're the bull. Not good. Not good at all. So I did a single 2. I don't know what you're trying to do out of play. Yeah. No, no way you do. Oh, you already left. Okay. That's something to help you. Yeah, something to help you. You already left in. Yeah, Dad. Good, pal. That's good for me. Good left is push forward. You're up there. You're done. Really bad. Oh, but you didn't. Oh, you got peanut butter up there. Oh, that's cool.
Not in school.
Yeah, you did. You got 24.
You know?
You're full house. You're full house. You get 25. Press the F8. Dog. That was a dumb move. Four at a time. Yes, it did.
Five, six, four, five, five, six, four, three, five, six, three. I need to make sure.
No, you only did two. You can get the small ones. No. Oh, 500 pounds. That's 50. Oh, babe. Give me that. Okay, play the chance. Oh, we did five. Move one of those and try to get five in a row. Okay. Small. Look like that. One, five. Get that five. Maybe be a three. Get that three, son. Five. It's gonna go. Related. So you can only play the small one. Okay, I'm gonna get that. I've done that. All right. Next game. Gin one. I have no idea how to play this. You know how to play gin rummy? Okay. Well, go. Everybody's winning. Oh, I have the best card ever. Well, I picked up the three of this card of the two. Go. Dude, you're gonna go, you're gonna trip yourself up. No, it's not. Rothschild. Oh, wait, no, no. This one's awful. No, I thought you said you knew that was right.
But
Dude, did you know that we have an invitation?
no one, if you're gonna have a fun, go for it. It's like, it's just, you're probably, that sucks. You don't understand. Rabbi,
Yes, sir.
Dude, do you know what Coast to Coast AM is? Zoo. That was not good. It's over, sir. So you're up, Pam. Yes, sir. Are you going to go? It says choose a card. Choose a card, Scott. Shoot, ask for a free. It's your turn again. Are you going to go? Are you going to close it for you? It's fine. Go fish, bitch. Fuck yeah, baby. What up, Pam? Gotcha, dude. Of course. What up, Pam? You're up. What about sight?
have a good one. Good one.
No,
Oh, now you have this one. Now you have a look.
you're up to
Good. Oh,
no way. No way. No way. You got a card with the jack? You're up, Ken. Ooh. Remember you took my easy? No. Nobody remembers. No one remembers that. Are you serious? You know, you took my two.
It's gonna be tough.
Did we both win? Good, good. Okay, so we have to play that one again. Well, because we don't do ties on the Olympics.
Yes,
Of course, I know you have a kid, right? So, where do you thoughts of being down one night? Dude, are you gonna go or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? Dude, what are your thoughts of being down 2-0? Yo, Ben, how do you feel being down 3 books to 0? I mean, what do you want me to do about it? Dog, how do you feel about being down 4-0? Yeah, I do. You're given 4-0. Son, 5-0. 6-0, son. Well, let's see it. 7-0, son. 8-0. Eight nothing. All right, chess. I don't like playing chess. I know, because I don't like playing it because it drains me of everything. You have the advantage.
Yeah, very good.
already took the label on that. And I'm not using these. I'm not using my pieces. I'm not using my pieces yet. You fucking serious? Dude, that was brilliant. What a good move I just had that. This is one of this is one of Welcome. How are you?
How'd you find out about me? Hi, dude. How's your day going? Here we go. I guess I'm ready, my friend. What's new with you? Was it fun? Let's follow. Apologies if I can't spend that much time focusing on you. I'm playing chess and the showdown. That's good. You pressed the what? Camera button? Yeah, I'm not sure why. Did you just give up or did I check my thing? There you go. Yeah. Alright, so the next game is Battleship. So you have an invitation. Dude, are you going to accept my invitations and check stuff out? Zoo, 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 come on, man. Zoo, there you go. You're up, Tim. You're up, Tim. Zoo, go. Zoo, it's really easy. Maybe. We're going to pick fun.
How to put spinach. No, you don't. Wait, hold on a second. I think you can only play with 4 people. I think you can only play with 4 people. Hold on. Where's that? Dude, are you gonna accept my invitation? Dude, are you gonna accept my invitation? There you go. Look, that's the best part ever. When I had good parts, I told him. Yeah. You could put milk down. Oh, I'm sure it is. I bet that one's the toughest one. Make it fun. So you got to leave. Oh, yeah. This is a really good package here. You did. You got so fortunate. Okay. Rothschild. And you saw cock with this dude. Grew up, man. You guys fucking put something down from. No, you don't want to put that one down. Yeah. No, you can scroll over and there are more. Scroll over, there are more. There you go. Put that down. Good call. You can scroll and there are different shapes. You have to do it off of one of your corners, like off the blue. There you go. That's a good move. You'll have, I know, baby. I know it's not easy, but you're done. You're done. Zoo, use your single piece in that little spot, and then you'll be able to move over. Oh, no, you can't. Yeah. No, that wasn't There you go. So if you have one that's like an L, go to the one that's an L. Big dog, go to the one that's an L. That one. Oh, it's too long. You have a shorter one like that? I know, dude. All right, there you go. Maybe. Yeah. But I can't really do anything else. There's a thing. There's a thing in the bottom right corner that gives you a hint if you need a hint. Oh, that is amazing. So, do you have one that's 3 or 2? Do you have one that's like an L? Yeah, beautiful. Yeah, that works. I'm out of oops. You have a long one, though. Well, if you came back and won, this would be the greatest comeback you've ever seen. No, no, no.
What's the greatest comeback you've ever seen?
I don't know. Mini golf being down, any sport. Mini golf being down 2 holes and straight up winning and winning 3 straight.
So what's the most practice ever?
That Australian speed skater, maybe.
Yeah. Greatest comeback.
Montala. Oh, I made a mistake. You fucked up.
But you're up.
All right. I'm glad you liked it better. 3 turns, son. 3 turns, son. Oh no, I fucked up. Maybe I did. Right. You're up, buddy. I think you're gonna be okay. Oh no, you're not. Oh, I won by 1 spot. Are you sure? All right, let's see what you got, Ted. What are you gonna do? You're up now. Big dog. I won. You did well, Ted. So what the fuck is werewolf? Oh, we can't. Yeah. That's a monster. I hate this game. made it small. Not necessarily. You just won. Yeah. Okay. Game sucks. Game sucks. Now it's your turn. That's a miss. That's one switch. That's a miss. That's a switch. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. Make. Switch. 8 points, it's pretty good. Dude, if you powder that round, 8 points and 8 points, it's not bad. No, not at all. I knew it would take a long time. Oh, I only got 3 points that comes through. No, with these bots, you never know. Could be today. Dude, you might win. Look at his switch. Get another. Okay, you made 3 points. I need 5. You ready? You ready for this, Luke? Zoo, I just won. Ready for cut line? So what did you think of that? What did you think of that? That was the best opening I've ever had.
Yeah, too.
Great car. Dude. Dude, you need 6 to tie. Oh, wow. I can see it's over. Make it. It's over. Bullshit. Right now, you played a lot. I know. Good dog. Here you go, Zoo. Are you ready, Tim? Dude, you have an invitation. Are you going to accept it? You're going to jerk yourself off well. Yeah. This is a big move. This is a big, big move. Dude, this is really fucking not. I don't know. You're up, Tim. You're up, Tim. You're up, Tim. You're up, Tim. Oh, what the fuck? You're up, Tim. step. Go. Dude, you're up, yeah. I go. You're up, yeah. What do you want to do about it? Oh, for sure. Yo, Ben. No, you can't. It's over for you, son. Okay, trip mode. What the fuck is this? Argentinian Riviera or Pakistan? I don't know this shit. No, we play everything. Dude, you're up. Everybody's waiting on you. Dude, go. I've never played this. I haven't. Yeah, maybe. I won the King of Cups, son. First round, you won 3. Oh, you're done. These are the best cards ever. You don't either. It's all right. Just finish the fucking game. You got it. I'm going to spell it. How do you spell it? It's on there. C-H-E-R-R-Y. Yes, it's spelled C-H-E-R-R-Y. Why did you choose it? Why did you choose it? What the fuck is that? A choker. A rectangle? That's the worst thing I've ever seen. What is that? Oh, is that a juice box? It's a juice box? Dude, how the fuck did I get that? Oh, no, it's not. The word? Oh, that's a C. O-D. Oh, sorry. Strawberry cake? Is that a box? Is that a cat? Yeah. It's a cat? Thank you. How did I win? I was typing hard with that, and it gave us 0 points. And I put in hard. All right, next is mind switches.
I can spell it.
Okay. Yeah, because it was like dogs and it's red, not orange. I could still win. This would be the greatest comeback in history. Oh, you can mark them? How do you mark them? Okay, literati. Just give me, can you give me 2 minutes so I can use the restroom? Can you give me 2 minutes? Okay, excellent. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere because we have to finish this.
Yeah, two things. You got it? Thank you for your patience. All right, Ben. Did you know you have an invitation? You're up, Ben. What you gonna do, son? There you go, big guy. Yes, sir. Very good. Okay. Oh, are you sure now? Oh, that's fucked up. Oh, fuck. I can see you. Like you, son. Darn, that's good. So, do you see the scoreboard? So, do you see the scoreboard? it's 255. I don't know what the fuck you're saying. All I know is I'm just asking. Do you see the score? Are you sure about that? Yo, man, you're up, baby. Dude, you think you could win? Yo, Ken, you're up. And you had a chance to win. Normally, you're never this close. If you win the big dog, you're not down too much. You might, yes, you can.
Yeah, but oh, what?
They'll get over it. You know? Yeah, choose something. You're up, Sue. You're up, Sue. Pat. Right. Right.
There he is. Let's see what you got, man. You gotta go. You almost got. Yo, pimp,
Sure, so
it's your turn. It's your turn, son. I just made it so that you have a good spot. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Now it's over. Yeah. Okay, old zombie. Can we play it?
yeah, you can go.
How do you know?
You did it.
You know all that shit. Okay, pussy nose. Pussy nose. Pussy nose. Pussy nose. Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How you doing? Word, girl. How'd you sleep? How'd you sleep? Oh, I didn't sleep. I was playing music. Zoo, accept the invitation. Oh, we can't. That means we'll be quick. 6:05. 6:05 for me. You ready to take on the next area? Do you have physical therapy? Is your physical therapist okay? There you go. Zoo, accept my invitation, son. Have a great day, Mr. Prince. We'll see you tonight, God willing.
The last game. So the last game. They think they can.
Go, son. Let's do it, babe.
We're going to play the question.
Okay.
Tell me your favorite games. Your favorite group games.
Yes.
We can play hearts. Stop. We can play hearts. Stop. We can play hearts. Yes, we can. That's incorrect, son. No one knows. You don't know how to play. How did I win? I mean, what do you want me to do about that? Hey, we're waiting on you. Zoo, we're waiting on you, son. Are you ready? Attack territories. There you go. Are you going to reinforce? Zip her up, baby. risk you. It's not this. This is a good business. Risk you gaining territories for owning continents.
Are you sure? Your video is fast. You want to get one of you? Good talk. Big win, dude. Big win, dude.
go to